Guardians of Summerfeld Book 3. The Hope of Hawkstone by Melissa Delport. Chapter 1. 11 guardians stood in a formidable line outside the open doors of the Cliffdale Cathedral, the magnificent edifice which housed the gateway to another world, the world of Summerfeld, sanctuary for the 10 supernatural species which had survived the Blood War. In 1,000 years, the city had never been breached by their enemies, the vampires who sought to destroy them, protected as it was by the enchantments King Eldon himself had cast. The enchantments ensured that no man or vampire could find the city, let alone enter it. Watching the black horde swarming toward them, Quinn Harden knew that only one charm could save the city now: the guardians themselves. A lone female vampire stood on the crest of the hill above the cathedral, gazing down at them as her people took up position. Charlotte's extraordinary vision missed nothing, and she fought the urge to laugh at the pitiful defense assembled below her. 11 guardians were no match for her army. She ran her gaze along them, taking in each one. She couldn't be sure who the hunters were, but she suspected the 2 men in the center would be the most formidable opponents. They carried themselves differently to the others, and power radiated off them. She recognized the woman between them immediately, but she was hardly worth worrying about. She would not survive this night. Drake, approaching from behind Charlotte, had also spotted Quinn, and his resolve slipped at the sight of her. Beautiful and fierce, she held his attention, so that he barely noticed the other guardians. But Charlotte's sudden hiss of fury drew his attention to the open doors of the cathedral. Radiant in the light spilling from within stood Lenora. Drake balked at the sight of his oldest friend as she stepped deliberately off the stone steps and came to stand beside the guardians. He had threatened her, told her to run or he would expose her as a traitor. He had never really intended to hand her over to Charlotte, but he could never have guessed in a million years that Lenora would be so foolish as to try to stand against her.
"She will die for this,"
Charlotte vowed. Initially, Quinn deliberately avoided looking at Drake. She knew that the moment she really saw him, she would have to accept that this was happening, that he had betrayed her. She preferred to think of him as just another nameless face in the crowd. By the time she did glance up in his direction, it was too late. Drake and Charlotte had been swept up in the moving crowd, indiscernible from the mass of evil pouring into the Guardian's most sacred place. As the vampires drew nearer, Quinn readied her bow, and, the second they were within range, she released the first deadly arrow, striking a male vampire through the heart. The other guardians followed suit, opening fire, and, throughout the vampire ranks, bodies fell to the ground. It took less than a second to reload, and over again the guardians fired, taking down dozens of their enemies. Incensed, the vampires charged. Breaking their ranks made it harder to aim, but the Guardians' training ensured they didn't miss. Only when the stampeding army was almost upon them did they retreat into the cathedral, forcing the vampires to converge as they funneled through the open doors. Only a few vampires could come through at a time, and initially, the Guardians held them at bay, taking down one after another. Quinn's stakes gleamed red as she plunged them over and over into the hearts of those who came near her, while the heavy weight of her laden stake belt, holding yet still more of the deadly weapons, banged against her hip. Piper and Monique, despite having the least combat experience, were holding their own, assisted by Tristan and, to Quinn's surprise, Lenora. Blair and Daniel were working together as a team, as were Garrett and Liam. Hearing a snarl behind her, Quinn turned, too late to find a vampire soaring through the air as he leaped toward her. She couldn't get her stake up in time, and she dropped low to the ground, shielding her head with her arms as she waited for a blow that never came. Lifting her head, she saw her father towering above her with the body of her attacker dead at his feet. Only Lucas and Isaiah were unaccounted for, although it was impossible to keep track of everybody in the melee. And, as the vampire corpses grayed, the ash grew thick in the air, making it more difficult to see. The hiss of displaced air sounded, so close that Quinn felt her hair rise off her cheek as blood sprayed toward her in an arc, splattering her cheeks with the warm, wet liquid. Isaiah appeared through the ash, lifting the sword again and swinging around in a deadly blur of steel and leather. Quinn heard the sickening squelch as a couple of vampire heads landed on the floor near her feet. She stayed with Isaiah, keeping low behind his back and doing more damage under the shelter of his protection than she could out in the open. Exposed. They were doing well, Quinn thought. But soon enough, the sheer number of the vampire force began to win out, and the Guardians were forced backward, losing their advantage. Vampires poured into the great hall, surrounding them like ants. Above the fierce sound of dueling, Quinn heard the sound of glass shattering, but she was too hemmed in to locate the source of the noise. Lenora, however, was right beside the window when it smashed inward, raining shards of rainbow glass over her head. The sight of Drake climbing up through the window froze Lenora in place.
Come on.
Drake offered Charlotte a hand up through the window he had just smashed. They were on the far side of the cathedral, having doubled around to avoid the fighting. Drake wasn't sure if he was imagining it, but the vampire numbers seemed to be dwindling. Charlotte gazed upon the slaughter around them with only mild curiosity. It didn't matter to her how many vampires lost their lives. They were collateral damage and could easily be replaced. The Guardians were putting up a good fight, but they couldn't possibly hope to win in the end. Even as she watched, more vampires were swarming through the open doors. Quinn had become separated from Isaiah and was fighting alongside Piper when she felt it. Her breath caught in her throat and she stopped dead in her tracks. Fortunately, Piper knocked her to the ground just as a vampire streaked overhead. He had been aiming for Quinn's throat. The hard landing knocked one of her stakes out of her hand, but Quinn barely noticed, her heart racing. Her crystal was here. She could sense it. No vampire but Drake and Genevieve knew where she lived, and Lenora had told her that Genevieve was dead, which left only one possible explanation. Drake had found it. Scanning the room frantically, she caught a glimpse of a dark head slipping through the throng on the far side of the room. Trying desperately to reach him, she took a brutal blow to her ribs and doubled over in pain.
Hurts, doesn't it?
An evil voice taunted, and Quinn looked up to see 4 vampires advancing toward her, holding their arms out at their sides to ensure she could not evade them. "You hit like a girl," she spat at the tallest one who had spoken. Retreating slowly, she found herself backed up against the cold stone of the far wall, near the door to the record room. Piper was nowhere to be seen. Gripping her stake firmly, Quinn anticipated their movements, waiting for an opening. When it came, she lunged forward, staking the vampire nearest her through the chest, the squelching sound as she pulled her stake free like music to her ears. "Who's next?" she sneered. The tallest vampire gave a shriek of fury and reached for her. Quinn deflected him, but her stake was knocked from her hand.
Not so brave without it, are you?
His eyes dropped to her stake belt, but Quinn reached into her pocket instead, withdrawing a bottle of Cliffdale water. Before he could register what it was, she hurled the contents into his face. The vampire screamed, clutching at his face in agony as the smell of burning flesh assailed Quinn's nostrils. As his fellows gazed upon his bubbling skin, she tugged a new stake from her belt and ran it through the chest of the vampire to her left. The last vampire seized the opportunity as her back was turned, to grab her from behind, pinning her left arm to her side. Not missing a beat, Quinn withdrew her stake arm, flipping the stake expertly in her hand, and brought her arm back. Her stake impaled itself in the vampire's stomach, which would not kill him, but the pain caused him to loosen his grip. Twisting in his slack hold, Quinn lifted her knee savagely up into his groin, her right hand still firmly on the hilt of her stake. As he buckled over, clutching the affected area, the stake came free, and she lifted it high above his head before plunging it through his back and into his heart. On and on she fought, slowly moving back toward the place where she had spied Drake. And then she heard it. A battle cry so powerful that it reverberated through her body. The entire room seemed to freeze at the sound, and Quinn watched as Isaiah finally allowed the full might of the Slayer to emerge. His grace and form was both terrifying and beautiful all at once. Glorious in his carnage, Quinn had never seen anything like it. The way he moved defied gravity and logic, as vampires dropped dead at his feet by the dozen. Isaiah's youthful face was spattered with blood, and the sword gleamed scarlet, as he cast aside one enemy after another, a snarl of pure, unadulterated rage making him the most dangerous being she had ever encountered. The vampires inside the cathedral could not tear their eyes from Isaiah. The Slayer was their single greatest fear, and Charlotte had assured them that no Slayer existed. In the quiet stillness of that moment, Quinn turned her head and locked eyes with Drake. Her heart seemed to thud to a halt in her chest. He stood beside the altar with Charlotte, and behind them, his eyes closed as he whispered the words that would take them through the portal, was Tristan. Quinn couldn't move her feet. She felt as if her whole body had turned to lead. In the instant that the three of them disappeared, she felt a sense of complete and utter despair. But then they reappeared, and, for one brief, glorious moment, she believed that Tristan hadn't betrayed them after all. And then she felt it. A pulse coursed through her like an electric shock as she watched what looked like an invisible force field descend around them. Through the smashed window, Quinn saw a familiar courtyard in the distance, surrounded by quaint houses. The fountain of youth gurgled innocently just a few hundred yards away. The enchantments had been breached, and the magic concealing the city was falling away. The mild scent of cornflowers permeated the air, and Quinn realized with a start that the cathedral was nestled in the vast cornflower field. The same field she had crossed hundreds of times without ever realizing its significance. Thinking about the clumps of cornflowers that grew around the cathedral, it made sense. A screech sounded from far away, and she whipped around, her dread mounting. Through the back windows, Dragon's Peak towered above them in the distance. It made perfect sense, but the consequences of what had just happened were beyond comprehension. After all these years, their devotion and dedication had been for nothing. A vampire had entered the city, exposing it to the naked eye. Summerfeld had fallen. Chapter 2. Kellen felt the dread that had settled inside of him explode outwards, searing him from the inside, as an explosion reverberated around the city, shaking the very earth beneath it. The warehouse below him creaked in protest, shuddering ominously, but Kellen barely noticed. He kept his eyes on the cornflower field, in which, through a hazy ripple, a magnificent cathedral seemed to sprout from the ground. Great marble pillars blossomed into stained glass windows, and finally, a high-domed ceiling, taller than any man-made basilica. The massive black shadow that spilled out of its doors and windows shifted and morphed into a ferocious mob, fangs bared.
Eldon, protect us,
Freya gasped at his side. There were so many, and, as they watched, tendrils split from the hole, clusters of vampires who started spreading out into the city itself.
You shouldn't be here.
Kellen regretted every action he had taken up until this moment. The thought of his wife and his child only a few streets down crippled him with fear. Freya, too, experienced a wave of regret. She should never have insisted on being here. She should have stayed with Sage. How could she have left her alone in the wake of that? A few hours earlier, when Quinn and the other Guardians had disappeared through the portal, the wards of Summerfeld had sprung into action, led by Kellen and Channon.
Kellen!
Channon yelled, crossing the street to meet him as the last of the Guardians raced toward the fountain.
Quinn told you what's happening?
Channon asked, her face flushed.
Yes,
Kellen replied.
the vampires have found us.
He watched as Monique, trailing the others, vanished from sight. The Guardians were gone now, off to fight a battle that they might not win. Kellen experienced a moment of pure, unadulterated fear for the brave warriors he considered friends.
She told you about the traitor?
Channon continued, and Kellen nodded.
Not in as many words, but she mentioned there might be a chance they could break through the gateway.
We need to be ready,
Channon instructed. Her amber eyes seemed to glow yellow, and Kellen took an involuntary step back, glancing up at the sky. The quarter moon hung harmlessly above them. He must be seeing things.
My wolves will fight.
Channon continued.
I've sent a message to all of them to gather in the courtyard. I suggest you bring your people too, anyone who is able to help. Send the rest indoors and tell them to barricade themselves in. I'm not sure if the vampire's weakness will apply in here, but with any luck they won't be able to get into the houses without being invited in.
Kellen hadn't considered this. But even if it worked, it would simply make them prisoners in their own homes. They would starve to death at best. Kellen rounded up every Fey man in their community, including Velkin and his father, Harlan.
What about the hatchlings?
Velkin asked when Kellen fetched him from the shed. Kellen rounded on Marin, who was preparing their meat dinner.
Marin, you stay with them. Lock this door when we leave and try to keep them as quiet as possible.
Marin looked terrified, but she did as she was told. She grabbed Velkin's hand as he passed and gave him a brief hug before pulling her raven hair over her eyes to hide her emotion.
We're going to fetch your dad, too.
Velkin told her.
We'll send Isadora back to be with you.
The mention of her mother sent Marin over the edge, and she gave way to her sobs.
Leave it.
Kellen put out a restraining arm as Velkin stepped forward to comfort her. There wasn't any time. Freya intercepted them on their way out of the garden. Taking in her bow and quiver, Kellen raised his hands.
No.
He commanded.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm coming with you.
Velkin hovered awkwardly and Kellen waved him on.
You go ahead. Fetch the others and meet me in the courtyard.
As the boy took off, Kellen turned back to Freya.
You need to stay with Sage.
Anais is with her.
Freya replied, deliberately remaining impassive.
She will keep her safe, and it'll keep her mind off Velkin. She's terrified.
As she should be. You need to go back inside.
Kellen,
Freya replied firmly.
you can stand here and argue with me, or we can stop wasting time and join the others. The chances are that nothing bad will enter the city, but I can't just sit at home and wait. If they are going to come for us, I need to be out here, protecting our baby girl.
You need to let me protect you.
Kellen tried one last time to reason with her, but Freya gave him a small, sorrowful smile.
If they do get in and they get past you, I'm as good as dead anyway.
He relented finally. It was imperative he get back to the others, and Freya could be as stubborn as a mule. He could argue all day and it wouldn't make the slightest bit of difference. That didn't stop him hoping that the others might be able to convince her, though. A crowd had gathered in the courtyard, a motley crew consisting of most of the ferrymen, the entire wolf pack, and, to Kellen's surprise, the gypsies, who looked completely out of place.
Tell us what you need us to do.
Balthazar barked, hiding his fear well. Kellen watched as he cast a concerned look at the two gypsy women and made his decision. He would do for Balthazar what he could not do for himself. He would ensure that the gypsy women were kept out of the fray.
Perhaps you could head into the woods.
Kellen suggested.
Stay out of harm's way, and if the city does fall, try and shepherd out as many wards as you can.
Cosima looked faint with relief, and Kellen knew he had made the right call. Only Jonas was unhappy with this decision, his fear for Monique's safety willing him to stay as close as possible. As the gypsies set off toward the woods, Jonas hung back, his fists bunched at his sides.
Jonas,
Balthazar called.
Go,
Kellen whispered.
she will be all right.
You can't know that.
Jonas replied, but he did as he was told and hastened after the others.
Kellen,
Channon barreled her way toward them.
You need to find high ground.
The fairies were only valuable to the extent to which they could use their bows. They would be no use in hand-to-hand combat. Channon scanned the area and pointed at the food storage warehouse.
can you get up there?
Yes, but we should space ourselves out. There's no telling where the enchantments will break.
But the Guardians always appear here.
Channon pointed out.
Surely this is where they will appear.
I don't think it works like that. The Guardians cross through the gateway, and this spot just happens to be where they enter the city. If the gateway is breached, the boundary between our two worlds disintegrates.
So, where?
Channon swiveled from side to side, her arms wide.
It could be anywhere.
Channon cursed.
Okay, get your people in place. Wherever you think is best. Stay high. Stay out of sight.
What will you do?
Channon's body shuddered, and again, Kellen saw the yellow burning in her eyes. Only this time it didn't end there. As she clenched her fists, her fingernails lengthened, growing to sharp points, and the tendons in her hand bulged beneath her skin.
Channon, what's happening?
Freya placed a hand on the she-wolf's arm. Channon took a steadying breath, and slowly she returned to normal.
How are you doing that?
Asked Kellen.
I don't know.
Channon admitted.
Maybe we've always been able to, but we've always fought the transition. The only time we have no control over it is during a full moon. I'm trying to control it.
You're trying to bring it out,
Freya murmured. Kellen had thought the exact opposite, but Channon nodded, confirming Freya's suspicions.
If I can do it, so can the pack.
She explained.
And if an army of vampires are coming, we need to be able to fight.
Kellen glanced around the crowded courtyard and saw countless yellow eyes gazing at him.
It looks like it's working.
He murmured.
You two will be up on that roof?
Channon asked, and Freya nodded.
No.
Kellen tried once more.
Freya needs to go back home.
His choked plea fell on deaf ears.
She's your best archer,
Channon pointed out, and Freya's lips drew together in satisfaction, as though that settled the matter.
I won't stand by and do nothing,
she echoed.
If the vampires get through the gateway, you are going to need all the help you can get.
It's working.
Rafe confirmed when Channon returned to his side. His yellow eyes looked strange in the setting of his human face. Beside him, Raina hissed in pain as her nails cut through the skin on her fingers.
Not fast enough,
Channon moaned. If only she could master the transition, bend it to her will, she was sure it would be painless. The wolves fought the change, seeing it as a curse that slowed the process. But perhaps if they embraced it, it wouldn't be so painful. If they could shift quickly and without reservation, she was certain it would be easier.
Kellen and the others are getting into position. Where's Dominic?
Raina's unofficial boyfriend was one of their best fighters.
He's around here somewhere,
Raina replied.
Go and get him.
Rafe instructed. He was watching Channon carefully. She was visibly pained, her back arching, her features shifting between human beauty and wolfish traits.
What are you doing?
She hissed through clenched teeth. She wasn't so far gone that she couldn't pay attention.
What do you want Dom for?
I don't.
He replied levelly.
I just need some space to concentrate.
On what?
She gasped, her control slipping and the human mask falling firmly back into place. Rafe didn't answer. It was her pain that had done it. He couldn't bear seeing her in such agony, and he knew that, despite everything, he would do anything to take it from her. Rafe focused his mind on every nerve ending in his entire body, his bones, flesh, and skin, all elements of one single organism, parts of a whole. He felt the heat course through him, opened himself up to it until he thought he would burn up. Only when he was sure he had contained it did he finally open his mind, setting free the beast that lurked in the recesses of his human psyche. Channon called Rafe's name over and over, but he could not hear her. She watched, mesmerized as he buckled over, an inhumane roar of agony bursting from his lips. The sound tore out of him, morphing into a howl, and In one sudden movement, Rafe threw off his human skin and a fully shifted werewolf stood in his place. Chapter 3. Drake had stayed close to Charlotte when the fighting began. He could feel the excitement emanating from her in waves, but he took a firm hold of her shoulder, pulling her back. Charlotte turned to him, her eyes wide. A rigor mortis grin of anticipation pulled her lips back, exposing her fangs.
"Fools rush in,"
he cautioned, steering her right, through the crush, until they were on the very outskirts of the mob. The sounds of fighting reached them, even from here, and Charlotte wavered, drawing away from him toward the noise.
"Here,"
Drake announced, and she glanced up to see a massive stained glass window. Without warning, Drake seized hold of a vampire nearest them and threw him bodily toward the glass. The shattering sound reminded him of a night not too long ago when he had smashed through Quinn's living room window to rescue her from Sebastian. How ironic, he thought, that this time he was here to harm rather than protect her. Leaping through the vast opening, Drake offered Charlotte his hand.
"Come,"
he insisted, hauling her inside the cathedral. A shadow moved beside them. Lenora, her eyes wide. Charlotte noticed her too and made a move toward her, but Drake blocked her path.
"Not now,"
he growled.
"We need to find your traitor. You shouldn't be here,"
he added in an undertone to Lenora, as Charlotte shouldered her way through the vampires pouring in through the window after them.
"Neither should you,"
Lenora replied softly, but Drake didn't hear. He had already bolted after Charlotte. Charlotte picked her way through the chaos, staying out of harm's way as she searched for the familiar face. Without warning, a guardian appeared in her path, no more than a girl, with blazing red hair pulling free from her braid. Her stakes shone crimson with the blood of the vampires she had slain, and more blood was smeared across her alabaster cheek. Charlotte seemed to shrink, tightening her body like a spring as she prepared to pounce. But then Drake saw him. Isaiah. He bore down on them from the direction where Lenora had been standing only a moment before, his sword raised. Charlotte heard his cry and turned her head just in time, her mouth dropping open as she recognized the slayer she had thought dead. In the instant that the sword thundered down toward her, Charlotte felt strong hands seize her waist, and Drake threw her aside in the nick of time. Isaiah rounded on him instead, but Drake moved, faster than Charlotte could believe possible. A moment later he was at her side, helping her to her feet, and they bolted into the crowd. Sobered, Charlotte began searching in earnest as a trickle of doubt caterpillared down her spine. The Guardians were fighting back, and they had the Slayer after all. Suddenly, her easy victory didn't seem as certain as she had led herself to believe. Drake scanned the area around him, determined to avoid the Guardians until they found the one they were looking for. He finally spotted Quinn, a few yards away, fighting back-to-back with another female Guardian. Turning on his heel, he dragged Charlotte in the opposite direction.
"There!"
Charlotte cried eventually, and Drake followed the direction of her gaze to where a Guardian stood fighting only a handful of vampires. Standing in the shadow of an enormous monument, Drake recognized Tristan instantly, and the shield he had placed around his heart slipped, just a fraction. It seemed he was not the only one who had betrayed Quinn. His anger mounted with every step they took toward the cowardly fool who had lied and used her. The fact that Drake had turned his own back on Quinn meant nothing in comparison to this betrayal. Drake was a vampire. He was supposed to be her enemy. Tristan, however, was a guardian. He had sworn an oath to protect the city. Drake's previous dislike for Tristan paled in comparison to the fury he now felt as he gazed upon him. Charlotte called off the vampires who had been targeting Tristan.
What is he doing here?
Tristan asked, when they were within earshot, his eyes finding Drake. At that moment, a scuffle broke out only feet from where they stood, and Tristan stepped back into the shadows so that he wouldn't be seen. "Coward," Drake seethed again.
We don't have much time,
Charlotte yelled to be heard above the noise.
Now, Tristan!
Forgetting about Drake, Tristan ran toward the altar.
Take hold of my hand.
He roared, and Charlotte did as she was told. Drake took hold of Tristan's other wrist with a vice-like grip. The Guardian looked about to argue, but Charlotte's cry of "now" put paid to any delay. Closing his eyes, Tristan muttered words that Drake couldn't understand. In the chaos of the moment, he felt a heat wash over him, a burning fire that seemed centered on his face. Lifting his gaze, he met the icy tanzanite eyes that he knew so well. Quinn's face contorted in pain, and Drake felt a moment of pure regret as Tristan finally stopped speaking. The next second, his teeth clanged painfully together, and he was knocked to the ground as a shock wave of energy coursed through him. Tristan had opened the gateway. Chapter 4. Quinn stood mesmerized, oblivious to the chaos around her and the vampires hurtling in every direction, swarming over the city's hallowed ground. It was inconceivable that Tristan had been the traitor all along. Tristan, who she had trained, who she had loved, and who she had so recently shared a bed with. She turned on the spot, searching desperately, and finally spotted him, leading a small group west. Drake's tall figure was easy to identify, and, where Drake was, Charlotte was sure to be. Someone stepped into her line of vision, and she lifted her stake automatically before recognizing Isaiah. He had also seen Tristan, and his amber eyes were no longer liquid, but seemed to be made of stone. Quinn cowered before the power in those eyes, an irrational fear creeping over her. He lifted his arm, and for a horrifying moment, Quinn thought he would strike, but, as his blade slashed through the air, she became aware of a howling scream as the vampire who was about to sink his fangs into her neck sagged against the hilt of Isaiah's sword, the blade having run him through. Quinn stumbled, shock and relief coursing through her. Isaiah grabbed her arm in a vice-like grip, steadying her. Meeting his gaze, Quinn saw through the cold, ruthless eyes of the killer to the pain and regret beneath. "It's a curse," she murmured, her heart aching for the most compassionate of them all.
"A necessary one,"
he replied acceptingly.
"Now go, Quinn. You need to stop them. I'll hold the others off as long as I can."
He shoved her in the direction in which Tristan had headed and turned back into the fray. Watching Quinn go, Isaiah prayed she would be all right. Slowly, the vampires in the courtyard advanced on him. They moved with caution, none too keen to take on the slayer, but they had the numbers. Bracing himself, Isaiah waited. The whiz of an arrow distracted him as it flew past where he stood, plunging deep into the chest of a vampire who dropped like a stone to the ground. Bewildered, Isaiah glanced around as more arrows flew from the sky, each finding its target. The circle around him collapsed, line by line, forming a solid crescent of gray ash. The vampires near the back hesitated, clearly not sure about proceeding, while Isaiah searched the area. He finally located the source, a small group of fae huddled together on the roof of the storage warehouse. But as more vampires on the opposite side of the courtyard succumbed to the invisible archers, Isaiah picked them out on rooftops all around. His sense of pride was tempered only by the irritation that they would be so careless with their own lives. A moment later, the vampires surrounding him moved away, their heads raised, and Isaiah's blood ran cold. They, too, had discovered the source of the shooting.
"Run!"
he roared, praying the fae would heed his warning. As the arrows rained down from the heavens, the wolf Channon crept alongside the warehouse, following the sounds of battle. Rafe and the other members of the pack followed. Once Rafe had gained control of his changing, Channon had channeled his emotion and extended his ability to the rest of the pack. The change had been painful, but quick, far better than any transition she had experienced before. The wolves had spent an eternity fighting their animal selves, and Channon couldn't help but wonder if that had been the problem all along. When she reached the courtyard, she immediately located Isaiah on the opposite side, engulfed in a mass of vampires. Still more were streaking outward, away from him and toward the town itself. Not wasting any time, Channon catapulted forward, taking an almighty swipe at the first vampire that came near her, her claws extended. Rafe and a few other wolves came at him from behind, and together they overpowered him, shredding him to pieces. The wolves were pack animals and fought best as a team. Slowly, they took down one vampire after another, but not without casualties of their own. The wolves heard Isaiah's scream, and a howl burst from Channon's lips. She turned her yellow eyes to the roof of the warehouse and saw Kellen and Freya scaling the side, a rope dangling below them. As she watched, two pale faces appeared above them, snatching for the rope and pulling it up as the two fae tried to scrabble down toward the ground. Kellen yelled and Freya slipped, losing her grip for a second and sliding down the natural fiber drastically before regaining her firm grasp. The vampires heaved upward, pulling them up faster and faster. Channon bolted. Knowing that they would be pulled to a certain death, Kellen closed his eyes and all but released his hold on the rope. He slammed down into Freya, the two of them plummeting to the ground below. It wasn't a massive drop, but it was going to hurt. Freya tried desperately to slow them down, but as the rope vanished between her fingertips, she shrieked with fear. The fae fell a few meters, but their fall was broken by the relatively soft flanks of Channon and Rafe, who had reached them only just in time. Channon let out a yelp of pain as Kellen's bow gouged into her back, but a moment later she transformed, standing tall and naked before them.
"Are you okay?"
she asked desperately. Freya had twisted her ankle, but Kellen had suffered only a few bruises, and the two quickly reassured them.
"Raina,"
Channon called, as the pale auburn wolf darted past them, fresh blood on her muzzle. Raina returned immediately, lowering her head as she waited for Channon's instruction.
"Get these two back home and stay with them,"
Channon instructed. Raina emitted a low whine, casting a baleful look over her shoulder to where Dominic was still fighting for his life.
Now,
Channon ordered.
lock yourselves inside.
She added quickly, addressing the Fae couple.
You've done all you can. Now it's time to get back to your baby.
Blinking back tears, Freya nodded. The mention of Sage was almost too much for her, and she had a crippling desire to see the child's face, at least once more before this was over. Ignoring the pain in her ankle, Freya hobbled after Reyna as quickly as she could, while Kellen walked behind them, his bow at the ready. In the 5-minute walk back to their home, Kellen shot 4 more vampires. 3 had tried to sneak up on them, and a 4th had been feeding on a member of the Fae who had been scurrying toward the courtyard to help. As Kellen's arrow found its mark, the vampire slumped aside, and Freya gave a scream of horror that tore through the town around them. Before he could entreat her to be quiet, Kellen spotted the cause of her despair, and he choked back his own roar as his eyes fell upon the pale face of his youngest apprentice. Her soft leather sandals were pointed back toward the courtyard, and a long cape gaped open to display her tiny hands pressed upward, trying to ward off her attacker. Her efforts had been futile against the superior strength of the vampire. Marin's throat and chest were soaked with blood, and her gentle, unseeing eyes gazed skyward. Kellen couldn't process what he was seeing. He had left her tending the Chumana hatchlings. Never would he ever have considered she would leave her post, driven by her fear for Velkin's safety. As though drawn by Kellen's thoughts, Velkin appeared a moment later, sprinting toward them, with his father Harlan right behind him. The father and son had been up on one of the other roofs, and Kellen felt a wave of relief that they had made it. Marin's father, Micah, brought up the rear, and Kellen moved quickly to intercept them, trying to hide the prostrate body of Micah's only child. It was useless. Velkin spied her body first and seemed to falter in mid-stride, his legs ceasing to work, and he collapsed onto his knees before her, his face draining of what little color it had.
No,
Velkin whispered, softly touching Marin's face. He had grown closer to her since they had been working together, and Marin had become like a little sister to him. Velkin was as oblivious of her affections as Monique was of his own. A second later, Micah skidded to a halt beside Velkin, peering over his shoulder with reluctant curiosity.
Micah, no.
Freya had finally regained control of her senses, and she lurched forward. But it was too late. It took a full few seconds for Micah to register what he was seeing. His expression morphed slowly from shock to denial, to a snarling rage that blistered off him, infecting everyone. Oblivious of the danger he was placing them all in, Micah let out an almighty scream of raw emotion just as Freya had done moments before.
Micah!
Kellen shouted a warning too late as a stream of vampires rounded the bend behind them, a black avalanche of death. Freya stood rooted to the spot. All thought of seeing her daughter again dashed against the solid wall of vampires advancing on them. Pulling ineffectually at Kellen's arm, she watched as Micah scooped up Marin's tiny frame, cradling her gently against his chest as though he feared he might hurt her. But Marin was far beyond them now. She had gone where no one could hurt her ever again. Valiantly, Velkin stepped between Micah and the oncoming horde, but Kellen yelled at him to run. Mobilized, the Fae made a run for it, their feet barely touching the ground as they sprinted toward Kellen's house. They wouldn't have made it. They would have had no hope of outrunning the vampires if Daniel and Blair hadn't stepped between them and the monsters who were chasing them, buying them the time they needed to race through the front door that Anais was holding wide open. Micah still holding his precious burden. Chapter 5.
Monique!
Jonas yelled, thundering down the cobbled street. He could see her battling a vampire at least twice her size, and without thinking, he raced forward to help her. Balthazar had done as Kellen had asked, and had made his way toward the lunar grove. But, once in the cover of the trees, Jonas had stolen away, unable to bear the thought of not knowing what would become of Monique. Jonas had no idea where his father was now, but finally finding Monique had distracted him. As he reached the dueling pair, Monique's body suddenly arched backward and her eyes glassed over as an eerie, inhuman cry burst from her lips. The vampire was as surprised as Jonas, but he recovered quickly, stepping toward her as he prepared to sink his fangs into her neck. Monique seemed to have no idea what was happening around her. She appeared to be in a trance-like state that terrified Jonas. Infuriated, Jonas leaped onto the vampire's back, wrapping his arms around the larger man's throat and clinging on for his life. To the vampire, Jonas was nothing more than an irksome fly, and he grabbed the boy's forearms, crunching bone between his fingers. Jonas howled in agony, but still he hung on, knowing that the second he let go, he was as good as dead. As the vampire increased pressure, Jonas struggled to keep hold of his consciousness. He couldn't afford to black out.
Jump!
A familiar voice yelled, loud enough to penetrate his hazy mind. Jonas did as he was told, pushing back off the vampire's back and landing painfully on the ground, as a silver stake erupted through the place he had just vacated. Monique, looking perfectly normal once more, pulled the stake out and rushed to Jonas's side.
Are you okay?
She asked. Jonas nodded, unable to speak.
We have to get you out of here.
She looked around, trying to find a safe way out. The courtyard was not as crowded as it had been moments ago. Many of the vampires had already begun to spread through the city. Monique was torn. She could not explain what had happened, but she had been given a message in the moments before she had spotted Jonas hanging from the vampire's back. She had to go, but she didn't want to leave him.
Behind you!
Jonas yelled suddenly, as a shadow fell across them. Before she could even raise her stake to defend herself from the new threat, a second vampire appeared out of nowhere, sinking her fangs into their attacker's neck. As his dismembered head landed beside her, Monique gazed up at Lenora's blood-stained face.
What the hell are you doing?
Lenora yelled.
In case you haven't noticed, there's a war going on. It's hardly the time to be sitting around. You have to help me.
Monique scrambled to her feet, pulling another stake from her coat pocket and thrusting it into Lenora's hand.
I need you to protect him.
She indicated where Jonas was groaning as he rolled from side to side on the floor.
There's something I need to do. It's important.
Spoken with the air of someone much, much older, Lenora couldn't miss the gravity in Monique's statement.
Fine,
she agreed reluctantly.
Just go.
Monique cast one last look at Jonas, and then darted forward, the enormous summit of Dragon's Peak looming ahead. Isaiah had stayed behind, in the courtyard, holding the vampires at bay so that Daniel could get through to assist the Fae who were fleeing to safety. Catching sight of Monique's red hair and dispatching 5 vampires in as many seconds, he moved to intercept her.
I know where it is,
she yelled as she drew nearer.
I know where the Hawkstone is hidden.
In those moments she had been unresponsive, Monique had been granted a vision, one that showed her the precise location of the stone. Monique knew she hadn't been imagining it. The location of the Hawkstone was so unbelievable it could only be true. At her words, Isaiah felt hope flare in his chest.
Braden,
he called the only other guardian he could see. The others had scattered, fighting battles of their own. Braden reached him in seconds.
Monique knows where the Hawkstone is,
Isaiah explained quickly.
You need to make sure she gets to it. Go.
He stepped aside as they streaked past him, determined to prevent any vampires from following. His duty was to make sure that every one of them fulfilled their own. Monique ran for her life, faster than she ever had before. Braden stayed on her heels, his keen eyes scouring their surroundings for any danger. As they neared the base of the mountains, Monique let out a high, piercing whistle, just as another group of vampires burst from the trees to their left.
Keep going!
Braden yelled, turning to face the oncoming horde.
Nothing is more important than finding that stone.
Monique faltered, knowing that there were too many for him to face alone. But then she heard the heavy flapping above her and she raced on. The Orochian plummeted down to the ground, directly overhead, landing above her so that Monique was protected beneath its powerful legs. She climbed onto its broad back, tucking her legs into the dragon's neck. Braden watched the group of vampires approaching with a determined acceptance of his fate. He would die. Of that there was no doubt. But he would take as many of these evil creatures with him as he could. Risking a glance behind him, he felt immense relief that Monique was astride the ugly brute. She, at least, would be okay for now. Pulling the bottles of Cliffdale water from his pockets, he removed the stoppers and braced himself. The vampires were only a few yards away when he heard the roaring hiss. Wonderstruck, Braden watched as the Orochian swooped so low to the ground that its massive claws gouged trenches in the grass below. Fire erupted from its open mouth, engulfing the vampires, most of whom burst into flames. The heat seared Braden's face, but a moment later the flapping of the Orochian's powerful wings sent a gust of wind that blew his hair back.
Get on,
Monique yelled, trying to be heard over the screaming of the dying vampires. The second he pulled himself up behind her, the dragon soared, climbing so quickly that Braden lost his breath. He didn't question their destination as they swooped toward Dragon's Peak, trusting Monique to guide them. He had no idea how she was steering, but the Orochian seemed to know exactly where she wanted him to take them. As they came to hover over the very tip of the mountain, Braden realized why only Monique could retrieve the stone. No person could reach this place. It was impossible to climb the sheer cliff to this point. You could only reach it from above, and only a dragon rider would have any chance of doing so successfully. The Orochian was struggling to stay in one place, flapping his wings frantically against the drafts as they veered left and right. Peering over the side of the beast's shoulder, Braden caught a glimpse of red nestled in a small crater, and he pointed down to it. Nodding that she had seen it, Monique urged the Orokian lower, so that they were only inches from where the Hawkstone lay.
Lower me down,
Monique yelled, the wind whipping the words from her mouth as she released her grip on the dragon's neck.
Let me do it.
No,
Monique was resolute.
it's supposed to be me.
The child will retrieve the stone.
He murmured. Pushing aside his paternal concern, he took hold of her legs, his muscles straining as she slid down the dragon's flank, until she was suspended upside down, in midair, hundreds of yards above the ground. Monique slowly stretched out her hand, her fingertips brushing the smooth red stone, but before she could grab hold of it, the Orokian lurched to the left and she swung out over the peak. Stifling a scream, she closed her eyes, the sight of the ground so far below her making her head swim. Braden grunted as he tried to pull her back up, and Monique realized she would only have one chance. As she swung back over the peak, she reached out and her hand closed over the Hawkstone, just as Braden lost his grip on her left leg. Chapter 6. Quinn had finally caught up with Tristan's group near Lunar Grove, although she had no idea where they were heading. "Tristan!" she called, the sound echoing through the trees. The entire group swiveled to face her, but Quinn kept her eyes focused on him alone. She couldn't bring herself to look at Drake. "How could you?" The disgust in her voice was plain to everyone. "Listen to them. Listen to what you've done." The sound of squealing as the unicorns fell prey to the vampires cut her to the core. Tristan, however, looked unaffected.
You are brave, Guardian, I'll give you that.
It took Quinn a moment to realize that it was Charlotte who had spoken. Her voice was sweet and melodious, sounding more human than she could have imagined. She was also incredibly young. She couldn't have been more than 17 when she was turned.
To come out here alone,
Charlotte continued.
She's not alone.
A deep voice contradicted, and Daniel emerged from the trees, along with Blair. Quinn noticed with smug satisfaction that Tristan was suddenly looking a lot less confident.
I know you.
Charlotte frowned, staring at Daniel as she tried to place him. Drake knew him immediately as the Guardian who had killed her, and he felt a black hatred rise in his chest. This was the man who had taken everything from him. Daniel, too, faltered, as he reconciled the evil beauty of the vampire before him with the human girl who had haunted his dreams for centuries. Blair showed no such compunction. She had always been reckless, hot-headed and fearless, and she charged at Charlotte, her stake raised high. Drake moved like a cobra, meeting Blair head-on. Seizing her stake hand, he twisted it savagely before plunging the silver stake into her own chest. Blair's entire body convulsed, and for a few seconds there was absolute silence as the remaining Guardians tried to comprehend what had just happened. Quinn's shocked outcry was cut short as a white-hot pain seared through her, and her knees collapsed beneath her. The pain was raw and real, and oddly familiar. Then she heard Daniel's cry of rage, and it flamed her craving for vengeance. Together they charged, united in their grief and fueled by blind hatred. Drake watched as Quinn fought like a woman possessed. She tore through the vampires who had stepped between them, but it was his blood she was after, and her eyes barely left his face. His hands shook as it dawned on him what he had just done. He had managed to travel through the city without harming a single guardian, but seeing Daniel had brought back memories of Charlotte's death, and when her life had been threatened, he had reacted instinctively. Now, a guardian lay dead at his feet, and he was filled with remorse, so painful it threatened to consume him. Quinn battled one opponent after the next, until finally she turned and came face to face with Drake. She did not waste any time thinking it through. In one swift motion, she pulled her stake free of her last victim and thrust it toward him, aiming for his heart, without hesitation. A few days ago, she would have died to protect him, but the consequences of his actions tonight were too great. Drake dodged the lethal point, turning so that his shoulder took the brunt of the blow. The stake pierced his flesh, and pain scorched through his entire body, as hot as the fires of hell.
Quinn,
He grunted, using his other arm to knock her stake aside as she thrust forward again.
stop it!
Charlotte had had enough. She made a move toward Quinn, intending to snap her neck, but before she could reach her, Drake stepped between them.
No!
Shocked, Charlotte hissed, her fangs fully extended.
Get out of my way!
You will not harm her. No more guardians will die tonight.
It was as though he was seeing her clearly again, after all this time. Still reeling from what he had done to Blair, Drake felt as though a veil had been lifted, exposing Charlotte for who she truly was. He had been taken in by her, again, despite everything. He was weaker than he had ever believed possible, but he would fight it. He could never make it up to Quinn, but he would not let Charlotte harm her. Quinn located her stake and got to her feet, unsure of how to proceed. Daniel dispatched the vampire he was fighting and looked around for his next quarry, but they were no longer paying any attention to him. Nobody moved, all eyes on the standoff between Drake and Charlotte.
What are you doing?
Charlotte snarled. It was Tristan who provided the answer. With everything that had happened, Quinn had almost forgotten he was there.
They've been working together.
He sneered hatefully.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
And yet you didn't tell anyone, Quinn pointed out.
I was trying to seduce you.
He taunted.
I figured turning you in might hurt my chances. Although you rolled over a whole lot easier than I ever expected.
Quinn felt an ugly, hot flush rise in her cheeks. Charlotte, who had finally recovered from her shock, turned on Drake.
You've been working with a guardian?
Don't sound so surprised.
Drake drawled.
You've been doing the same thing. Although,
he added insolently,
at least I aligned myself with a guardian worth fighting for.
Registering the barb, Tristan stepped forward.
I wouldn't,
Drake warned menacingly. Turning to Quinn, he whispered so softly that she had to strain to hear him.
I'm sorry.
Pushing her aside, he ran at Charlotte. They collided with the force of two bull elephants, fighting to the death and moving so fast that Quinn could not keep track. The spell that had frozen the other vampires broke, and they attacked with renewed vigor. Quinn and Daniel fought back just as fiercely, but Quinn was stronger and more deadly than ever before, and slowly they laid waste to their opponents. Drake and Charlotte were still engaged in combat, their snarls of rage giving no indication as to who was winning. Out of the corner of her eye, Quinn saw Tristan lingering on the edge of the group, and she started to move toward him, using his distraction to her advantage. She was almost upon him when she heard it, the sound of a stampede, and hundreds of vampires emerged from the woods, racing toward them. Daniel saw them too, and he issued a cry of warning, impossible for Drake and Charlotte to miss. Drake was hurt, though he was faring far better than Charlotte. But the sight of so many vampires coming to her aid left only one logical solution. He slapped Charlotte hard across the cheek with his right hand, while plunging his left into her pocket. A second later, he grabbed Quinn's elbow.
Time to go.
"No!" she screamed. "We can't leave Daniel." But it was too late. Drake had already swept her up in his arms. To her relief, he stayed still, looking toward the heavens. "No!" Quinn yelled again, pummeling his chest. Her cries seemed to be amplified, echoing around them. And then she realized that it wasn't her screaming. Hurtling out of the sky above them soared an Orochian dragon, its mouth opening. Quinn saw the flames erupt from its throat, and she shielded her face, expecting to be incinerated. Only the pain didn't come. Instead, the advancing army took the brunt of it, many burnt to a crisp and the rest scattering in different directions. Quinn watched over Drake's shoulder as Tristan hauled at Charlotte's arm, pulling her away to safety. The other vampires followed as the giant beast circled back again.
Run!
Drake roared, and Daniel cast one last longing look at the departing horde before heeding the warning and sprinting in the opposite direction. Drake forced himself to run alongside Daniel at a normal pace.
"Friends of yours?"
he asked, and Quinn followed the line of his gaze to see the Orochian flying parallel on their other side, with Monique and Braden on its back. "Put me down," she hissed in response. Drake obliged, but he stayed with them. Reaching the courtyard, they found Isaiah standing amid ash and bodies. He turned as they approached, but relaxed when he recognized them. Nearby, Lenora was crouched beside Jonas, and Monique slid from the Orochian's back, hurrying over to them. The dragon stood perfectly still, the tips of his enormous wings sweeping the stone floor. Quinn was relieved to see Channon, Rafe, and 4 other wolves on the other side of the courtyard, surrounded by shaggy corpses. The wolves were in a bad way, their coats wet with blood, most of it their own. Rafe was whimpering, the high-pitched sound even more desolate than a human cry, and Quinn felt her heart crash to a halt in her chest as she spotted the lifeless form of a pale auburn wolf at his feet. She forced herself not to approach them. There would be time to grieve for Reyna later. From the look of it, most of the pack had been eradicated. "Where is everyone?" Quinn asked. In answer, Piper, Liam, and Garrett emerged from a nearby alleyway.
"Lucas is dead,"
Garrett announced immediately. Piper's tear-streaked face crumpled.
"Where's Blair?"
Liam asked, scanning the faces. Before Daniel could answer, Liam's eyes found Drake, and he yanked his stake from his belt. "No." Quinn stepped between them.
"Blair didn't make it,"
Daniel intoned hollowly. He was eyeing Quinn curiously, and she held her breath, waiting for him to implicate Drake. But he said nothing more.
"Tristan?"
Piper asked, suddenly noticing that he was unaccounted for. "Tristan betrayed us," Quinn replied. "He is the one who brought them through the gateway." She had known there was a traitor in their midst for some time, But the other Guardian's reaction to this announcement reminded her just how impossible it seemed. The fact that it was Tristan was even more incomprehensible. They wavered between disbelief and disgust. "What do we do, Isaiah?" Quinn asked desperately.
Monique.
He called her over.
Did you get it?
Monique opened her palm, revealing the blood-red stone.
Is that?
Piper let the question hang.
The Hawkstone.
Isaiah confirmed, placing a hand on Monique's shoulder.
You did it.
Can we open the portal?
Daniel clutched at this new shred of hope, but Isaiah shook his head.
We need all 12 crystals.
Quinn.
Drake murmured low in her ear. She felt his hand brush hers and was about to pull away when he pressed something hard into her palm. The amber crystal felt oddly unfamiliar in her grasp.
I took it off her just before we fled. This one too.
He deposited Avery's aquamarine into her other hand.
I should never have taken them. I'm sorry.
Everyone had turned to watch, their eyes wide at the sight of the 2 stones that might have been lost forever.
The Rose Gate.
Daniel got back to the point.
We need to open it. It's the only safeguard now that the city is lost. Winter's magic is the only hope we have.
We do not have Lucas's crystal.
Isaiah reminded.
Or Blair's. Only the Guardians who replace them will know where they are.
I know where Blair's crystal is, Quinn finally admitted. Stepping into their midst, she held out her arm, exposing her tattoo. The white ink had been burned black. Chapter 7. Time seemed to stand still as, one by one, the others laid eyes on the black ink that marked Quinn as a hunter. She had replaced Blair, which meant that somewhere out there someone else had just been marked as her replacement. Drake, most affected by the sight of her wrist, kept his emotions strictly in check. It was Daniel who broke the silence.
I wondered how you got so good.
He mused, recalling how intensely she had fought after Blair's death. It had happened the moment Blair had died, the white-hot pain forcing Quinn to her knees. But, with the hunter's mark, came a hunter's instinct, as well as the superior strength hunters were endowed with. You need to leave, Quinn said, turning to Drake. She couldn't be around him now, not after he had killed Blair. Surprisingly, she was not driven to harm him by her new and untamed hunter's instinct, but more out of rage for his actions. Drake didn't move, reeling from the revelation that he had done this. He had taken the life of a hunter, and Eldon's magic had dictated that a new hunter would take her place.
Not you,
he whispered. He would spend an eternity trying to earn her forgiveness for what he had done to Blair, but this was one obstacle they could never overcome. He had turned her into this, just as he had turned Charlotte into a monster. It was a curse. It had to be. That every time he cared for a woman, he brought her nothing but pain and misery. Oblivious to Drake's despair, Daniel continued.
We need to save as many of the wards as we can and get them away from here until we can retrieve the stones.
Even if we find Blair's crystal, Lucas's too for that matter, there's no way we'll get our hands on Tristan's.
Liam pointed out. We'll get it, Quinn murmured, even if I have to rip it from his dead fingertips. But you're right. For now, our main priority is finding the wards that are still alive and getting them as far from here as we can. The sun will be up soon. If we can keep them safe just a little longer. we may have a chance to escape.
Don't bother searching for wolves,
Channon interjected, speaking for the first time. Quinn hadn't even noticed her approaching, but she stood right beside them, in human form, naked and blood-stained.
We are all that remains of the pack,
Channon hissed through gritted teeth, and Liam quickly shrugged out of his black coat and draped it over her shivering body. Quinn clapped a hand over her mouth. 6. Only 6 wolves remained out of a pack that had numbered over 30. The Fae? Quinn turned to Piper.
I don't know.
We can't stay here.
Liam pressed.
The city is overrun with vampires. It is only a matter of time before they find us. We should search for survivors and make a run for it.
I saw a large group of vampires heading toward the Unicorn Glade,
Garrett said.
We saw them too,
Daniel said.
I don't know if any of the herd survived.
We need to split up, Quinn instructed, trying not to think of the squealing sounds she had heard earlier. They couldn't leave without checking if any of the herd had survived. Liam, you and Garrett take the others and go to Kellen's house. He may still be there. We'll go to the glade. She nodded at Daniel. There's no point coming back here, so we'll meet in the woods outside of Cliffdale's borders, where the gypsies were camped, she added. And Monique, who knew the way well, nodded.
My dad...
Jonas managed, his voice breaking.
He went to try and help the unicorns.
If he's out there, we'll find him, Quinn reassured him. It was evident that Jonas was in considerable pain, and she didn't want to tell him that the chances that Balthazar and the others had survived this night were slim. Channon, she continued, you can't do any more here, and we cannot risk losing any more members of your pack. Reluctantly, Channon agreed.
We'll head straight for the clearing,
she promised.
We'll wait for you there.
The werewolves' heightened sense of smell would lead them to the gypsy clearing without a guide. As the others began to move in the direction of Kellen's house, Quinn turned back to Daniel and Braddon. Let's go.
I'm coming with you,
Isaiah said, and Lenora stepped in line beside him. The sight of her was too much for Quinn, who had purposely omitted Drake and Lenora from her plan. I'm sorry, Lenora, you need to leave. With him. She inclined her head at Drake, who had not spoken a word since his whispered denial. Lenora, however, was made of sterner stuff.
You need all the help you can get. I'm not leaving.
Neither am I.
Drake finally broke his silence. I cannot be around you. Quinn's message was clear, but Lenora wouldn't be swayed.
Well, then we'll stay out of your way,
she snapped, steering Drake toward Liam and Garrett's group. Isaiah watched her go with a thoughtful expression on his face. Drake didn't argue, but he and Lenora kept to the back of the small group, keeping their distance from the Guardians. Jonas shuffled along beside them, clutching his arms to his chest. He had waved away Monique's offer of help, knowing that he would only hinder her if they encountered any vampires. It turned out to be a good call, as, not 5 minutes from Kellen and Freya's house, a group ambushed them. Between the 3 of them, Liam, Garrett, and Monique took care of the threat, so that Piper barely needed to do anything. Drake joined the fray, single-handedly killing as many vampires as the Guardians combined, while Lenora stood guard over Jonas. They found only 2 vampires outside Kellen and Freya's house. Judging by the look of them, they had been tasked with standing guard over the Fae who had taken refuge inside the dwelling. The vampires couldn't get in, which was a relief. If the Fae had barricaded themselves inside their homes, as the Guardians had instructed, many might have survived after all.
Stay here,
Liam instructed Drake and Lenora, once he had dispatched the 2 vampire watchmen.
You too,
he added, speaking far more kindly to Monique. She shrugged, but as the other Guardians entered the house, to a relieved cry from the Fae inside, Monique walked toward the side of the house.
Where are you going?
Jonas whispered.
The shed.
Without any further explanation, she picked her way across the neat lawn and rounded the corner, disappearing from view. Drake couldn't allow the young girl to go alone, so he stayed Jonas with a single stern look, and then followed her around the back of the house to the shed, leaving Lenora to remain with the boy. Drake heard the scratching before Monique opened the door, and he listened intently, trying to figure out what was behind it.
Wait here,
Monique cautioned, slipping through the crack. The tiny hisses and clicks could only be one thing, and, a moment later, Monique was back, clutching a large wooden crate. Drake peered through the planks in wonder at the 8 baby dragons.
I can't leave them.
Monique set her jaw stubbornly.
I wasn't going to suggest it.
By the time they returned, Liam and Garrett were emerging from the house. The small group watched with mixed emotions as Kellen and Freya, carrying baby Sage, followed them. Monique heaved a sigh of relief at the sight of Velkin, who stepped out next, followed by his parents, Anais and Harlan. Her relief was short-lived as Isadora emerged, sobbing piteously, supported by her husband Micah, whose face was wet with tears. Knowing Marin's parents, Monique knew there was only one thing that would cause them such grief. Turning, wide-eyed to Velkin, he confirmed her fears.
Marin didn't make it.
We can't leave her here,
Isadora howled, clutching at her husband's shirt. Micah steeled himself, trying to be strong for her sake.
We cannot take her with us,
He murmured gently.
How would we? She's safe now. She's gone where they can't hurt her anymore. All that remains is an empty shell.
I will bury her, Micah,
Isadora gasped.
We cannot leave her here, with them.
It was the first time Monique had ever heard a member of the Fae sound hateful. She hadn't believed them possible of such a toxic emotion.
I can take her,
she offered. It took a moment for Isadora to register who had spoken, but when she laid eyes on Monique, the young guardian nodded solemnly. Addressing Micah directly, she watched as his eyes crumpled, his facade so fragile she didn't think he would hold out much longer.
If you can carry her as far as the fountain, I can take her from there.
Their progress was much slower now that they had 8 fairies traveling with them, and twice more they came across groups of wandering vampires. It was soon evident which of the homes in Summerfeld sheltered survivors. Outside of each were 2 vampire guards, stationed to keep an eye on those who had become prisoners in their homes. They found another 8 survivors, including a very old Fae woman named Evangeline, who was calmly whittling arrowheads when they arrived. A remarkably well-crafted bow rested against the armchair where she sat.
Evangeline?
Kellen murmured softly as he approached.
It's time to go.
Without missing a beat, she slotted the arrow into her quiver and shouldered her bow.
What was she doing?
Lenora gave Freya an arch look as they watched through the open doorway.
Evangeline was once the greatest archer of us all.
Freya smiled.
She's a fighter too. I guess she figured she'd take out as many vampires as she could in the time she had left.
Watching the frail old woman shuffling down the steps, her long braided hair pure white with age, Lenora gave an indiscreet chuckle. Quick as a flash, Evangeline rounded on her, and Lenora's laughter died in her throat. The older woman's eyes were as white as her hair, but they stared directly at Lenora.
She's blind?
Lenora gasped when Evangeline had moved on, aided by Kellen.
She sees things that others can't,
Freya replied, which wasn't an answer either way.
There are no more.
Liam spoke softly.
It's time to go.
Drake didn't want to leave without Quinn, but Lenora insisted.
You want them to trust you? You do as they say,
she whispered, as they followed the others out of the city.
Quinn doesn't want you around right now, understandably,
she added, throwing him a look that clearly said, I told you so. Heaving a sigh, knowing she would have a lot more to say later, he forced himself to keep moving. The Orochian dragon was waiting near the fountain when they returned, and Monique walked straight toward it.
Put her here.
Monique spoke softly to Micah, and, with Kellen's help, he draped Marin's pale form across the dragon's shoulders. The Orochian stayed perfectly still, as though it sensed the value of the precious burden it now carried.
Monique,
Kellen warned, as she tried to hoist the heavy crate up onto its back. The Orochians had destroyed the last of the adult Chumana dragons, and here Monique was loading the hatchlings onto an Orochian's back. To his surprise, the Orochian merely snorted, twisting its neck around and sniffing the crate. He flattened his ears against his head and gave an unearthly screech, but Monique didn't seem concerned, smacking him hard on the nose as she would an unruly dog.
No,
she snapped, clambering onto his back. Velkin gazed up at her with adoring admiration, and even Kellen smiled.
It seems the rumors are true,
he whispered.
The dragons really will do a rider's bidding, no matter what it is.
Kellen had known Alain, the original dragon rider. He had been able to tame the beasts too, but he had never attempted anything like this.
Jonas, get on,
Monique called down, but Jonas shook his head. His arms were in agony, and there was no way he would be able to hold on.
I'll take care of him,
Lenora offered, sensing Monique was torn. Mindful of Isadora's quiet sobs, they all stepped back as the Orochian beat its enormous wings and took off into the night.
Time to go,
Liam instructed, and he led the weary party up and out of Cliffdale. Deep inside Summerfeld, Quinn's group proceeded with caution as they continued their search for the unicorns. Having Isaiah and Daniel with her comforted Quinn, but ironically, it was her father's solid presence beside her that calmed her the most, as they moved like shadows through the dark. Quinn could sense the vampires even though they were nowhere near her, and she marveled at her new hunting instinct, sending it out into the night around her and stretching her ability. She was already getting a feel for it and how best to use it. They walked for some time, encountering no threat. The woods were ominously silent with no sign of any life, but still they pressed on. Nobody wanted to admit that they were wasting their time. If it was at all possible that even one unicorn remained, It was their duty to find it. A screech broke the dead calm, and Quinn turned to see the mighty Orochian rise into the air and head east. They had covered a lot of ground, and she could barely discern Monique astride the dragon's back, but it looked as though there was something or someone else with her.
They're leaving,
Braden murmured.
At least they made it.
Daniel's relief was obvious. The sun will be up soon, Quinn observed. Do you think the vampires will leave? Maybe we could take back the city?
There isn't any point.
Daniel interrupted.
Summerfeld no longer exists. It is now simply an extension of the human town of New Haven. It's best to get as far away as we can.
And then what?
Then we prepare for the worst. Without the enchantments to conceal the wards, they're vulnerable. We won't be able to hide forever. The vampires will hunt us down in man's realm, as they did centuries ago, before the city was ever created. This war is only just beginning.
The Blood War was never really over,
Isaiah added.
Eldon simply put it on hold. Now we will have to finish it, one way or another.
He didn't add that, without the Fey magic, it would hardly be a war. It would be a slaughter. At the defeated look on the others' faces, Daniel spoke determinedly.
We will open the Rose Gate and release Winter from the temple,
he vowed.
Only Eldon's heir and the magic of the Fae can restore the city. But until then, we have to protect the survivors.
There was no doubt that the tragic events of this night would never be reversed. Species would be lost, and the 10 would cease to exist, but they could save the wolves and the Fae. With any luck, the dragons and the merfolk would survive on their own.
Shh.
Braden waved his arm, silencing them.
Do you hear that?
Quinn strained her ears and heard it too. Her heart soared as the sound of galloping hooves reached them, soft at first, but growing in volume with every passing second. As one, they rushed to intercept the sound. The unicorns were almost upon them when Isaiah let out a melodious whistle. Primera burst from the trees, rearing up on his hind legs and almost crushing Quinn on his way down. Zinnia was with him, and, to Quinn's delight, so was Dessa, Primera's previous mate. Most astonishing, however, was the sight of Balthazar and Rowena and Cosima astride 3 of the 4 mares in tow.
They're coming!
Balthazar cried a warning, and Quinn's stomach turned as she sensed the vampires closing in on them. Knowing he would not tolerate a male rider, Quinn vaulted onto Primera's back. Daniel mounted Zinnia and Isaiah. Dessa. Sheehan almost bucked Braden off as he clambered clumsily onto her back, and Quinn recalled that her father had never been particularly prone to riding as had the other guardians. The vampires had slain most of the herd, and Primera would not wait a moment longer. Rearing up again, with Quinn clinging to his mane, he ricocheted forward, and the 6 mares thundered after him. Not a moment too soon, Quinn thought, as she felt rather than heard the pursuit of the vampires moving through the woods toward them. Bypassing the courtyard, the guardians guided their mounts to the far right of the cathedral as they galloped flat out up the long hill which led out of the valley. Quinn glanced back at the chaos that had previously been the city of Summerfeld. The devastating damage to the cathedral became harder to discern, the further away they traveled. It was situated in the very center of the cornflower field, and the city itself stretched beyond. With a heavy heart, Quinn's eyes trailed from the lunar woods on one side of the city to the mountains that rose up in the east, a formidable backdrop to the town nestled in the center. For 1,000 years, this place had served as a sanctuary to the last remaining survivors of the mystical realm. They had failed. The Guardians had failed. The army of vampires followed them for only a few moments, falling back as the impending dawn finally called a halt to their night of terror, and Quinn faced forward once more, toward an uncertain future. Chapter 8. By the time they reached the clearing, the unicorns were exhausted. Their flanks heaved and froth covered their mouths, and their eyes rolled wildly in sheer terror. At the sight of the others, safe and gloriously alive, Quinn felt her knees go weak, although their pitiful number reminded her, once again, just how much they had lost during the terrifying course of the previous evening. Braddon slid to the ground before Sheehan had even slowed to a walk, thrilled to be back on solid ground. Daniel hastened over to Liam for a report on what had happened, but Quinn noticed Isaiah hesitate, his eyes searching the group. 2 people were conspicuous by their absence.
Where are Drake and Lenora?
Isaiah murmured, confirming Quinn's suspicions. She knew he was most concerned for Lenora, but was trying desperately to hide it.
They left shortly after we arrived.
It was Liam who answered.
The sun was rising.
Kellen and Velkin immediately led the small herd to the stream, comforting them in low voices. The Orokian, soothed by Monique's presence, barely lifted his great head as they passed. Assessing the fairies huddled together in the center of the clearing, Quinn was surprised to see Evangeline had made it out. The Fey woman had always been reclusive, but now she stood tall and proud, her bow at the ready, watching over the other women. The wolves had formed a protective circle around them in various states of undress. The Fae had offered up what little clothing they could to protect their modesty, but it wasn't necessary. Dark stains of blood and dirt cloaked them like a second skin. It took Quinn a moment to locate the source of the soft weeping emanating from the huddled group at their feet. But the second she took in Isadora's creased, woe-begone face and the still form on the ground beside her, she knew what had happened. Placing one foot in front of the other, Quinn stepped forward until she was gazing down at the body. Too many Fae had lost their lives tonight, but the sight of Marin, a beautiful young fairy who epitomized the very best of them, filled Quinn with a hopelessness that threatened to overwhelm her. Biting back a cry of rage, she quickly backed away, wishing she could eradicate the sight from her mind, but it was burned into her memory. Casting a helpless glance around, she spotted Rowena stooped over Jonas, who was moaning softly, his face white as a sheet, but covered in sweat. Rowena's maternal concern brought something else to the forefront of Quinn's mind. She had deliberately not thought of Jack and Ava since the fighting began, but now that the wards were safe, at least temporarily, her fear for the twins' safety swooped over her. Isaiah was washing the Slayer sword in the stream as she approached. Isaiah, her voice trembled. Camille and the twins.
I will send word to let them know what has happened,
he soothed.
They will know not to return.
Tristan is the traitor. Jack and Ava aren't safe. He'll find them.
Only I know where they are.
Isaiah reminded her.
Tristan will not find them, trust me. Besides, despite what he has done, Jack and Ava are his children. I doubt Tristan will want them anywhere near the vampires.
We have no idea what Tristan is capable of. Quinn spat. Now that she had had time to think, she was overcome with embarrassment and furious that she hadn't realized what was going on. Of all the Guardians, she had been closest to Tristan, and yet she hadn't considered that he might be the traitor. She hadn't wanted to believe it. Maybe if she had just paid closer attention, she might have been able to stop him.
Quinn.
Isaiah placed a hand on her shoulder.
You can't blame yourself. You couldn't have known.
She opened her mouth to protest, and then shut it again, tears of humiliation pricking at her eyes. Only now that they were out of immediate danger was the gravity of what Tristan had done becoming real. Why? She whispered desolately. Why would he do this?
That is something we may never know,
Isaiah replied.
It is possible that Avery's death unhinged him, or perhaps he was never as committed to Summerfeld as we believed him to be.
Or maybe he was always rotten to the core. Quinn's anger was building, and her body trembled as she recalled how sweetly he had seduced her. I believed him. She shook her head in disgust. I believed that he cared for me, that he loved me, when all he wanted was my crystal, mine and Avery's. Isaiah didn't question how she knew this, and Quinn was grateful for that fact. Tristan had only really started courting her in earnest when he learned that she had discovered the location of Avery's crystal. He had also shown up in Brookfield when she went to hide the crystals, on the pretext of missing her. No doubt he had hoped to persuade her to tell him where she had hidden them, or, even better, to catch her in the act. Wordlessly, she withdrew the crystals from her pocket, shuddering at how close she had come to losing them. You're sure Jack and Ava will be all right? She asked, not looking up.
Yes, I'm sure.
Quinn exhaled a deep breath and tried to collect her thoughts. Camille is going to go crazy when she hears what's happened. You know how she gets where Monique is concerned.
Monique can call her as soon as we get to someplace safe.
The sun protected them for now, but it wouldn't be long before they were all being hunted again. Trying to think of somewhere they could go, Quinn watched absent-mindedly as the unicorns lowered their heads to drink, when a terrible thought occurred to her. The fountain, she gasped. The water out here in the human world would satisfy their thirst, but without the fountain of youth, the wards would eventually lose their immortality.
We will return when the Rose Temple is opened.
Isaiah eased her fears.
When Wintier resurrects the enchantments and restores the city, he will make sure of it.
They fell silent as Piper approached, her clothing torn and bloody. Piper had fought well tonight, but she bore the scars of the violence far more deeply than the others. We can't stay here, she murmured. We're too close. Quinn gazed around the clearing, wondering where on earth they would be safe. They were down to 8 guardians, even with the help of their new gypsy friends. 16 fairies, 6 wolves, 7 unicorns, 8 Chumana hatchlings, and a fully grown Orochian dragon were going to be hard to hide. Balthazar, she turned to where the gypsy knelt beside Rowena. Rowena was bandaging Jonas's arms with a heavy strip of fabric torn from her skirt. Satisfied that Jonas would be okay, Balthazar got to his feet and came to stand before them. He was hesitant, still unsure of his reception. "Do you know of any place we might be able to hide?" Quinn asked.
So now you are prepared to accept my help?
He replied wryly. "You saved them." Quinn gestured at the small herd, which, having quenched their thirst, were shaking their heads in distress. "If it wasn't for you, they wouldn't be here. That's good enough for me." She swallowed her pride and held out her right hand. Balthazar hesitated only a moment before grasping it firmly in his own.
"We are here to help,"
he stressed.
"But I'm sorry, I do not know of such a place."
Quinn nodded her acceptance. It had been a long shot. There was only one other person left to ask. Drake might know of somewhere they could take refuge, and, as much as Quinn didn't want to ask for his help, she hardly had a choice. She also had a fairly good idea of where she might find him. "Stay here," she told the others. "Please," she added, as her father and Daniel made to argue. "I have an idea, but I need to check it out. We're safe here for now, at least, but we need to find somewhere to go before night falls. I'll be back as soon as I can." As she jogged away, Daniel turned to Braden.
"Follow her,"
he murmured. It was a few miles to town, but Quinn barely broke a sweat as she ran. When she entered the quiet streets, she deliberately concealed herself, ducking in and out of alleyways and hiding in an underground parking lot until she was sure she had lost her tail. She wasn't upset that they had sent someone after her. She had expected it. But she didn't want any witnesses to what she was about to do. She knew long before entering the diner that he wasn't there. Her hunter's instinct alerted her to his presence a good mile off, and she followed the trail to an abandoned schoolyard.
"I hoped you might find me,"
Drake spoke as she approached him from behind. He was sitting on a peeling bench, his dark head gazing at something near the ground at his feet. "I only came here because I had no one else to ask." Her voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. "I need to find somewhere safe. Somewhere we can go where they won't find us."
"And you trust me enough to take my word for it?"
"I don't trust you at all," she bit out savagely. "But you owe me this." Wearily, he got to his feet and turned to face her.
"I do,"
he agreed. Finally lifting his eyes, he read her intention in the icy violet of her own.
"And after I tell you,"
he whispered. And Quinn knew that he understood what she had come here to do. "Do you know of a place?" She avoided his question.
"Yes."
"Where is it?" He didn't answer. He just stood there, staring at her. When he did speak, it was to ask a question of his own.
"Are you going to kill me, Quinn?"
He wasn't going to tell her what she wanted to know, and, as soon as she realized it, Quinn launched her attack with the stake she had concealed behind her back. She had come here to kill him whether he helped her or not. He had murdered Blair in cold blood, and he had helped Charlotte destroy everything she held dear. The blood of the slaughtered wards was on his hands. Drake deflected her first blow, but not very effectively, as though his heart wasn't in it. Quinn immediately swiveled on the spot, adjusting her position and coming at him from the other side. Again, he knocked her arm aside just in time, but the tip of her stake grazed his chest, slicing a clean line through his black shirt and across his pale skin. Despite her rage, Quinn felt his pain as if it were her own. "Fight back, you son of a bitch!" she screamed, unable to get a clear shot at his heart. She needed this to end quickly before she lost her nerve. Throwing herself forward, she brought them both crashing to the ground.
"I won't hurt you,"
Drake hissed through clenched teeth. The pain of his wound hindered his ability to fight back even if he had wanted to, but he held her at bay, grabbing the stake in her hand with both of his and keeping it only a few inches above his chest as Quinn pushed down with all of her strength. Inch by inch, the deadly tip moved closer to his heart, shuddering as Quinn's hands shook with exertion. Her face grew red and her eyes narrowed with the effort.
"Quinn,"
he breathed, his eyes drawn to hers, the perfect blend of violet and blue.
"You will never know how sorry I am. I know nothing will ever make up for what I have done, but you have to let me help you. I would never, ever hurt you. You have to believe that."
He couldn't look back at the stake. All he could see were those eyes, the last thing he would ever see. They were so beautiful he almost didn't mind. "They are all going to die," Quinn sobbed. "All of them. Because of you. You did this for Charlotte. For the quest."
"I know."
The words, though barely more than a whisper, seemed to echo through the empty schoolyard around them, carried by the wind.
"And I have no excuse. Charlotte bewitched me, as she has so many times before, and I couldn't think straight. But you saved me. Don't you see that?"
Quinn finally lifted her eyes to meet his, the truth in his words impossible to deny, but eliciting a million questions.
"She meant to kill you,"
Drake continued.
"and I couldn't let that happen. You freed me. You freed me from the hold she had over me."
Quinn's hand faltered on the stake, and she realized that she should never have looked into his eyes. They were Arctic green, but when he looked at her, they were familiar and kind and filled with something that made him somehow less of a monster and more of a man. "You're lying." She tried one last time to hold on to her anger, to do what needed to be done.
"I'm not going to fight you,"
he murmured, an infinite sadness coming over him.
"I swear on everything I hold dear that I didn't mean to kill your friend. I don't even know what happened. I would never have done this to you."
His gaze fell to her wrist and lingered on the black tattoo.
"I can only hope that one day you will accept that and know that I never meant to hurt you. I know that nothing can ever be between us, not now, after everything I've done. But you need to know the truth. I love you, Quinn. I've loved you since the day we met, and I will love you until hell freezes over, seeing as that's where I'm going."
Quinn heard his words, but she didn't understand them until he finally said,
"I'm going to let go now."
Her eyes widened in shock and understanding as Drake's arms dropped limply to his sides, and he closed his eyes in a gesture of utter acceptance. Quinn fell forward as the resistance against her arms ceased suddenly, a cry of, "No!" erupting from her lips as she moved with lightning reflexes and collapsed heavily onto his chest, the stake trapped innocently between them. Quinn stifled a sob as his arms came around her, pulling her even closer. Her hands were still clutched around the handle of the stake, which was cold against her stomach, lying flat between them. She had twisted it just in time, averted the point so that no harm would come to him. She had betrayed her own, betrayed the wards she was sworn to protect, betrayed everything she stood for to save the life of the vampire she had fallen in love with. Drake held her as she wept, wishing for all the world he could take her pain away. His own heart was heavy in his chest as he considered how many of the Summerfeld wards would have been slaughtered by now, and he could only imagine her grief. When she finally pulled away from him, he thought his heart would burst, but he held his tongue, knowing that anything he said now would only make things worse. Quinn composed herself, angrily brushing away her tears. "You said you know of a place I can take them, where they will be safe," she croaked eventually, keeping her back to him. "Where is it?"
Lenora's house. She's always lived off the grid. Not even the council knows where it is. You'll be safe there.
"Where is it?"
It's a 3-day journey north of here.
He gave her the directions, wishing she would turn around. When he had finished, she nodded. "Thank you." She had taken only one step when he called her.
Quinn!
"I can't." She shook her head. "Please, just leave me alone." "We head north," Quinn told the others when she reached the clearing.
"Where have you been?"
Braddon's voice was a mixture of frustration that she had so easily eluded him and relief that she was okay. "I found Drake and Lenora. They were holed up in a motel. Lenora has offered her home to us. It's out of the way and the vampires don't know about it, but we have to get moving. It's a long way."
Wait a minute.
Daniel raised his voice as everyone got to their feet.
Quinn, I don't know what your intentions are with regard to the vampire, but he is not welcome to come with us. Lenora has proven herself trustworthy, but Drake is our enemy. I may have tolerated him inside the city because we needed his help, but he murdered Blair. If he comes within 5 feet of us, I will kill him.
Quinn met his gaze unflinchingly. "Blair's death pained me far more than it did you," she said, as she held out her wrist to prove her point, and Daniel gazed upon her black tattoo as she continued. "You don't need to tell me what he is or what he's done. I know. He won't come near us again." Chapter 9. Charlotte dipped an idle finger into the fountain as she waited. The water, black in the moonlight, burned her finger instantly, and she yanked it out, watching as the blistered flesh healed. She had been waiting all day for night to fall, and now that it had, it was only a matter of time before the council arrived to see for themselves what she had accomplished. She had sent Tristan home to rest. The Guardian had done well and deserved a reprieve. He was displeased that the others had managed to escape, but they would soon be taken care of. Tristan and Charlotte had never consummated their unlikely friendship, but with Tane and Drake gone, and her insatiable physical appetite unmet, she pondered the possibility of taking their relationship to the next level. The thought of Drake incensed her. She was furious that he had chosen the unremarkable guardian woman over her. Charlotte had recognized Quinn instantly, but Tristan had never mentioned her alliance with Drake. He had clearly underestimated their relationship, which was certainly more than a simple friendship, given that Drake had risked everything to protect her. No, Charlotte knew better than that. Drake was in love with Quinn, which meant that he had never really fallen for Charlotte's own charms. It was the ultimate insult and the cause of her foul temper. Again, she stuck her finger under the gurgling water in a masochistic rage.
Charlotte.
A deep voice greeted her, and she smiled an evil, arrogant smile as she turned to face the council.
Roman.
She narrowed her eyes.
Where are Sloane and Dimitri?
After what she had accomplished, she expected a hero's welcome. She had achieved the impossible, and she deserved to be applauded by the others. In fact, the entire council should be at her feet.
I came alone.
Roman spoke softly.
I wanted to speak with you before the others arrived.
Appeased, Charlotte settled back on the fountain's edge, crossing her ankles daintily and waiting expectantly for the praise that never came.
Well,
she snapped eventually.
What is it that you wanted to say?
On the contrary,
he drawled menacingly.
It was you who wished to speak with me.
Charlotte narrowed her eyes in confusion.
Weren't you insisting on a face-to-face meeting only a few days ago?
He sneered, and Charlotte's heart dropped into her stomach as the meaning of his words sunk in. Leaping from the fountain, she dropped meekly to the ground at his feet.
Forgive me, sire,
she pleaded, all traces of arrogant pride vanishing instantly.
I did not know.
Of course you didn't. Only my most trusted circle knows of my true identity. After your feat this evening, you are now within that circle. Get to your feet, Charlotte.
He ordered.
You have done me a great service, and for that you will be rewarded.
Thank you, sire.
After what you have accomplished, you may call me Alexei.
He smiled, his fangs glinting in the moonlight. Alexei Mortain had kept the flame of his revenge alight for over 1,000 years. He would never forgive Eldon for murdering his only son, Julian. Ina's death had gone some way toward balancing the scales of justice, but Alexei would not be satisfied until every single member of the Fae and the creatures that had fought alongside them were obliterated. He had waged a war that had been as bloody as it was bold, and one by one, Eldon's supporters had fallen to the might of Alexei's army. Then Eldon had created Summerfeld and called upon the 12 human guardians to protect it and its inhabitants, and Alexei had feared that his vengeance might never be realized. The city was hidden by powerful magic, and, wary of the hunters his enemy had created, Alexei had retreated, lurking in the shadows under a false identity. It had infuriated him and reduced him to nothing more than a coward. Now Charlotte had changed everything. She and the guardian who had been coerced. He could still barely believe it.
Take me to the guardian,
Alexei ordered, and Charlotte hastily complied. Tristan opened the door, wondering why Charlotte would call on him at this late hour when she had been so adamant that he rest. To his surprise, when he opened the door, she was not alone.
Tristan?
She smiled, looking apprehensive.
I would like you to meet King Alexei.
Tristan's mouth gaped. Alexei had not been seen or heard of in over 1,000 years. Many believed he had died of a broken heart, just like King Eldon himself.
Invite me in,
Alexei instructed, and Tristan heard the power resonating in his voice.
Of course, come in.
He stepped aside and they entered the house.
I must say I was most surprised to learn that a guardian had betrayed the city,
Alexei mused, his eyes sweeping the small living area.
Although I can certainly understand your decision, given the circumstances.
He stopped before the portrait of Avery, gazing at it thoughtfully.
May I ask how you fought your tainted blood?
Alexei asked, referring to the blood of the 10 that flowed through Tristan's veins.
It was not without difficulty.
Tristan replied evenly.
Eldon's magic is very powerful.
Alexei conceded.
Not powerful enough.
Alexei chuckled. The boy had nerve.
Where is your crystal?
May I?
Tristan asked, and Alexei stepped away from the portrait. Feeling around the base of the frame, Tristan pulled it away from the wall, exposing a tiny hollow in the brick behind it. Stepping aside, Tristan gestured Alexei forward. Inside the hollow was a small package, wrapped in cloth, and Alexei leaned forward to retrieve it, opening it up to reveal the dark tanzanite crystal within.
Where are the others?
Alexei's question unsettled both Tristan and Charlotte.
My wife's sister found her crystal before I could. I had hoped to convince her to reveal the location of both Avery's and her own. But sadly, there wasn't enough time.
You mean you couldn't seduce her?
Alexei's displeasure was obvious, but Tristan ignored the barb.
I had also hoped to convince my niece, but she was distracted.
Distracted?
She was under Isaiah's tutelage, and what little free time she had was spent with a gypsy boy she took a liking to.
A gypsy boy.
Alexei made a mental note. He would have his people hunt down the gypsies and find out what they knew.
Charlotte.
He turned on her suddenly, and she seemed to shrink under his scrutiny.
I did manage to secure 2 of the crystals, my lord, although I am not sure who they belong to.
Where are they now?
They were taken from me,
Charlotte lamented.
Taken? By whom?
A vampire named Drake.
Her lip curled.
He is working with the Guardians.
Drake? I've never heard of him.
He is nothing. A nobody.
And yet he managed to outwit you.
Charlotte squirmed with embarrassment.
I will find the stones.
No matter, my dear.
Alexei softened considerably.
So long as we have one crystal, the others are useless. The rose gate cannot be opened.
He closed the portrait and stared once more at Avery's form.
She was very beautiful, your wife,
he said. Charlotte's eyes narrowed as she gazed upon the portrait. Such a striking likeness of her nemesis, Quinn.
Thank you.
Tristan acknowledged the compliment.
What happened to her?
The question caught Tristan off guard.
She was killed,
he replied eventually. Alexei didn't ask how, but the nasty smile that crossed his face implied he knew all too well.
Charlotte.
Alexei turned to her, and to her astonishment he offered her Tristan's crystal.
Make sure that you take better care of this one.
I will guard it with my life, my lord,
Charlotte vowed. Chapter 10. The Guardians had led the precious group all through the day. Not used to such arduous travel, many of the wards were in a bad way, but they pressed on, determined to get as far away from Summerfeld as possible. Quinn noticed that the gypsies were faring almost as well as the Guardians, no doubt used to the hardships of being on the road with little to eat or drink. Lenora joined the weary travelers a few hours after sundown. She didn't say much, but she guided them well, and her presence went a long way toward bolstering their spirits. Nobody questioned her presence there. It occurred to Quinn that, as precarious as their situation was, the more fighters they had, the better. No one wanted to turn away someone who would help, regardless of how strange the alliance might be. Quinn also used Lenora as a gauge of her hunter instincts. She was pleasantly surprised to find that she could be in Lenora's company quite comfortably. The hunter's instincts enabled them to track and kill vampires, but they could control their talent. Lenora was no threat, and, while Quinn was acutely aware of her and every move she made, she didn't have any urge to kill her. In addition to their physical fatigue, the journey was fraught with tension as they evaded human settlements. It was imperative that they kept the wards hidden and didn't draw any attention to themselves. The unicorns seemed to sense the danger they were in and heeded every gentle command issued to them by the Fae. But the Orokian could not be controlled, nor could he walk more than a few miles as the rest of them could.
Damn it!
Daniel cursed, as, with a thunderous whine, the dragon took off once more, rising straight up into the air. Monique's face peered helplessly down at them. Not much she can do about it, Quinn pointed out wryly. Monique's sheer presence calmed the Orokian enough that it moved meekly along with their group, not trying to savage anyone, or worse, but she could hardly control the beast's instinct to fly. Fortunately, they were taking the road less traveled and no one had been around to observe him. Yet.
At least it's dark now,
Lenora offered. Jonas, who was walking beside her, smiled for the first time since sustaining his injuries.
My surgeon will attend to you the second we arrive,
Lenora added consolingly. Quinn, whose mind would not be still, slowly fell back, letting the others get ahead of her.
Are you okay?
Isaiah, astute as ever, had noticed, and slowed his pace to match hers. I'm fine, she sighed.
I am sorry about Drake.
He's a vampire. I should have expected it.
They're not all bad,
he reminded her, and she followed the line of his gaze to watch Lenora up ahead.
And unlike the rest of us, I know how it feels to care about one of them.
You loved her. Quinn spoke without thinking, but his answer was as unexpected as it was tragic.
I still do,
he replied simply.
But I am the Slayer, and I hurt her very deeply. I don't think she will ever forgive me.
I don't believe that. You couldn't help it, Isaiah. It's not your fault. You made a mistake. Granted, it was a pretty big one, but you didn't choose to be what you are.
Exactly.
He smiled knowingly, and Quinn got the distinct feeling that he wasn't talking about himself anymore. That's different.
Is it? Drake made a mistake, just like I did. He acted instinctively, just as I did.
His amber eyes seemed to bore through her, as though he could read the truth in her troubled mind.
He didn't choose to be what he is either, Quinn.
So you disagree with Daniel?
Daniel will not be swayed. I believe it's in the best interest of everyone concerned that you keep Drake as far away from him as you can. But I know that this is not easy for you, and I wonder if the sacrifice you make today might haunt you tomorrow.
He left her then to consider his words. Alone once more with her thoughts, Quinn craved a distraction, anything to ease the incessant pounding in her head. Not too long after, she got exactly what she had wished for. She sensed them at the exact moment Daniel turned to warn the others. In unison, Quinn, Liam, and Garrett moved to each corner of their group, shepherding the others into a tight circle. With a low, snarling crescendo, the 6 wolves turned instantly. The other guardians moved to protect the wards, and Quinn heard the hiss of displaced air as Isaiah drew his sword.
Stay here,
Daniel warned him. Isaiah needed to keep the others safe, as difficult as it was for him to fight his urge to slay. That was the difference between the hunters and the slayer, Quinn realized. They could control their instincts, whereas Isaiah's were 1,000-fold stronger. It took incredible self-discipline for him not to act. Gritting his teeth, his eyes closed, Isaiah nodded, and Lenora moved discreetly away from him.
There,
Isaiah announced suddenly, pointing through a small copse of trees. The 4 hunters didn't hesitate. They darted forward. The threat lay in that direction, and it wouldn't get through them. Drawing their stakes as they ran, Quinn was astounded at how in sync they were, as though they were 4 parts of the same whole. The 6 vampires who had found them were not expecting the attack. No doubt they were mere scouts, searching the area for any sign of the group that had escaped the city. Whatever their intentions, they would not live to report back what they had discovered. It took less than 5 minutes for the hunters to eliminate them all. When they returned to the others, Quinn noticed her father watching her carefully. The wolves resumed their human form, and the others let out a collective sigh of relief as Daniel informed them that the danger had been taken care of.
We should keep going,
Daniel announced finally, and the exhausted group shuffled onwards. In the end, it took 3 full days and nights to reach Lenora's home. The wards barely slept, save for a few hours here and there when they stopped to rest, but the guardians stayed awake the entire journey. Quinn had never known such exhaustion, both mentally and physically, but she pushed on, knowing that her well-being was secondary to that of the precious travelers they guarded. Lenora traveled with them only at night, and it warmed Quinn's heart to see her interacting more and more with Isaiah. To his credit, he seemed to be adjusting to having her in such close proximity, although he held himself in a permanent state of tense self-control. He feared he would hurt her again, but Quinn could see that his fears were unfounded. She would bet her life on the fact that Isaiah would never harm a hair on Lenora's head. She only hoped that one day he might realize it himself.
How is she doing it?
Quinn heard Lenora ask, and she emerged from her private thoughts to find she had drifted close to them while walking. Isaiah chuckled, and Quinn followed the line of Lenora's gaze to see Evangeline walking nimbly across the rugged terrain.
I mean, she's blind, right?
Lenora pressed.
She is,
Isaiah confirmed.
Then how is she doing that?
Lenora waved her hands toward the ferry to emphasize her point.
I honestly don't know.
Isaiah shrugged.
It's freaky,
Lenora mumbled. She let the topic drop, but Quinn caught her staring at Evangeline more than once after that. They did not encounter any other vampires along the way, and, as they got closer to their destination, they felt content in the knowledge that they had not been followed and were unlikely to be found any time soon. They arrived an hour before sunrise. Drake hadn't been lying when he said Lenora's house was isolated. They had not seen any other dwellings for miles. Nestled in the most glorious piece of countryside, the house was enormous, and the grounds immaculate. Fields of green stretched as far as the eye could see, beautifully tended and spectacularly colorful for the home of a vampire. A Tudor-style mansion. The house itself was painted white with a classic black trim. It was a grand home, with high pillars, large bay windows, and an air of grace. Liam let out a low whistle as it came into view. They were close enough to see, despite the cover of night.
"Be it ever so humble?"
Lenora teased as they reached the front lawn.
"There are stables around the back,"
Lenora told them, as the door opened to reveal what Quinn could only assume was a butler. He was young, incredibly handsome, and very much human.
"Welcome home, Miss Lenora."
He smiled with genuine pleasure.
"Thank you, Dylan,"
she replied fondly.
"These are my guests, and they will be occupying the east wing. If you could see these gentlemen to the stables, please."
She gestured at Kellen and Velkin.
"Yes, ma'am,"
Dylan replied smoothly. If he was surprised to see a herd of unicorns, several bedraggled humans, and over a dozen fairies gathered on the front lawn, he didn't show it. The epitome of calm, he descended the steps, beckoning them to follow. A second later, he yelped in terror as the Orochian descended onto the perfectly manicured grass, Monique gray with fatigue on its back. Camouflaged by the black night, Dylan had had no warning of the dragon's arrival.
"Oh, for goodness sake, Dylan! It's only a dragon!"
Lenora snapped irascibly.
"Yes, ma'am,"
the young man apologized, before scuttling around the side of the house with Kellen and Velkin leading the herd behind him.
"Well, that's not something you see every day,"
Braddon drawled, and, despite their exhaustion, Quinn and the others burst out laughing. Chapter 11. Tristan sat in his usual seat at the council table, surrounded by vampires. He cursed the fact that their best-laid plans had been thwarted. Things were supposed to have ended when the vampires attacked, with all the other guardians dead or gone, leaving no threat to the new regime. Now, despite the fact that he was surrounded by a veritable army of vampires, he could not sleep easily, knowing that Quinn and the others were still out there. He had known the second he had learned he was to become a father that he could not live as a guardian should, putting the city first before his blood. Why should he? Why should the wards come before his children? But once a guardian, always a guardian. There was no backing out of this life, and so instead, he had decided to change his fate. Tristan had loved his human life. He had been popular and successful, and he had owned an upmarket penthouse apartment in a vibrant city. There had been no shortage of women clamoring for his attention. The world was his oyster until the day the white tattoo had branded his wrist, and he had had to give it all up. Like the others, he had initially been captivated by the thrall of the guardianship, and honored to trade that life for this one. He had met Quinn, and their romance had blossomed, but secretly, he envied her strength and her talent. Quinn was brave and determined, but she would never put Tristan on a pedestal, like so many human women had before her. Avery, so like her sister, but softer and more insecure, had done just that. She had adored him, and Tristan had chosen her over Quinn because she reminded him of his old life, a life that he had begun to miss. He couldn't help but compare the tiny one-bedroom cottage in Summerfeld with the opulence of his penthouse in the real world. Years of discontent had festered, clashing violently with the oath he had taken, until one day he discovered he was able to do the impossible. He had come across 2 vampires on a routine assignment, and, for the first time, he had hesitated. What was the point of it all? Spending an eternity delaying the inevitable? He had seen enough to know that the balance would never be restored, and he knew the war would never end, so he had made a choice to end it, the only way he knew how. Tristan no longer cared who won. He just wanted it over. Charlotte had sensed his weakness that day, and she had preyed upon it. It hadn't taken long for them to make a deal, one that would finally allow the vampires to gain the upper hand. Tristan had made a deal with the devil, and he would see it through no matter what. But his plans had gone awry. Quinn had not come around as easily as he had hoped. Then she had killed Caleb, who had been working with Charlotte. Lenora had warned the Guardians of the attack. And finally, Drake had chosen to protect Quinn over the quest. The vampire was obviously in love with her, but Tristan had believed Quinn too loyal to Summerfeld to reciprocate his feelings. He had underestimated both of them. If anyone was more enraged by Drake's feelings for Quinn, it was Charlotte. Unlike Tristan's feeble attempts at seducing Quinn, Charlotte had given her all to ensure that Drake fell for her charms, and she had had no doubt he would serve her loyally for as long as she needed him. It stung her pride that he had chosen another over her, both because she found herself so attracted to him after all these years, and because it made her look bad in front of Alexei. The Vampire King was everything Charlotte had dreamed he would be. Strong, ruthless, and contemptible. Charlotte wanted nothing more than to be in his favor, but he held her at arm's length, reducing her to a groveling servant. Worse still, Sloane was determined to continue their affair, his lust fueled by Charlotte's victory. He found her newly elevated status almost as attractive as he found her body, and this increased his interest in her. Charlotte detested the weak-willed vampire, but she needed to keep him sweet until she had eked out every last iota of his usefulness. She contented herself with watching Alexei adoringly as he issued instructions from his seat at the head of the table.
What progress have we made?
He demanded, his pale blue eyes glowing with purpose.
We have eliminated the griffins and most of the firebirds, my lord,
Dmitri replied. Charlotte wondered how she hadn't seen before how the others deferred to Alexei. Thinking back to their meeting at her home, she realized that they had been discreet, but it had always been there. They had looked to him for answers, and he had called the shots without it being obvious.
Most of the firebirds?
Alexei looked displeased, and Dmitri bowed his head.
Some managed to escape, sire.
The fact that they could fly seemed a perfectly reasonable excuse for this. But Alexei was unforgiving.
Hunt them down. Every last one. What about the others?
We are dealing with the dwarves as we speak, but the giants are proving more difficult to kill than we thought,
Dmitri continued nervously. Alexei sighed, as though the conversation was becoming tedious.
There's a prophecy that the giants cannot be killed by the gods alone.
His tone made it clear that by gods, he meant vampires.
But that they can be killed with the help of a mortal.
A mortal.
Dmitri turned automatically toward Tristan.
He is not mortal.
Alexei snapped. Technically, this was true. A guardian could be killed, but they would live forever. Otherwise.
I am referring to our human counterparts. They have weapons that can take care of the giants for us. That is, of course, if you can handle it.
Of course.
Dmitri nodded.
I will find what we need.
Satisfied, Alexei granted him a reprieve, turning instead to Sloane.
You will take up this task,
he instructed.
Me?
Yes, you.
Alexei sneered.
Or do you feel it is beneath you to serve your king directly? My sources tell me you stayed well out of the fighting when the city was attacked. Are you perhaps too valuable to risk your life in my service, Sloane?
No, my lord.
Sloane simpered pathetically.
I simply thought it prudent.
Do not think, Sloane. I will do that for you. For now, your sole purpose is to get me the weapons I require to destroy the winged beasts.
Yes, sire.
What of the merfolk?
Alexei asked Dmitri, having shamed Sloane enough to warrant continuing.
We have not seen any sign of them, my lord. But there are only a handful of lakes within the city that could sustain them.
They're in Lake Avalon.
Tristan interjected.
At the base of Dragon's Peak.
Alexei turned triumphantly back to Dmitri with a questioning look.
Knowing their location brings us no closer to finding them,
Sloane pointed out.
You don't need to find them.
The words dripped off Alexei's tongue.
Just poison the water.
Charlotte smiled sadistically, leaning toward him in her desire to be as close as possible, but Alexei barely noticed.
So that leaves the dragons?
He asked, and Dmitri hesitated before providing an answer.
They are impossible to reach. The few hunting parties we have sent to the peak have not returned.
Before Summerfeld was created, I eradicated entire species.
Alexei mused.
Even spread across the globe as they were. And yet you cannot seem to do the same, despite the fact that the Guardians have conveniently confined them to a small area.
His voice oozed with disdain.
We are doing everything we can, sire.
No, you're not.
Alexei roared, and every person at the table cowered in the face of his rage.
The city has fallen, and yet the creatures within it still survive.
Tristan listened to the conversation with only half an ear, gazing at the stone grooves on the altar. He had not told Charlotte the location of the Rose Gate, claiming that, like the Hawkstone, the Guardians did not know where it was. He kept this secret purely for altruistic motives. He might be working with them, but he didn't trust the vampires, and this was the leverage he might need later if they decided not to uphold their end of the deal. Charlotte had promised him 2 things in return for his help: his safety and his children, and Tristan intended to make sure she didn't renege.
The dragons have always been your failing,
Tristan interjected. Unlike the vampires seated around him, he had been taught to despise Alexei. And though his objective had changed, he did not fear him as they did.
1,000 years ago, you slaughtered entire species, yes. But you did not defeat the dragons then. And you will not defeat them now, not in such a short space of time. You have waited a millennium. Surely you can wait a few more weeks.
Charlotte held her breath, waiting for Alexei to react. But, to her astonishment, he regarded Tristan with newfound respect, as Tristan continued boldly.
The dragons will reduce your numbers catastrophically. And in the unlikely event that you manage to get to them, they will flee. It would take months to track them all down, not to mention drawing attention from mankind. Those weapons you speak of could just as easily be turned on you. The Guardians are still out there. I think your resources would be put to better use, hunting down the greater threat.
After the others had filed out of the ruined cathedral, Charlotte remained seated.
That guardian will not live to see his children again.
Alexei mused when they were alone.
When all the others are dead, and the Rose Gate is destroyed, he will follow them to the grave.
As you wish. He should have known better than to correct you.
Oh, he was right.
Alexei smiled evilly.
We will leave this place shortly, dragons be damned, and we will find the Guardians who have eluded us.
Leave?
The city is worthless. The battle is won. My men will finish what we have started here, and you will find those who escaped.
Alexei.
She spoke his name reverently. He had granted her permission to use it, but she did so only in private.
If there is anything else you might need, anything at all,
she added suggestively,
I would be more than happy to indulge you.
Alexei could hear the desperate longing in her voice, and he took pleasure in punishing her by refusing her advances.
Have I ever told you about my wife?
He asked cruelly. Charlotte's disappointment was tangible as the conversation took a turn for the worse.
No.
Her name was Selene, and she was the most beautiful woman I ever saw. We were together since the beginning of time. When Julian was murdered, Selene was devastated. Her heart was broken, and her grief consumed her.
She died of a broken heart,
Charlotte murmured. She was familiar with the story, but, in truth, she thought Selene had been weak.
No, she didn't.
His cold eyes bored into hers.
My wife, despite her grief, tried to dissuade me from seeking revenge on Eldon. She did not want us to go to war. She felt that further killing would not bring Julian back, and that we should mourn him in private.
She... what?
Charlotte had heard many versions of the story of Selene, warped through the passage of time. But, in every one, Selene had died broken-hearted.
Sadness did not kill Selene. She was far too strong for that. She died because I drove a stake through her heart.
He spoke without regret.
I loved my wife with every fiber of my being for thousands of years. She was my true love, my soulmate. But she challenged me when I would have my vengeance. She defied me.
Charlotte drew in an astonished, shaky breath.
Why are you telling me this?
Because,
he sneered,
you have made it clear that you wish to gain my favor. I thought perhaps, if you knew the truth, you might stop humiliating yourself and focus on serving me in ways that matter. Like finding those guardians.
He added menacingly. Chapter 12. After their long journey, the Guardians wanted nothing more than to rest, but there were things to be done before they could indulge themselves. Marin, for one, needed a proper burial. Lenora could not accompany them, bound to the house as she was in the daylight. But she did instruct Dylan to assist them. The Fae believed in returning their remains to the earth, and so, once everyone had cleaned up, and with Lenora's permission, Isaiah and Kellen immediately set off to find a suitable spot. Isadora was in no state to do so herself, and now that they were out of immediate danger, Micah had finally given in to his grief. The Fae couple clung to each other, pale and shaking, as though a blanket of cold had descended upon them that they couldn't shake off. It concerned Quinn that they were dry-eyed, as though their tears had simply dried up inside. They were in a state of subdued shock, but their eyes were hollow, making them look as lifeless as their only child. She was even more concerned for the wolves who, although they had no tangible bodies to bury, had lost almost their entire pack in the Battle of Summerfeld, including Rafe's sister, Raina. Rafe and Dominic were in a state of mourning, but Channon seemed to be holding herself together with almost inhuman strength. There was no doubt in Quinn's mind that Channon felt responsible for what had happened. She had chosen to fight. She had led her pack into battle instead of hiding out in the Fae homes. So many members of the Fae had survived because they had opted for flight over fight, and Quinn could sense Channon second-guessing herself, wondering if, had she only told them to flee, her people might still be alive. Determined to set her mind at ease, Quinn approached the werewolf Alpha. "I'm so sorry," she murmured, running her eyes over the 6 who remained. Channon, Rafe, and Dominic were the most senior wolves left. The others, 2 females and a male, Quinn recognized as Perry, Reagan, and Sawyer. In her mind, she felt grateful that 3 females and 3 males had survived, all unrelated. Between them, they could repopulate. The pack could survive. She kept her thoughts to herself, however. Channon had no doubt surmised the same thing herself, but it was not a thought anyone wanted to dwell on.
"I should have told them to hide,"
Channon spoke eventually, keeping her voice low so the others wouldn't hear. "No," Quinn shook her head. "If you had done that, we would all have died. We would never have survived the night without the wolves," she continued, as Channon gave her a dubious look. "You tipped the odds in our favor. Without the numbers, we would have been doomed." Channon considered her words, holding her gaze as if trying to figure out if she was lying. Quinn didn't look away. She wasn't saying this to make Channon feel better. It was the irrevocable truth.
"Maybe,"
Channon sighed eventually.
"Thanks, Quinn."
While they waited, Rowena slipped from the house, saying nothing as she crossed the immaculate lawn to the fields further out and started picking blooms that sprouted joyously from the fertile ground. Isaiah and the others returned sooner than expected, and wordlessly, everyone got to their feet. Anais and Harlan supported Isadora and Micah, their hearts breaking for their friends. Velkin carried Marin's body. Isaiah had offered to do it for him, but he had shaken his head vehemently. He walked carefully, as though he feared he would hurt her if he jostled her too much. He remained silent the entire way, and Monique cast pained glances across at him. She walked with Jonas, who was in considerable physical pain, but who had refused to lie down. Lenora had called for her surgeon, and he would be here in a couple of hours. In the meantime, Jonas was bearing up better than Quinn expected. His bravery was not lost on the others as he grimaced in pain with every step. The other gypsies walked in silence alongside the group, Rowena joining them as they crossed over the post and rail fence that separated the lawn from the fields beyond. Quinn noticed the posy of wildflowers in her hands, no doubt intended for Marin's grave, and her heart constricted painfully in her chest.
Here,
Kellen murmured eventually, as they congregated at the base of a tall oak tree. There could not be a more beautiful place to set Marin to rest. Wildflowers sprung up all around them, and the birds twittered happily in the trees above. The oak tree bowed slightly toward them, as though the branches were trying to shelter the spot they had chosen. Dylan, Lenora's butler, looked awkward, carrying a variety of shovels in his hand, but he stepped forward gallantly, selecting one and hoisting it up to start digging. The shovel never reached the ground. Daniel pulled it gently from his grasp with a tight-lipped smile, and, as he did so, the Guardians stepped forward and each took a shovel of their own. Nobody spoke a word as Balthazar joined them, and silently the Guardians and their gypsy ally began to dig. Marin had been their ward. She had died on their watch. This was their cross to bear. The earth was soft and fell away easily, so in almost no time at all the task was complete. Isadora gave a keening wail when the Guardians climbed out of the rudimentary rectangular grave, and Quinn bit her lip to keep herself from crying. It was better that Marin's parents let it out, or their grief would destroy them. Velkin had not set her down, Quinn noticed. He held her still, tenderly, cradled against his chest as though to protect her from a world that could do her no more harm. She was wrapped in a soft white shawl that Lenora had given up without hesitation.
Micah?
Isaiah asked gently, breaking the silence. Micah looked up, his eyes sunken and solemn. He looked as though he had aged 10 years in only a matter of days. Quinn watched, her stomach in knots, as he turned to gaze at his daughter's body, safely ensconced in Velkin's arms. Time seemed to stand still, as Micah tried to will his body to move, and Quinn held her breath. And then, it happened. His face crumpled, and his eyes crunched together as tears streamed down his face, like a dam that had finally been released. Unlike his wife, Micah's sorrow was silent. No sound accompanied his weeping, but it was no less cathartic, and Quinn breathed a sigh of relief, before finally letting her own tears flow. Velkin, too, finally gave way to his anguish the second Micah took Marin from him. He dropped heavily to one knee, his face in his hands, and Monique darted to his side, cradling his head in her arms as she pulled him to her breast and stroked his hair with fingers brown with dirt. Micah waved away the offers of help as he teetered on the brink of the grave. When he dropped, he landed like a cat on the uneven soil below, bending his knees to take the impact. Marin's body was barely jostled, but the shawl slipped from her face and Quinn caught a glimpse of the inhuman paleness and the bluish tinge of her mouth. Isadora gave a scream of unadulterated woe, collapsing back into Anais and pulling at her clothes in desperation. Micah gazed down at his daughter, seemingly unnerved by the disturbing sight. Through his eyes, Quinn imagined the young girl as he saw her. With pale rose cheeks and sparkling blue eyes, her lips turned up in the shy smile she bestowed upon anyone fortunate enough to be in her presence. Through his tears, Micah smiled, lowering his head to kiss her smooth forehead. Then slowly, he pulled the shawl back across her face, hiding it from view. He lowered her gently to the ground, straightening her legs, and wrapped the shawl more tightly around her as though to ward off the cold. He bent over her, placing his hand over her own, clasped together over her chest. Quinn heard the soft murmur as he spoke his final words, a message that no one but he would ever know, a message to the child he had loved her whole life, the child who had been taken too soon. He emerged from the shallow pit stronger and immediately pulled his wife from Anais, engulfing her in his strong arms and whispering words of comfort into her hair. Quinn caught the determined nod he gave them, and they swiftly set about covering the body with soil. When it was over, only a small mound of earth marked the place where they had laid Marin to rest. Rowena placed the small posy on top of the mound, and Quinn caught a few foreign words as she spoke quietly under her breath. Rowena was no doubt paying her respects, in her own custom. Glancing around, Quinn couldn't help but feel that, as desperate as their situation was, they had never been more united. No separate groups huddled together. Instead, fairies, wolves, guardians, and humans were all interspersed, mourning together the loss of a life that had meant something to each of them. Balthazar's dust-caked face was indistinguishable from the Guardians. Channon and Rafe stood close to one another, holding hands. It seemed that the ordeal they had been through had obliterated any tension between them, reminding them of what was most important. Channon leaned into Rafe's body, her head only reaching his chest, and his chin rested on the top of her head. Dominic stood slightly apart from them, lost in his grief. He and Reyna had been close, Quinn remembered. In a way, Marin's burial was a way for them all to mourn all the friends they had lost during the battle, a way to say goodbye and pay homage to those who were no longer with them. They stood that way for a long time, gathered around the nondescript mound of soil that symbolized every living creature she had failed. Chapter 13. Emotionally and physically drained, the Guardians were relieved to be able to rest, finally. Lenora placed scouts around the entire perimeter of her property so that they would be forewarned if any vampires approached. But even so, the Guardians could not place their trust solely in the hands of strangers. They were safe, however, during the day, so they agreed to sleep until nightfall, when they would take shifts watching over the house. Quinn had offered to take the first, along with Isaiah, but her father had stepped up, insisting that she rest. Too tired to argue, she followed Lenora to her allocated bedroom and crashed on the bed. She slept for almost 24 hours. A deep rumble in her belly woke her at dawn the following morning, a painful reminder that she had not eaten a proper meal in days. Stumbling down the stairs, she finally found the colossal kitchen after a few wrong turns. Dylan, the butler she recognized from their arrival, was preparing coffee, and Quinn gratefully accepted a steaming mug. He placed the rest on an impeccably polished ornate silver tray that Quinn suspected was as old as the house itself.
Breakfast has been laid out in the dining room,
Dylan remarked shyly, as he carried the tray out of the kitchen. Quinn followed hastily, terrified of getting lost again in the maze of rooms. She found Isaiah, Liam, and her dad helping themselves to a literal smorgasbord of food laid out on a massive hardwood table. "Why didn't you wake me?" As grateful as she was for the uninterrupted sleep, She was mortified that they had kept watch the whole night without her.
We slept the whole of yesterday,
Braddon replied.
By the time we took the first shift, I felt rested enough. Besides, we thought you should recharge completely before setting off.
Finding Blair's crystal had been deemed a top priority, and Quinn would be leaving to retrieve it. She would go alone, as was their way. It's my crystal, she reminded herself. She still couldn't quite believe that the fierce guardian was dead. Sobered, she reached for a plate and piled it high with assorted muffins, croissants, and jam, and a couple of tea biscuits. "Lenora has this stuff lying around?" she asked no one in particular.
Miss Lenora treats us very well,
Dylan replied, his eyes narrowing at her blatant disregard for their hostess. Quinn wondered idly just how many human servants the vampire employed. Lenora had taken them all in and had proven to be the most gracious host, giving them free rein over all of her property. Kellen and Velkin were still trying to settle the herd, who were not used to being confined to stables, and Lenora had insisted that they use one of the larger fields behind the house during the day. After breakfast and a much-needed shower, during which she luxuriated in the scalding hot water, Quinn stood wrapped in a fluffy bath towel, eyeing her filthy clothes with distaste. A knock at the door distracted her, but, to her relief, Lenora stood in the hallway, a pile of clean clothes in her hands.
I had one of my girls go to the store yesterday.
She smiled, showing an alarming amount of pointed fang.
These should fit.
Briefly, Quinn recalled that the others had been wearing clean clothes at breakfast. Lenora must have bought entire wardrobes. That's incredibly kind of you.
It's only a few items of clothing.
Lenora shrugged.
Do you mind closing those?
Lenora added, sweeping her arm toward the open curtains. Apologizing, Quinn darted into the room, drawing the curtains and plunging them into night-like darkness.
Thanks.
Lenora's voice sounded closer than before, and a moment later she switched on the bedside lamp. The soft light filled the room. It must be frustrating, Quinn mused, being confined to the house during the day.
I wouldn't know any better.
Lenora smiled. This admission confirmed a suspicion Quinn had had about Lenora since they had first met. Lenora was an elder vampire. She had been born, not bitten. Vampires, just like the Fae and the werewolves, had been around since the beginning of time. They were able to breed, but, like the Fae, they were, by and large, infertile. Not many vampires were born. Before the Blood War, vampires had fed on humans, but they had not turned them. This trend only became popular after Alexei had declared war on Eldon, in an attempt to increase the vampires' numbers and create a formidable army. Lenora seemed to retain many of the values of the elders, without any of the hatred that Alexei had urged them to emulate, and Quinn was finding that the more time she spent with Lenora, the more she grew to like and admire her. Much as with Sarah back in Brookfield, Quinn suspected that, in another life, she and Lenora might have been good friends.
Are you going to get dressed?
Lenora prompted after a short silence. Quinn started, glancing down at the clothes in her hand. She had almost forgotten about them. Excusing herself, Quinn stepped back into the bathroom to change. Noticing the designer label on the tight-fitting jeans and the softness of the cashmere coat, Quinn mused that, While the garments might only be a few items of clothing in Lenora's eyes, the Guardians had never owned anything nearly as extravagant. While she dressed, she thought she heard a low conversation. The smile was still on her face when she stepped back into the bedroom to find Lenora perched on the edge of the bed, a silver cell phone in her hand that hadn't been there a moment ago. Lenora must have been on a call.
They look good on you.
Lenora held out Quinn's boots, so highly polished they were almost unrecognizable. Have I told you how grateful I am for you taking us in? Quinn smiled.
It is my pleasure,
Lenora insisted.
Helping others, well, it makes me feel more human.
An awkward pause followed this announcement as Quinn fought the urge to ask after Drake. She was desperate to know if Lenora had spoken with him since the battle, but didn't know how to broach the subject. Lenora eyed her curiously and, embarrassed, Quinn cast around for something else to say. Recalling Dylan, who had served their breakfast, she seized at the topic. Can I ask you a question?
Haven't you just?
Lenora teased. You have human servants. Are they? Quinn tapered off, feeling incredibly rude for even asking, but Lenora gave a twinkling laugh.
You want to know if I use my persuasion to get them to do my bidding?
She guessed.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but no, they serve me willingly. They know what I am, but they do not fear me.
You're not worried they might tell others what you are?
Not really. If they did, who would believe them? And besides, they know I could simply mesmerize others to forget what they had heard, not to mention how angry that might make me.
She grinned, baring her fangs, and Quinn laughed.
I pay them well, and they have free housing on the grounds. Most of them were living on the streets before I offered them a place here.
Quinn started at this revelation. You're a lot more human than you give yourself credit for.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Do you feed on them? It was a personal question, but Lenora was, after all, still a vampire, and she relied on blood to survive.
Some,
she replied easily.
But only if they are willing. I prefer not to prey on unsuspecting humans.
You are very different from other vampires.
I'm going to take that as another compliment.
It is, Quinn assured her. So, did you never have any desire to join the quest?
Of course I did.
Lenora smiled sheepishly.
I once served on the council.
You served on the council?
Yes. Blindly I believed in the quest, just like all the others. We really are a spineless race.
What changed?
I met Isaiah,
she replied simply.
I fell in love with a guardian. I saw the goodness in him, and it opened my eyes.
And after when he hurt you? Why didn't you go back?
As angry as I was with Isaiah, I had already seen the quest for what it was. One man's revenge. It's true that Eldon wronged Alexei. Oh, don't look at me like that. You know it's the truth.
She added, as Quinn immediately reacted to the slight against Eldon.
You know, Quinn, years before you Guardians were even created, vampires and fairies were as close as all the other species.
Her words echoed what Freya had told Quinn.
2 men changed that, and I think they've been given too much power. The taboo was a law as old as time itself, but what was the harm in what Ina did? She loved Julian. She loved someone she was not supposed to love, but honestly, how many of us are guilty of that?
She raised a knowing eyebrow, and Quinn flushed. The Fey magic is powerful and dangerous, and the taboo is for everyone's safety. Quinn pointed out.
I'm not saying Ina was right,
Lenora replied.
but she made a mistake. Big deal. Do you think Julian deserved to die for it?
No, Quinn murmured. It should have been Ina. Even speaking the words felt like sacrilege, but Quinn had answered honestly.
Yes, it should have been Anna. But Eldon couldn't bring himself to kill his daughter. He loved her too much, just as Alexei loved Julian. Both were blinded by their love for their children, and so they began a war that would span centuries and cost countless innocent lives. You believe in protecting the wards, but can you honestly tell me you believe that Eldon didn't start this war?
Eldon was not blameless, Quinn countered. But the difference between him and Alexei is that Eldon knew it. He suffered terribly when he realized what he had done, and he tried to make amends by creating the city.
No good deed goes unpunished,
Lenora sighed.
The fact remains that the hatred between vampires and the Fae, including all the species that relied on their magic, is the result of the foolish actions of two men who could not see past their rage. I learned that the hard way. Love destroyed us, and yet love is the one thing that could save us all.
She stopped suddenly, as if she had said too much. What do you mean love could save us all? Lenora waved her hand airily.
Only that if love changed my way of thinking, perhaps it could do the same for others.
Quinn didn't believe her. She sensed Lenora was keeping something from her, but she knew that she would say no more, so she changed the subject. Lenora, you know that Isaiah never meant to hurt you, don't you?
Of course I do. I think I always did. It was just easier to stay away if I convinced myself otherwise.
And now that you are no longer apart?
Isaiah is a good man, one of the best, but he is still the slayer, and I will not put him through that pain.
Quinn could not deny it. She had seen firsthand how hard it was for Isaiah to be around vampires. I should thank you, Quinn mused, as a thought occurred to her. You're the reason Isaiah never judged me for my friendship with Drake.
I'm not the only reason. Everything I just said about Eldon and Alexei, who do you think told me?
Chapter 14.
How are you feeling?
Monique peered around Jonas's bedroom door. It was the first time she had been allowed to see him since his surgery yesterday afternoon.
Fine,
he lied.
You look ridiculous.
She eyed the 2 plaster casts that covered his arms from elbow to fingers.
I feel ridiculous.
Look who I brought to say hello.
Stepping around the doorway, she revealed Lucky, the baby Chumana dragon.
Is he allowed in here?
I don't think Lenora wants her priceless antiques destroyed, so I would have to say no.
She set Lucky down on the ground, and he promptly set fire to the Persian carpet at the foot of the bed. Stamping it out with her feet, Monique smacked him on the nose.
How are you really feeling?
She turned her attention back to Jonas.
Sore,
he admitted.
But the surgeon said it all went well. He reset the bones and said I should be right as rain in no time.
You saved my life,
she murmured shyly.
I got my ass handed to me.
You still saved my life in the process.
She smiled, and Jonas felt his heart skip a familiar beat. Embarrassed, he changed the subject.
What's been going on out there?
Quinn just left. She's gone to fetch Blair's crystal. Well, her crystal. She left her phone behind. It's been ringing all morning. She's in the room next to mine,
she added quickly.
I wasn't snooping.
I didn't say you were. How many rooms does this place have anyway?
About 100.
Monique giggled.
It's crazy, right?
Look, it's nothing more than I'm used to,
he teased.
Personally, I thought your tent was a lot more impressive, but I guess we've just got to endure it.
Jonas turned serious.
I'm just glad we're together.
Me too.
She reached for his hand, and then, remembering the casts, she smoothed back his hair instead.
I spoke to my mom again this morning. She's still freaking out.
Understandably.
Sensing her distress, he drew the conversation back to safer territory.
How is the Orochian?
As he expected, Monique jumped at the chance to discuss the dragon.
He's struggling to adapt. He keeps flying off, sending the herd into a panic. They almost brought down the back fence yesterday. It's driving Kellen nuts.
How is Velkin?
Jonas asked casually. The fairy's feelings for Monique were plain to see, and Jonas could not help but feel threatened. Velkin and Monique shared a bond he could not compete with, and they were spending a lot of time together, caring for the wards.
He's still cut up about Marin. He thinks it's his fault she was out there in the first place. He thinks maybe something was wrong with the hatchlings and she was trying to find him. I don't have the heart to enlighten him to the truth.
The truth?
I heard Freya and Anais talking. Apparently Marin was crazy about Velkan. They think she was trying to help.
So he's cut up about her?
Jonas pressed, eager to hear if Velkan had reciprocated Marin's feelings.
He is, but he's working through it. He's so good with the herd. Even the Orochian tolerates him now.
Her smile faltered as she caught sight of Jonas's face.
Wait, you're not jealous, are you?
No.
Jonas replied far too quickly.
Why should I be?
Absolutely not.
Monique smiled down at him, stroking his face, and Jonas felt a weight lift from his chest.
Come here.
His eyes sparkled as she lowered her head to kiss him. She smelled of fresh air and flowers.
Am I interrupting?
They broke apart at the sound of Rowena's voice, and Monique jerked her hand away from Jonas's face. The awkward silence that followed was broken by the sound of Lucky sneezing, and Monique leaped forward to pat out the flames that had caught the bottom of Lenora's curtains. Rowena smiled at the blushing pair. She was delighted that Jonas had found someone he cared about, and that she was worthy of his love. Even Balthazar approved of Monique.
I just came to check on how you were doing,
she said, stepping into the room.
But I can come back later.
No,
Monique insisted.
I have to get Lucky back to the other hatchlings, so I should go.
You will come back later?
Jonas asked.
Of course, I'll bring you up some lunch.
Well, that seems to be going well.
Rowena teased when Monique was gone. The faint smell of burnt fabric lingered in the air, and she opened another window.
Yeah, it's almost worth the hassle of having both of my arms broken.
Jonas grinned.
I brought you this.
Rowena deposited a small flask next to his bed.
It'll help with the pain.
Thanks.
Jonas knew from experience that Rowena's herbs often worked better than any modern-day medicine.
Could you?
He smiled, embarrassed at having to admit the pain he was in. He had hoped to drink it after she left, but the plaster encasing his arms limited his movement, and the pain pills the doctor had given him were wearing off fast. Rowena quickly unscrewed the cap and dribbled some of the murky brown liquid down his throat. It burnt all the way down, settling into a fiery pit in his belly.
Thanks.
He sighed, leaning back on the pillows.
Where's my dad?
He's out helping Kellen repair the fences. The unicorns keep kicking out poles. They don't like being confined.
How long do you think we'll stay here?
I have no idea. The Guardians are determined to open the Rose Gate, but they need all 12 crystals. Quinn's gone to fetch her new crystal, the one which belonged to Blair, but Lucas's is still unaccounted for, and Tristan's
is in the belly of the beast.
Jonas finished the sentence for her.
Pretty much, so I guess we're here for a while.
We have to help them.
You have to rest,
she corrected, reaching for the flask and making him drink.
Your father will handle this.
Is he still treating you like the Invisible Woman?
Rowena laughed.
Whatever happened to those comics anyway?
She had found a stack of them at a thrift store years ago and hadn't been able to resist buying them for Jonas. He had loved those comics.
I don't remember. They were probably lost in one of our 1,000 moves.
They chatted for a while longer until Rowena noticed Jonas's eyes getting heavy. The herbal tea she had made was working. It eased the pain, but it also made the drinker drowsy. She waited until he had fallen asleep before pulling up his covers and planting a soft kiss on his forehead. Rowena left Jonas's room and headed for the paddock. Balthazar was working side by side with the Fey men, his dark eyes and olive complexion a stark contrast to their fair paleness. Still, the sight pleased her heart. Finally, Balthazar was where he truly belonged, and she hoped that realizing his lifelong dream might make him less angry. He had not been as cruel to her the past few days as he had before they went to live in Summerfeld. While they weren't exactly friends, he had broken his perpetual silence and deigned to speak directly to her when necessary.
How's Jonas?
He asked as she approached.
He's good. All the better for a visit from Monique this morning.
Balthazar smiled, confirming her suspicions that he was pleased with his son's choice.
I'm going to go up and see him in a minute,
he said.
He's sleeping. I gave him some tea to help with the pain. He'll probably be out for a few hours.
Balthazar didn't seem to hear her. Instead, he was staring at her, deep in thought.
We need to talk,
he murmured.
Sure,
she nodded, her stomach in knots. She didn't know if she could take any more hurt from him. She might be strong, but she was human after all. Nailing in one final pole, Balthazar turned to Kellen.
Will you be okay to finish up here?
Of course,
Kellen replied.
Thank you for your help.
They're worried,
Balthazar announced as he and Rowena made their way back to the house.
We are far too exposed here, and it's only a matter of time before the vampires find us.
The Guardians will find the crystals.
Rowena spoke with an assurance that surprised him.
You have a lot of faith in them.
I've seen what they can do, and what lengths they will go to keep us all safe.
Balthazar stopped to face her, his dark eyes searching her face as though seeing it for the first time.
It's frightening how far people will go for the ones they love,
he mused darkly. Rowena opened her mouth to defend herself, but he held up a hand to stop her.
Don't, please. You don't have to. I was a fool. I was blinded by anger.
He ran his hands through his hair, leaving a trail of gray dust in the ebony.
For so many years, I had only one purpose. I couldn't see past finding the city, and, in the process, I neglected everything that mattered, Jonas. You. And you were right. I took the money without question. If I had just stopped long enough to think, I would have seen what was going on, but it was easier to look the other way. What you did.
Balthazar squeezed his eyes shut as if to block out the image.
It was my fault as well as yours.
His admission made Rowena's heart lurch in her chest.
I need to apologize.
Balthazar continued, his voice breaking slightly as if he wasn't sure exactly how to go about it.
What I did to you was unforgivable. I was supposed to protect you, but instead I threw you to the wolves.
Surely you don't mean those wolves.
Rowena smiled, gesturing at Channon and Rafe, who were emerging from the trees nearby.
It's not funny.
Balthazar half laughed, half sobbed.
Don't try and make me feel better. I don't deserve it. I can never take back what the others did to you, but as soon as I realized my mistake, I tried to make amends. It was simply too late.
The words were a jumble, so sweet and sincere that Rowena barely registered half of what he was saying, but the last struck a chord deep inside of her.
That's why you let them go?
She gasped, finally understanding.
That's why you didn't tell them about the city? I thought it was only to save Jonas, but you sent them away because of me.
She couldn't believe that he had made such a colossal sacrifice. Deep down, Rowena had known that Balthazar's heart had not been in it when he had told her he didn't want her with him after the convoy had decided to leave. That's why he hadn't forced the issue when she had insisted on staying. But he had given her the choice, believing she hated him. He had given her an escape from him.
I figured the least I could do was make sure you never had to see them again,
Balthazar admitted.
Oh, Balthazar.
Tears pricked at her eyes.
I know that too much has happened for us to ever go back to the way we were,
he continued.
There's a lot of resentment between us, on both sides, but I would like to try and start over. When you chose to stay, I thought perhaps you might feel the same. We don't know how much time we have left, and I don't want to waste it. You and Jonas are my priority now. Say the word, and we will leave here. We will go somewhere safe and never speak of Summerfeld or its wards ever again.
Gazing up at him, Rowena heard the words she had yearned to hear for so long. Balthazar had finally chosen his family over the quest he had followed blindly his whole life. But strangely, they didn't make her feel the way she had expected. She loved him, but she also knew that this was where he belonged. So instead of accepting his offer, she made one of her own.
Marry me,
she said simply. Chapter 15. Quinn was still reeling as she drove the flashy car Lenora had lent her away from the house. Isaiah, the most dedicated of them all, believed that Eldon had been wrong, just as Quinn herself did. It didn't change the fact that they needed to protect the wards, or the fact that the vampires had to be stopped. But it was nice to know she wasn't alone in her feelings. She had just shifted into fourth gear, enjoying the power of the Mercedes, when a figure stepped out onto the street a short distance ahead. Slamming on the brakes, Quinn skidded to a halt. Drake, she sighed as she stepped out of the car. What are you doing here? It never ceased to amaze her how human he looked by the light of day.
I heard you were heading out alone to retrieve the crystal.
How did you hear? Oh, she frowned, answering her own question. Lenora. She recalled the muted voice she had heard while she was dressing, and the cell phone in Lenora's hand. She should have known. Recovering quickly, she continued. You can't be here. I told you to stay away from me, away from us. The other Guardians will kill you on sight.
I'll leave before we get back. They'll never know I was here.
I don't want you here,
If you think I'm letting you go out there alone, you're crazier than I thought.
he replied bluntly, moving toward the passenger door.
Every vampire within a 500-mile radius is looking for you. You can hate me all you want, but I will not leave you unprotected.
I can't trust you with that crystal, she said pointedly.
Quinn!
He raised his voice in frustration.
I don't give a damn about the crystal. I know you don't want to hear it. But I am here for you, and only you. Now get in the goddamned car.
They drove in silence for almost an hour. Quinn's fingers clenched on the steering wheel, her body rigid with tension. Drake, on the other hand, lounged in his seat, appearing utterly relaxed. She doubted his outward facade was a true reflection of his emotion, given what had happened the last time they had met. But she was grateful that he didn't bring it up. She had failed. She didn't need him to remind her of it.
You're going to go after Tristan's crystal next, aren't you?
He asked eventually, breaking the lengthy silence. Quinn didn't respond.
You won't get near it. You do realize that?
I'm not discussing this with you, she snapped. But he was completely unfazed.
If Charlotte has it, which I think it's safe to assume she does, any attempt to retrieve it would be a suicide mission.
Quinn made a left turn, keeping her eyes fixed on the road ahead.
I think you should run,
Drake continued.
all of you.
There is nowhere we can run that they won't find us.
Then you run again, and you keep running until the end of time.
Frustrated, she threw caution to the wind. We will lose them all if we do that. The wards need the fountain to survive. They'll die without it. It might take a few thousand years, but they would die, eventually.
And I take it that is not something you can live with?
Have you lost your mind? She finally took one hand off the wheel to thrust her wrist under his nose. I am a Guardian of Summerfeld. She spoke with a fire that he had always suspected lurked within her. A hunter. I will protect them and I will make them safe. The city will be resurrected if it's the last thing I do. Drake reached up and moved her hand away from his face, not wanting to look at the tattoo a second longer. They lapsed into another drawn-out silence, neither feeling much like talking. Despite Lenora and Isaiah's prompting, Quinn knew that there could never be anything between them, and Drake was only now coming to realize it himself. Still, he did not regret the decision he had made, even if it had been too late to redeem himself in Quinn's eyes. Lenora had been right. The Guardian's cause was worth fighting for. He was ashamed that his own people had carried Alexi's hatred in their hearts for so long, and even more so that Charlotte had blinded him, however briefly, to that fact.
Is there any reason you're driving so fast?
Drake asked much later in the day. The silence had stretched into hours. Yes, she sighed, accepting the inevitable. I was trying to get there before nightfall.
And I take it from your delighted tone that that's not going to happen.
No, she admitted. I'm going to have to find somewhere to spend the night. There's a map in the glove compartment. Make yourself useful, will you? Grinning, he retrieved it.
Pull off at the next stop. There's a motel just a few miles from here,
he offered, after a moment's consideration. Quinn followed his directions, and sure enough, they soon pulled into the lot of a small motel.
Shall we get a double?
Drake asked pleasantly. It wasn't even worth arguing. He wouldn't leave, and asking him to sleep in the car would only prove that she was affected by his presence. So instead, Quinn gritted her teeth and booked a twin room. Once inside, she began to wish she had insisted he sleep in the car after all. The room was tiny and consisted of 2 twin beds, separated by a small bedside table. The only other furniture was a minuscule closet and a rickety dresser painted the most hideous shade of green. Dumping her duffel bag on the bed closest to the door, Quinn drew the curtains. "I'm going to take a shower," she announced, unnerved by Drake's silence. Accustomed to his suggestive sense of humor, she was surprised when he simply picked up her bag and moved it to the bed nearest the bathroom, before flopping back on the one closest to the exit. The bathroom door didn't have a lock. Taking a lightning shower, terrified that Drake might walk in at any second, Quinn emerged from the steaming room to find him exactly as she had left him. His arms were folded behind his head and his eyes were closed. Tiptoeing to her bed, she shoved her dirty laundry into her bag and pulled out her steak, placing it on the bedside table between them.
Do you ever relax?
Drake asked, making her jump. "I thought you were asleep." He ignored her, opening his eyes and reaching for the steak.
Do you ever feel safe enough to leave this out of reach?
He persisted, turning it over in his hand. "No," she shook her head. "Out of reach is as good as dead." She wasn't talking about him, and she spoke without resentment or bitterness. But Drake wished he could make her feel safe enough to rest, without fear of attack. He wanted her to trust that he could protect her. Because he could. He pressed the point of the stake against his finger, and Quinn was reminded of the night he had confronted her about being a guardian. He had been waiting for her when she got home, and he had held her stake exactly the way he was holding it now. Then he had looked at it with anger, but now there was only sadness in his eyes. The stake was a symbol of the distance between them.
Perhaps one day you won't need it,
he mused eventually, placing it back on the table and rolling over to look at her. Quinn was acutely aware that she was wearing nothing but a nightshirt under her covers. "I doubt that."
You doubt a lot of things.
"Drake," she pleaded, "please don't." She wasn't in the mood to get into another argument with him.
Sleep, Quinn.
He cut her off.
I will make sure no harm comes to you.
Chapter 16. Quinn woke the following morning after the best night's sleep she'd had in a long time. Drake was nowhere to be seen, so she hastily got ready before hoisting her duffel back over her shoulder and leaving the tiny room. Crossing the lot after handing in their key, she found him leaning against Lenora's Mercedes.
I thought you might want to get ready in private,
he explained when she drew near.
Besides, I couldn't stand another minute of your snoring.
I don't snore, she snapped. But a small grin settled in place as she yanked open the driver's door. They drove for a few hours in companionable silence. We're almost there, Quinn announced finally. She was surprised at the area where Blair had hidden her crystal, which seemed to be a low-income farming community, until they turned onto a dusty farm road and she caught sight of the rusted metal sign at the entrance. The sign read, Lindbergh, Blair's family name. As they pulled up in front of a dilapidated farmhouse, An elderly man opened the screen door.
"Can I help you folks?"
He called from the porch steps. "I'm so sorry to intrude," Quinn replied, "but we're low on gas, and I was wondering if you might point us in the direction of the nearest gas station."
"The nearest station is over 20 miles away, darling. You think you got enough in your tank to get you there?"
Quinn shook her head. "No,"
I told you we should have taken a right back there.
Drake intervened.
She's hopeless with directions.
He added fondly, climbing the steps.
The name's Christian. This is my wife, Pauline.
"Thomas Lindbergh."
The man squeezed Drake's hand in a firm grip.
"Look, I keep spare gas out in the barn for the tractor. I'd be happy to fill you up."
That's very kind of you. I will, of course, reimburse you for the trouble.
"No need."
Thomas waved away the courtesy, and then, as Drake remained on the threshold,
"Well, come in. I can't carry that gas myself."
Gratefully, Drake stepped inside, and Quinn followed.
"You want to wait inside, miss?"
"Thank you," Quinn nodded. She paused in the hall to examine the framed photographs above the fireplace, her curiosity getting the better of her. These people were Blair's distant descendants, and she examined each face, searching for any resemblance. She thought she recognized Blair's insolent green eyes in a photograph of a young man with a tattoo peeking above the neckline of his white t-shirt.
"My grandson, Austin."
Thomas had come to stand behind her.
"Handsome young man, isn't he? I'm not wild about that tattoo, though."
"He looks like you." It was true. Despite the weather-beaten exterior, Thomas had the same haughty glare, and the strong jaw and straight nose were visible even through the lines of time.
"More like his mother, my daughter Josephine."
Thomas replied modestly.
"She died a few months back. It was a car accident. Austin took it very badly. He was in the Marine Corps, but he quit just after she died. We haven't seen him since the funeral."
"Where is his father?"
"No idea. He took off before the boy was born. Josephine raised him all on her own, she did, and a fine job she made of it, too."
Acutely conscious of his heartache and not knowing what to say, Quinn turned away from the fireplace.
"The barn's out back,"
Thomas continued, pulling himself together.
"My wife's not home, or I'd offer you a cup of tea,"
he added to Quinn. "I'm fine, thank you. Although I would like to use the bathroom if you don't mind."
"Go ahead. There's one down the hall. Make yourself at home. We'll have you on your way in no time at all."
Smiling politely, Quinn waited until they were gone before sneaking up the stairs. Walking straight into the first bedroom off the landing, she opened the closet, which was filled with old photo albums. The crystal was too high, just out of her reach, but she could feel it calling to her. Now that she was so close, the aura it emitted was like a homing beacon leading her directly to it. Quinn grabbed the bedside table and placed it in front of the open doors. Climbing onto it, she groped blindly into the back of the top shelf. Finally, her fingers found a loose board, and she pulled it free, exposing a small alcove in the brick behind it. Snatching up the crystal, which was nestled in the dust, she felt its warmth in her hand. It was even smaller than Avery's, the size of a pebble and onyx black. As she gazed at it, she heard Drake and Thomas chatting while they walked around the house, and she slipped the crystal into her pocket before replacing the table. She shut the closet doors and bolted back downstairs. By the time the men returned, she was sitting quietly on the sofa, paging through a faded magazine.
All done.
Thomas assured her.
Although you might want to have your fuel gauge checked. There was over half a tank of gas in there.
Really? Quinn feigned surprise. How strange. I'll definitely get that checked. I'm sorry we troubled you.
Hardly trouble. It's just a few gallons of gas.
He scoffed as he walked them to the front door.
You folks drive safely now.
We will, Quinn promised. And thank you again.
People are so incredibly helpful,
Drake mused as they pulled off in a cloud of dust.
Wouldn't you agree, Pauline, darling?
Knock it off,
You take the fun out of everything.
he drawled.
So, did you get it?
She didn't reply, coming to a halt at the end of the driveway.
All right. All right. You don't have to tell me.
Drake was busy checking the map.
So, can we go now?
Sure. Should I just drive straight through him? Quinn asked, and he looked up to see the real reason she had stopped. A man stood in their path, aiming a gun at them through the windscreen. Don't. Quinn put a restraining hand on Drake's arm as he reached for his door handle. He's a guardian. She had recognized the tribal design running up his neck from the photograph on Thomas's mantle, and she had a strong suspicion that this was Blair's guardian replacement. The impact of her words was not lost on Drake. A guardian could sense a vampire, and it was the middle of the day. If this man was who Quinn thought he was, Drake's secret was out. Slowly, Quinn opened her door, keeping her hands clearly visible as she stepped out of the car. "Austin Lindbergh?" she called, her voice steady, and the young man lowered the gun slightly at the sound of his name. His head was shaved to the scalp, and he had a livid scar running from the outer corner of his eye down his right cheek that hadn't been present in the photograph on Thomas Lindbergh's mantle. "My name is Quinn," she continued calmly. "We've been looking for you." She figured it was better to tell a warped version of the truth, rather than explaining she had just robbed his grandfather's house. Turning her hand so that her wrist faced him, she displayed her hunter tattoo. Immediately, Austin lowered the gun to his side. "You mind putting that away?" Quinn asked. "It makes me nervous." After a moment's hesitation, he slipped it into the back waistband of his jeans and started toward her. Quinn moved quickly to intercept him, trying to keep him away from the car. Not about to let her meet this armed assailant alone, and only slightly understanding what was going on, Drake followed her. "Too late," Quinn shouted a warning, but Austin had already sensed him. With lightning reflexes, he whipped the gun back out of his jeans, but by the time he took aim, he was pointing it at an empty space. "Don't!" Quinn yelled, not at Austin, but at Drake, who had reappeared behind him. Austin spun around, but Drake jerked the gun from his hands. She rushed forward, trying to defuse the situation. "He's on our side," she assured the new guardian. "Things are complicated." Until he was trained, Austin would not know that Drake should not be out in the sun, but the second they returned to the others, he would learn the truth, and it would all come out. Checking Austin's wrist, Quinn saw the white tattoo and her suspicions were confirmed. What she couldn't figure out was the reason he was here. A new guardian would report directly to Cliffdale, and yet he had come here, to his family home instead. A small military rucksack lay discarded at his feet.
You have something that belongs to me.
Austin spoke finally, his eyes never leaving Drake's.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Drake replied.
Not you, her.
He jerked his head in Quinn's direction. Quinn took only a second to process this strange request, and then it dawned on her. The reason he was here. Guardians always retrieved their crystals before setting out for the city. Reaching into her pocket, she felt for the amber crystal that had been in her possession for over 300 years. It still felt cold to her touch. She held it out, and Austin immediately took it from her. Strangely, Quinn felt unmoved by its loss. It no longer belonged to her.
I've been traveling for days,
Austin explained, seeming more comfortable now that he had what he had been searching for.
Yesterday, I could sense it was close, but then it started moving. I followed you, never expecting to end up here. I haven't been home since I left the Marines.
Like I said, Quinn lied. We were looking for you. Things have changed. Summerfeld is gone. It's a long story, she added, as his eyes widened in alarm. And one best told when we reach the others. I'll take you to them. She glanced around, trying to figure out how he was traveling. How did you get here?
My bike is just round the corner. I didn't know why it was leading me here, and I didn't want to alert my grandparents to my arrival.
Austin explained, his eyes still on Drake. He wasn't just going to accept her explanation that things were complicated, she realized, as he asked,
What is he doing here?
Quinn squirmed. She was going to have a lot of explaining to do when they got back. He's helping me. There are a lot of people looking for us.
You mean vampires?
Yes, the very bad kind. She gazed back in the direction of the house, coming to a decision. We should get out of here before someone sees us. But before we do, you should go and see your grandfather. Austin looked about to argue. He misses you, Quinn insisted, not giving him the opportunity. And where we're going, you might not get to see him again for a very long time. I am so sorry. She turned to Drake the moment Austin was out of earshot. I never meant for anyone to find out about you.
I know you didn't.
She had kept his day walking a secret all this time, even after what he had done to Blair.
This changes everything.
He spoke quietly, as though talking to himself. When we get back, you're going to have to get as far away from us as you can.
No.
He shook his head vehemently. They'll kill you. Don't you see? Now more than ever. You broke the taboo. They can't let you live. It's like Julian all over again. It was ironic that only a few days ago she had been determined to kill him herself, and yet, here she was, concerned for his safety.
Let me talk to Daniel.
He won't listen, Quinn insisted. I can't protect you from him, from any of them.
I didn't ask you to. I want to talk to him.
You murdered his protege. He's the last person who will listen to anything you have to say. At this, Drake gave a harsh, hollow laugh.
He started it,
he replied cryptically, bringing Quinn up short. It was the first time she had heard him sound truly bitter. What do you mean? She asked in confusion. Whether because he knew that his deepest secret, the thing that he had spent years concealing, was finally exposed, or whether it was the desperation in Quinn's voice, he could not be sure. But Drake had had enough.
Your friends are not what you think,
he hissed.
Daniel is not a saint, Quinn, no matter how badly you wish it. You're so quick to blame my kind for everything that has happened. But maybe you should start looking a little closer to home. If Daniel wants to blame someone for Summerfeld's demise, perhaps he should take a long, hard look in the mirror.
What the hell are you talking about?
Charlotte,
he replied.
Daniel killed Charlotte. It's because of him she even exists. If he hadn't plunged a stake into her chest, I wouldn't have had to turn her. She would never have become what she is today. She would never have sought the city, and she would never have succeeded where all others had failed.
Daniel killed Charlotte? Quinn shook her head in denial. She had known that Charlotte had died the night the Slayer attacked the village where she and Drake were hiding, but she had assumed a vampire had wounded her. No, he couldn't have. We don't kill humans.
It was an accident,
Drake relented slightly.
But the point I am making is that Daniel is not innocent either. We have both done things we regret. I want to talk to him.
He was determined, and Quinn was still reeling too greatly from the revelation that Daniel had done the unthinkable to reason it all out. I'll see what I can do, she consented. Austin was back in an hour. His face was unreadable, and Quinn wondered if she had made the right decision encouraging him to visit Tom.
I'm ready,
was all he said. You can follow us, she offered. I'll take your bag if you like.
No, I've got it.
He bent over and retrieved the rucksack, then turned and walked away from them. Chapter 17. Melchior's initial pleasure that he was now in charge of the convoy was fast losing appeal. He had never really appreciated how much effort was required to keep their people in check. Balthazar had made it look easy, and Melchior had never had to do anything other than the odd supply run. The other gypsies had tired quickly of his habitual drinking and were starting to lose faith in his leadership. The last thing Melchior needed was a revolt on his hands. Pulling himself into a sitting position, he peered, bleary-eyed, at the sizable naked figure beside him. He could barely remember anything about last night, but he must have been far drunker than he had thought, if he had betted that. Disgusted with himself, Melchior retrieved his pants from under the girl's fat pink legs with much hauling and grunting. In a foul temper, he emerged from his tent, noticing the last rays of the sun shining over the horizon. He had slept the day away. Again. The campsite was uncharacteristically subdued, and, as he wandered over to the fire in search of something to eat, he felt the accusing eyes of the other gypsies on him. Ignoring them, Melchior ate his fill, washing it down with a carafe of water as the sun finally set. Braver now that the dark hid his bloodshot eyes, he addressed the group at large.
Tomorrow, we head east.
What for?
Zebulon snapped. Zebulon was a fair few years younger than Melchior, not much of an asset to the community himself, but his wife, Kara, had taken over Rowena's duties, making her invaluable. Kara's meteoric rise through the ranks seemed to have an inflammatory effect on Zebulon's balls, Melchior thought.
What for, Zebulon?
Melchior rounded on him, his face lit by the dancing flames of the fire.
What do you think? Aren't we searching for the lost city?
We were,
Zebulon hissed.
When Balthazar was leading us. Now we seem to be going around in circles, starving, and winter is almost upon us.
Well, why don't you find work?
Melchior barked.
Or better still,
he glared at the women gathered around the fire.
Why don't you whores go and find a fare?
Rowena handled the fares,
Kara retorted disdainfully.
Without her, we cannot negotiate with the locals.
We are out of money, Melchior.
Zebulon returned to the attack.
Soon we will be out of liquor too, and then perhaps you will feel the hardship as we do.
Melchior let out a harsh, strangled laugh.
If you think you can do a better job leading us, be my guest,
he sneered.
Better still, why not let your whore take charge, as she so obviously owns your balls? No woman of mine would ever speak out against a man as she does.
I've got a better idea,
a feminine voice called, and they all swiveled in the direction of the stranger's voice. At first they could see nothing through the gloom, but then a woman appeared, walking slowly toward them. She was dressed in the tightest black leather pants, and her top was low-cut, showing off an impressive cleavage for someone so young. Her frame seemed too slight to carry the heavy tresses of dark hair braided over one shoulder. Melchior felt his lust stirring at the sight of such a woman. She was the most beautiful creature he had ever laid eyes on, but there was something deadly in the curve of her smile.
Why don't I take charge?
The brazen beauty simpered sweetly, her eyes meeting Melchior's.
Who are you?
He demanded, getting clumsily to his feet.
My name is Charlotte,
she replied, coming to stand before him.
And I am looking for someone. Where is Jonas?
If it's a man you're after, I think you should aim slightly higher than a boy.
Melchior replied suggestively, tucking his beefy hands into his belt and jutting out his hips. Charlotte eyed his filthy pants disdainfully, her lip curling. Grabbing his head between her hands, she twisted his neck brutally, hearing the snap of bone before dropping his body to the ground. With shrieks of terror, the gypsies around the fire scattered, fleeing in all directions.
Oh, no, you don't,
Charlotte murmured evilly, and, like shadows, the vampires surrounding the camp stopped them in their tracks, killing most, but leaving a few alive to answer her questions.
Now,
she continued calmly when those who remained were forced to kneel before her.
As I mentioned, I'm looking for a gypsy boy named Jonas. Tell me where he is and you live. Don't and, well, you get the picture.
She placed a booted heel on Melchior's back.
He's not here,
Zebulon answered.
He ran away a few weeks back. We left his father and 2 of our women back in a town called New Haven to look for him. We haven't seen them since.
Tristan had already informed Charlotte of this, so she knew he was telling the truth. If they hadn't returned to their camp after the city had fallen, then it stood to reason they were with the Guardians who had escaped.
What is your name?
She asked.
Zebulon.
Could you find them, Zebulon?
The gypsies were nomads, traveling extensively across the globe. But surely they must have the means to find one another, if they were ever separated.
I can tell you where they were camped in New Haven,
he offered hopefully.
They are no longer at their camp in the woods. If they were, I wouldn't be here,
she added obviously.
And unless you can find them, you are of no use to me.
Zebulon hesitated, torn between telling a lie to save their lives and knowing that there was no way he would be able to find Balthazar if he and Rowena had left their previous campsite. His pause was all the answer Charlotte needed.
You can't
she sighed wearily.
How unfortunate.
Stepping toward Zebulon, she extended her fangs.
Wait!
The woman on his right scrambled to her feet.
I might be able to find them.
Kara,
Zebulon warned, fearing she might try and lie outright to this monster. But Kara held Charlotte's gaze steadily.
How?
Charlotte demanded.
Rowena,
Kara explained, turning apologetically to her husband.
Rowena would have known some of the women might try to find her. She may have left clues.
Bravely, she issued an ultimatum.
Let the others go, and I will help you if I can.
Charlotte considered this.
Fine. Bring him along.
She pointed at Zebulon. It was clear that the two were in love, and nobody did anything without motive.
Just in case she needs a bit of incentive?
No!
Kara screamed, kicking out at the men who seized her shoulders.
No, leave him alone.
Ignoring her cries, another pair of rough hands grabbed Zebulon. As her henchmen led Zebulon and Kara away, Charlotte watched the other gypsies flee without so much as a backward glance or a moment's thought for the brave woman who had just saved their lives.
As soon as we're gone, kill them all,
she murmured cruelly. Chapter 18. Back at their new base of operations, Isaiah found Braden alone in the library. He sat perfectly still in a comfortable armchair, gazing unseeingly out of the window. Braden had been subdued ever since Quinn had left the day before to retrieve Blair's crystal.
Penny for your thoughts?
Isaiah broke the silence.
I don't think they're worth that much.
Braden sighed.
I keep trying to come up with a plan, something we haven't considered, but it's hopeless. I fear we may be doing the wards an injustice by simply sitting here waiting to be found.
It was a mark of the Guardians' quiet strength that they had not mourned the city's loss. The Fae, the wolves, and even, to an extent, the herd, were struggling to recover, their desolation glaringly obvious. The Guardians did not have that luxury. Losing Summerfeld had devastated them, but being who they were, they could not afford to grieve. They had to pick themselves up and move forward, always in the best interests of those precious few who remained. The wards came first.
We are doing the best we can,
Isaiah corrected gently.
And if there is one thing I have learned in all these years, it's that nothing is ever hopeless. We have the Hawkstone after all these years, and that in itself is a sign. Finally, we can open the temple.
Yes, but we are still missing 2 crystals. 3, if Quinn fails.
Quinn never fails.
Ain't that the truth?
Braden agreed, with fierce pride.
Have you heard from her?
No.
Braden shook his head.
And she's left her phone behind.
Isaiah could see the worry etched on his brow. In truth, it surprised him too that Quinn would be so careless.
She has a lot on her mind,
he offered feebly.
We all have a lot on our minds,
Braden countered. He always reacted defensively when he felt helpless.
She will be fine,
Isaiah soothed.
She said herself the crystal wasn't too far away. A couple of days round trip at the most. I'm sure she'll be back soon.
I worry about her,
Braden admitted.
I would expect nothing less. She's your daughter.
She's reckless.
I won't argue with that.
Isaiah smiled.
It seems the apple really doesn't fall far from the tree. You forget, I knew you before your daughters were born, Braden,
he added, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Braden had been just as impulsive as Quinn, if not more so, but when she and Avery were born, he had become far more responsible. Having children of his own had forced him to grow up.
I tried to set a good example.
You are an impeccable guardian, Braddon.
Isaiah agreed. And then, coming to a decision, he took a seat opposite his old friend.
Forgive me, but there is something I must tell you.
It was time for Braddon to learn the truth. Tristan had been exposed as the traitor, and it was no longer necessary to keep the others in the dark. Braddon listened, horror-struck, as Isaiah told him about the circumstances surrounding Avery's death, unable to speak as his emotions overwhelmed him.
Quinn knows this?
He asked eventually, when Isaiah was finished.
Yes, she's known for some time.
Braddon's eyes filled with tears, and he pressed his fingers into them, trying to stem the flow.
Werewolves?
He choked out eventually.
You're certain?
I performed the autopsy myself. I am truly sorry I didn't ask your permission, but Quinn asked me to keep it between us. Then, when we learned of the traitor, we weren't sure who we could trust.
You suspected it might be me?
Braddon's shock was expected.
Quinn thought I might be the traitor?
We didn't know who it was. But to be fair, she didn't want to consider it might be you.
I found Caleb,
Braddon intoned hollowly.
I brought that bastard into Summerfeld, and he might have killed my daughter.
The vampires planted Caleb where they knew you would find him. You couldn't have known.
I defended him. I defended that son of a bitch. When Quinn wanted him punished, I told her to stay out of it.
As we all did.
Isaiah pointed out.
Werewolves are to be protected. That is our duty. Besides, Caleb has been punished. Quinn killed him, remember?
Braddon finally gave way to the tears, dropping his head into his hands.
We will find the people responsible for Avery's death,
Isaiah promised.
And Quinn will be fine. She's much stronger than you give her credit for.
It's not that.
Braddon lifted his head.
I just couldn't be prouder.
Knowing that there was nothing more he could say to ease Braddon's troubled mind, Isaiah left him. As always, he seemed to be drawn to Lenora, and he found her in the kitchen, overseeing lunch preparations.
No, Hilda!
She shrieked as a portly old woman in an apron labored over a steaming pot.
You don't add the cream until the very end.
Catching sight of Isaiah, Lenora smiled.
It smells fine to me,
he commented wryly.
Besides, how would you know? You don't eat this stuff.
I'll have you know I'm a remarkable cook. It's one of my many talents. I'm glad you're here,
she added, tossing a tea towel onto the kitchen counter and linking her arm through his.
There's something I've been meaning to tell you.
There was no denying the nervous tremor in her voice.
What is it?
Now don't be cross,
she began as they walked toward the living room.
But I sent Drake to accompany Quinn on her trip.
Isaiah jerked his arm out of hers.
You what?
He snapped.
Lenora, she doesn't need the distraction right now. You know how hard it is for her to stay away from him. How could you?
She shouldn't have gone out alone in the first place,
she replied hotly.
And he has a right to try and make amends.
Isaiah wasn't convinced.
He's already betrayed her once. How do you know we can trust him?
Because I know him,
Lenora responded confidently.
He's a good man, one of the best, and because he loves her.
It was nothing less than Isaiah suspected. He wanted Quinn to be happy, but first they needed to open the Rose Gate and release Eldon's heir from the temple. They needed the Fey magic now, more than ever. Daniel had made it clear that Drake was an enemy, and, while Isaiah didn't necessarily agree with him, he thought Quinn's decision to send him away, at least until this was all over, was prudent.
You know she cares for him, too.
Lenora continued when he didn't respond.
I know.
Isaiah nodded.
But the others will not be swayed. With the guardianship in such a fragile state, we cannot afford any discord among us.
And you, Isaiah, are you keeping me at arm's length for the same reason?
She asked boldly. His silence spoke volumes.
In case you haven't noticed, we are your people,
she snapped.
Drake and I may not wear that mark that you are so proud of, but we're here, trying to help you.
I know that, and I know that it's not without great risk. Surely you know how much I appreciate everything you are doing for...
I don't want your appreciation.
She cut him off abruptly.
That's the last thing I want from you, and until you realize that, or man up enough to give me what I do want, perhaps we should just stay out of each other's way.
They gazed at each other. The passion between them so intensely private that neither noticed the red-headed girl passing by.
I'll get out of your way,
Isaiah murmured eventually. Lenora steeled herself not to call out to him as he turned his back to her. He walked away slowly, as though hoping she would. Chapter 19. Monique blushed as she scuttled past the kitchen, embarrassed to have witnessed such an intimate moment between her mentor and their host. She had been on her way to collect the duck livers for the Chumana hatchlings, but now she hovered a short way down the hall, uncertain of whether to go in or not. Fortunately, a moment later, Isaiah appeared. He didn't seem to notice Monique cowering in embarrassment, and she heaved a sigh as he headed in the opposite direction, reflecting that for such a controlled group of people, the Guardians didn't seem to have much control over who they fell in love with. Isaiah was clearly smitten with Lenora, and Monique, who was incredibly perceptive, had not missed the underlying tension between Quinn and the vampire, Drake. And then there was Monique herself. She had never even had a boyfriend before, and yet, a few short months into her guardianship, she was dating a gypsy boy. Monique jumped at the sound of Lenora's voice.
You can come in now,
she called, and in the absence of anyone else in the vicinity, Monique figured it was addressed to her. Smiling apologetically, she slunk into the kitchen.
Something smells good,
she said.
Here.
Lenora handed her a plastic bucket laden with raw liver. She was in an uncharacteristically dour mood.
Dinner will be ready in half an hour,
she added more gently, catching sight of Monique's crestfallen face.
I can't wait,
Monique replied politely, before making a run for it. As she fed Lucky and the other Chumana babies a feast of raw liver, she recalled her earlier conversation with Jonas. It had pricked her conscience that he was envious of her relationship with Velkin. Velkin was a kind, compassionate fairy, but her interest in him went no further than their shared love of the wards. Technically, Velkin was one of the wards, and so her affection extended to him too. She cared deeply for him, but it pained her to learn that he had feelings for her, and Monique figured the best way to resolve the problem was to find Velkin a new love interest. He had been so sad since Marin's death, and Monique figured he missed having the constant companionship she had provided. Monique had noticed the painfully shy gypsy girl, Cosima, who seemed to be struggling to find her feet in this new, motley community, and Monique thought her plan to bring them together was a brilliant one. Washing her hands, she left Lucky and the other hatchlings. Balthazar had helped the Fae erect metal sheeting inside the enormous barn that housed them to protect the flammable wood and she smiled fondly at the scorch marks along the bottom. Lucky whined as she closed the door, scratching against it like an overlarge puppy. The other hatchlings had not imprinted on her as Lucky had, so they didn't mourn her departure quite as dramatically. Crossing the immaculate lawn, Monique spotted the Orochian sleeping near the front of the house. Keeping him close was proving the most difficult part of being here. Monique was riding him twice a day, guiding him away from the nearest town and toward the Alps that loomed south of Lenora's property. But even so, he would take off on his own every now and then. He wouldn't eat anything offered to him, but the day before, the mutilated remains of a mountain deer had been discovered in the enormous swimming pool. Lenora's pool man had been apoplectic with rage. Determined to put her plan in motion sooner rather than later, Monique went in search of Cosima. The girl rarely left her room, and, as expected, she heard her timid reply when she rapped on the door.
Hi.
Monique shut the door behind her as Cosima eyed her warily.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
She eyed the empty bedroom.
Whatever it is you were doing.
She finished lamely.
Is Rowena looking for me?
Cosima sounded nervous. Rowena had, only this morning, taken her to task for being so antisocial and for not contributing to the day-to-day chores. The older woman felt it was the least they could do in return for their board and lodging, but Cosima was painfully shy, and the thought of striking up conversation with the various inhabitants of the house was terrifying. The vampires scared her half to death, and she found the Guardians intimidating.
No.
Monique shook her head, and Cosima exhaled a sigh of relief, which was swiftly replaced by suspicion when Monique spoke again.
I actually wondered if you'd like to help me exercise the unicorns this afternoon.
Rowena must have said something, was Cosima's first logical thought. There was no other explanation for why Monique would suddenly enlist her services, and so, mindful of offending her mentor, Cosima reluctantly agreed. Half an hour later, she realized just how wrong she had been, and was dying of mortification. Monique had slyly introduced her to Velkin, a fairy that Cosima had only ever seen once or twice before, and whom she now hoped she would never lay eyes on again. Subtlety was not Monique's strong suit, and it was abundantly clear to both of the unwilling victims of her good intentions what she was actually up to. Oblivious of their mutual discomfort, Monique urged Velkin to show Cosima the correct way to sit, and how best to guide the unicorns where she wanted them to go. Obligingly, he obeyed, but, as he caught Cosima's eye, and saw his own embarrassment reflected in her gaze, he smiled reassuringly.
Isn't she lovely?
Monique asked after Cosima had finally excused herself. She had torn back toward the house, desperate to get indoors and as far away from Monique and Velkin as she could.
Please don't ever do that again,
came Velkin's curt reply. Monique was taken aback at the irritation in his voice. Like all of the Fae, Velkin was never in a temper, but Monique had pushed him to the brink of his good nature.
I don't need you to play matchmaker, Monique,
he continued, leading Etana back to her stable.
I just thought that you and Cosima might...
You thought that by parading her in front of me, I might transfer my affections from you to her?
It was the first time he had openly admitted feeling something for Monique, and she didn't know where to look.
Sadly, it's not that simple, although I do accept that my feelings are unrequited. You should have left well enough alone, but instead, you embarrassed both Cosima and me.
I'm sorry.
Monique hung her head.
As I said,
He softened slightly.
please don't do it again.
She fled then, too embarrassed to go back inside the house. The other guardians had more important things to worry about, and Jonas would only say, "I told you so." In frustration, Monique kicked out at a stone, sending it hurtling through the air. Following its trajectory, she gave a shriek of warning. Channon, who was also out for a walk, ducked just in time as the stone hurtled toward her forehead.
"Having a bad day?"
Channon asked, with a completely straight face. Monique had clapped her hands to her mouth in horror, and it took a few seconds before she recovered enough to drop them.
I'm sorry.
She gulped eventually.
"Don't worry about it."
Channon eased.
"No harm done. So, bad day?"
Kind of.
"Want to talk about it?"
Faced with the prospect of venting, Monique was suddenly cringing at how trivial her problem sounded.
Not really.
She decided lamely.
"You sure?"
Channon gave her an arch look and Monique nodded.
Sure.
"Okay, well, I'm heading up to the house. You coming?"
No.
Monique shook her head.
I'm going to walk for a bit.
She spent the rest of the afternoon walking alone throughout the property. It was so vast and so surrounded by vacant land that, at some points, she wasn't sure where Lenora's property ended and common ground began. She was mortified that her good intentions had gone so horribly wrong, and worse, had forced Velkin to admit his feelings for her, which would no doubt result in their relationship becoming a lot more awkward. She was so deep in thought that she barely noticed night falling, but suddenly she got the unpleasant sensation that overwhelmed her whenever a vampire was nearby. Glancing around, expecting to find Lenora, or one of the vampires who served her alongside the human staff, she was shocked to see an unfamiliar vampire crossing the front lawn. His hair was cropped close to his skull, and the dark hue of his skin was obvious, even in the gloomy night. She wondered how he had gotten past the scouts. Watching as he stole up the steps onto the porch and snuck in through the front door, Monique immediately hastened around the back of the house and in through the kitchen entrance. Chapter 20. Lenora had also witnessed Nikolai approaching through the front window, and she moved to intercept him before he discovered any of the guardians residing inside the house. The perimeter guards were well accustomed to Nikolai and would not have thought to warn her of his approach. Ushering him into the small sitting room off the hall, she rounded on him furiously.
"What are you doing here?"
Lenora snapped.
"I told you we were done."
She had sent Nikolai away shortly after Drake's first visit. He had thrown a fit that she had treated Drake with more respect than she had ever shown him, and Lenora had grown weary of his constant need for approval. Nikolai's obsession with her, on the other hand, had only been fueled by Lenora's dismissal. Lenora was a very old, very powerful vampire, not to mention incredibly beautiful, and Nikolai had enjoyed the luxurious lifestyle being with her had afforded him. Convinced that she only needed time to cool off, he had obeyed her instruction, giving her some space before returning, intending to pick up where they left off. To his surprise, he had found more than he bargained for.
"Are you aware that there is a dragon on your front lawn?"
He asked politely, picking up an antique vase and pretending to examine it.
"Are you aware that you are trespassing?"
Nikolai smiled smugly.
"I have only returned home, my love."
"This is my home,"
she reminded him haughtily.
And we both know the only love you have for me is a desire to share my wealth and power, neither of which I am prepared to share, so I would suggest you leave immediately.
Where shall I go? To the council, perhaps? I am sure they would reward me handsomely if I were to deliver the beast's whereabouts. After all, there hasn't been a dragon outside of the city for over 1,000 years.
Nikolai was obviously unaware that Summerfeld had been destroyed.
The dragon is mine,
Lenora warned.
And the unicorns in the stables? I can smell them from here.
He drew in a deep breath through his nose.
Are those yours too?
Actually, they're mine,
a deep voice interrupted, and they turned to find Isaiah and Daniel standing in the doorway. At the sound of Isaiah's voice, Lenora felt both safe and fearful. It was the first time since leaving the city that their safe haven had been compromised. Nikolai would not sense the Guardians, but she had hoped to avoid a confrontation. A second later, Monique skidded to a halt beside them, too late to warn them, her eyes wide. She fixed her gaze on Nikolai, who set down the vase. A predatory smile curved his lips upward.
"Get her out of here,"
Isaiah murmured, sensing trouble.
"I can handle this."
Nodding, Daniel ushered Monique away.
I'm sorry, I tried to warn you.
Lenora heard the girl apologizing as they walked off.
And who are you?
Nikolai sneered dismissively, gazing at Isaiah with disdain. Lenora almost felt sorry for him. Almost. Isaiah looked harmless enough in the clothes she had loaned him, but he was, after all, the slayer.
He is my guest,
Lenora interrupted coldly.
Unlike you,
she added pointedly.
Guest? A human guest? My, we have stooped to a new level. The servants I can understand, but entertaining humans, Lenora? It seems I need to reconsider my high esteem of you.
Before she could answer, Isaiah spoke.
"The lady asked you to leave."
His voice was barely more than a whisper, but his feelings for Lenora were impossible to hide. Furious, Nikolai made a move toward Isaiah, but, at the last second, Lenora stepped between them, catching the brunt of his brutal blow. She was knocked aside, hitting the door frame beside Isaiah. The sight of the blood on her swollen lip was too much for Isaiah, who grabbed the unsuspecting Nikolai by the throat at the same time he pulled the stake from his waistband. Nikolai saw only a flash of silver, before Isaiah thrust the stake through his heart with such force that it blossomed in a splash of red out of the other side. Dropping the graying figure, Isaiah was at Lenora's side in an instant. Helping her to her feet, he pushed aside her dark hair to assess the damage. The infinite tenderness in his eyes was worth the tiny hurt. She thought wryly.
"I'm sorry about the carpet,"
he murmured, smiling down at her. And Lenora couldn't suppress a grin.
"I knew you'd man up eventually,"
she replied. Their faces were only inches apart. Isaiah had long memorized every line of her face, the dark seaweed green of her eyes, and the full curve of her lower lip. She hadn't changed a bit in 500 years, except for her hair. Shorter than he remembered, it made her seem harder.
"I preferred it long,"
he murmured, lifting a strand off her face.
"Everything okay in here?"
Daniel's voice broke the spell, and Lenora steeled herself for the distance that Isaiah would put between them in the presence of another. To her surprise, he didn't release her. Meeting Daniel's gaze over her head, he nodded.
"It's been handled."
Casting an amused glance at the pile of ash on the expensive carpet, Daniel nodded.
I can see that.
He lifted his gaze to them once more, and Lenora watched the conflicting emotions cross his face. He wasn't particularly happy to find them in such a compromising position. She waited for him to speak his mind, but instead, he bid them a curt
"Good night"
before turning on his heel. They were alone again, but the hollow echoing of Daniel's steps as he walked away seemed to rouse Isaiah, and he slowly released her, drawing himself up to his full height. Daniel didn't have to say anything, she thought bitterly. The disappointed look on his face had been enough. Furious, she willed herself to be quiet, but as Isaiah stepped away, her indignation won out.
"So that's it?"
she snapped, her cheeks flaming. He turned slowly, his face a careful mask, revealing nothing.
1 minute you're the gallant knight coming to my defense, and the next you're a sheep, blindly following everyone else's lead.
It's not like that.
It's exactly like that. I thought you were different. That you were better than the others.
What others?
He seemed to sense that this was about more than just the Guardians.
All of them,
she confirmed.
Alexei, Eldon, the vampires who blindly follow the quest, the Guardians who hate every one of my kind regardless of whether or not it's justified. Pick one, it doesn't matter which. They're all just as foolish as the next.
Her chest heaved, the emotional toll of her disappointment, and they simply stared at each other for a few moments, neither speaking a word. Then, to Lenora's astonishment, Isaiah began to laugh. It started out as a chuckle, but soon grew to a hearty, deep-in-the-chest laugh, which shook his shoulders.
"What's so funny?"
Lenora asked, as he wiped tears of mirth from his eyes.
You,
he admitted finally, taking a deep breath and sobering himself. A soft smile replaced the laughter on his lips, and he stepped toward her.
You're right. I'm an idiot. We all are.
Lenora shivered as his hand cupped her cheek. His eyes were still sparkling with humor, but beneath that she saw something deeper, something he had hidden from her since the day in the woods, and her heart skipped a beat as she recognized it for what it was.
"So you're agreeing with me now?"
she challenged.
I am.
"I'm not sure how I feel about that."
She morphed her features into an expression of feigned perplexity.
"Without our arguing, where would the fun in this relationship be?"
Isaiah didn't reply. Instead, he showed her, with a kiss.
"Daniel wouldn't be happy,"
she breathed, when their lips parted. Her eyes were closed, her senses dulled, and she was grateful for the quiet strength of Isaiah's arms around her waist. She was certain they were the only thing holding her up.
Everything has changed,
Isaiah whispered, his own heart beating contentedly in his chest.
Daniel knows that. Deep down, we all know that. I do think, however, that we shouldn't exactly rub everyone's noses in it. Not just yet, anyway.
Lenora sighed. She understood. The Guardians were in a precarious situation. They needed to be strong, united, if they stood any chance at surviving. Isaiah was telling her that he loved her, that he wanted to be with her, but he couldn't commit to a relationship right now. Not when what was at stake was so much bigger than the both of them. It wasn't exactly what she wanted, but it was enough. For now. Chapter 21. Quinn's stomach was churning as they pulled into a motel. She had resigned herself to the fact that she would spend another night with Drake. They had made good time and should get back to Lenora's by lunch the next day, if they left early enough. The thought of dealing with the fallout of Daniel's rage and the confrontation between him and Drake was not something she was looking forward to.
I'll get my own room,
Austin announced when it became clear that Drake would be bunking with them. We should all stay together, Quinn insisted.
I spent 4 years with the Marines. I can take care of myself.
Is that where you got that? She gestured at his tattoo.
No.
He shook his head.
I got it after.
I'm sure you have a lot of questions, she probed.
Only one for now. Why me?
Your ancestor, Blair Lindbergh. She was killed a few days ago. You were chosen as her replacement.
What happened to her?
Quinn cast a discreet glance across the lot where Drake was standing. She knew he could hear her. She doubted she could keep his role in Blair's death a secret for long, but this wasn't the time or the place to get into it with Austin. The vampires discovered the city's location. Blair was killed in the battle that followed. Austin nodded curtly, as though the conversation was over. Before you go, Quinn stopped him as he started toward the room next to hers. You may have served in the Marines, but vampires aren't as easy to kill as people. You'll need this. She pressed a stake into his hand. Drake will know if any vampires come near us even before we do, so the chances are you won't have to use it. Austin gazed at the stake, which was in pristine condition, despite being centuries old, taking in the ornate markings along the side. Quinn was astounded by his self-control. She had already been exposed to the Guardian's way of life when she was branded, but Austin knew almost nothing. She wondered if it was simply because of his military background that he was so accepting of what had happened and could wait for a full explanation.
Thanks.
Casting one more curious look at Drake, Austin shouldered his bag and disappeared into his room. It took Quinn a long time to fall asleep. She was acutely aware of Drake in the next bed, so close that if she reached out her arm she could touch him. No doubt everyone back home at Lenora's would know that they had shared a room by tomorrow, and she wasn't sure how she would explain it. It angered her that she even felt the need to explain it. Risking a glance over, she saw that Drake was sleeping, or at least he appeared to be. His left hand was hanging over the side of his bed as if reaching toward her in his sleep. He had really nice hands, she noticed. Strong hands, with long, lean fingers and nails that were short and neat. She knew so little about him, other than that he was stronger and more powerful than any vampire she had ever encountered. She also knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that he would protect her with his life. Quinn rolled onto her back, letting her own hand fall into the space between them. She finally fell asleep to the sound of his breathing, their hands only inches apart. When she woke in the morning, Drake was leaning on the edge of the dresser, watching her intently. "Morning," she murmured, sitting up and swinging her bare legs off the bed. Her nightshirt had gotten hitched up in her pants during the night, and she quickly pulled it down, covering a broad expanse of naked thigh. "What happened to letting me get ready in private?" she mused, yawning as she headed for the bathroom. He didn't answer, but his eyes never left her legs. Unnerved, Quinn shut the door behind her. When she emerged, her wet hair slicked back off her face, he was still in the same position. She wished she knew what was going through that complicated head of his. Slipping her stake into her boot, she spotted her bag on the carpet near his feet. She was almost certain she had left it on her bed. Determined not to show how disconcerted she felt, she went to retrieve it. But as she straightened up, she found herself close to him. Too close. His eyes met hers and held her gaze, and Quinn found herself holding her breath. She felt heady, as though her ears were stuffed with cotton wool, and her limbs had turned to jelly. Drake deliberately pushed away from the dresser, standing upright, and the movement brought his body even closer to hers. They stood face to face, so close that she could feel the warmth of his body even though they weren't touching. Every nerve ending in her body screamed to close the infinitesimal space between them. "What's happening?" she whispered, a shiver running through her.
I have no idea.
His voice was hoarse, but he made no move to step away. His face loomed before her, his eyes dominating her vision, and Quinn knew that when he touched her, she would lose herself. She had no idea of the inner battle he fought, trying desperately not to act on his desire, to leave her while he still could, but the temptation was too great. Slowly, inch by precious inch, he lowered his dark head. Quinn's lips parted, her eyes closing, and a surge of triumph coursed through him. In the instant that his lips brushed hers, a jolt of energy passed between them, at the same moment that the door burst open. They leapt apart, Quinn's cry a blend of surprise and dismay. Drake clenched his hands into fists as he watched her struggling to get a hold on her emotions. Austin stood in the doorway, watching them both.
You said 6.
Austin grunted.
I was worried something might have happened.
The look he gave Drake made it clear exactly where his concern lay. "I'm fine," Quinn assured him, trying to gather her wits about her. "We were just on our way out." She deliberately fixed her gaze at a point near her feet, but if she had looked up, she would have seen just how much it pained Drake that she would not meet his eyes. The drive back to Lenora's was the most awkward journey of Quinn's life. As soon as they were in the car, Austin's bike roaring to life behind them, Drake brought up the subject of what had happened. Fortunately, Quinn was prepared.
Are we going to discuss what just happened in there?
"No," she answered so quickly that his head jerked in her direction.
No? Are you honestly going to pretend that I'm the only one who felt that?
"I don't want to talk about it." She skirted the question. To deny it would be an outright lie.
Of course you don't.
He sighed wearily.
Because any time we get even close to penetrating that indestructible guardian armor of yours, you put your tail between your legs and run for the hills.
He was furious. Quinn could hear it in the tone of his voice. She didn't blame him. The physical reaction they had had to one another defied logic, and she wanted answers just as badly as he did. But she couldn't do this. She couldn't open herself up to the possibility of anything between them. It was too selfish and far too dangerous. The wards were in a fragile position, and the Guardians needed to be united now, more than ever. So instead, she remained silent, keeping her thoughts to herself and letting him believe the worst of her. When they finally pulled into Lenora's drive, she slowed to a halt and switched off the engine. "I need you to go." She finally turned to face him. "It's better if I tell them alone. You can speak to Daniel," she added, as a small frown crossed his brow. but this isn't the way to do it. Let me speak to them first. Stay close. I'll call you just as soon as I've explained everything and made sure that he'll stop long enough to listen. The growling of the motorcycle engine behind them broke the oppressive silence, as Austin revved the throttle impatiently, and, in the time it took Quinn to turn and signal that she would only be a minute, Drake was gone. Braden was the first to reach the car, and his relief at having her back safely was second only to his shock at finding a new guardian in tow. Isaiah immediately gathered everyone together in the large dining room. Quinn noticed that Lenora, Balthazar, the wolves, and a few members of the Fae were also called, and it struck her that change was well and truly upon them. No longer was guardian business confined to the ranks of those branded with Eldon's charmed tattoos. Every person in this room had proven themselves worthy of protecting the wards. They were united by a common enemy. She also noticed that, while everyone else pretended not to, something had changed between Isaiah and their host. It wasn't anything she could put her finger on, but small things. The way Isaiah held out Lenora's chair, the way her hand brushed his as she turned to thank him. Quinn wasn't too surprised. She alone knew the depth of their feelings for one another, and if they had decided to act on those feelings, she was happy for them. Quinn remained silent as Isaiah explained everything to Austin. More than once she caught Lenora staring at her thoughtfully, but she averted her gaze, knowing full well that Lenora wanted news of Drake. Usually, new recruits were briefed alone, but Austin took everything in his stride, maintaining an outward calm that impressed everyone present. Quinn wondered again if his military background had anything to do with it. Invariably, the conversation turned to the allies present in the room, the gypsies, the vampires, and the reason for them being there. Sensing where the conversation was headed, and before Austin could bring it up, Quinn spoke. "Drake was with me when we found Austin," she announced. It came out defensively, and Quinn cringed. From the reactions of the others, it was obvious that this was startling news to everyone, with the exception of Lenora and Isaiah.
Drake is an enemy of Summerfeld,
Daniel reminded her eventually, his body going rigid with anger. "There is no Summerfeld," Quinn replied calmly. "The city is gone, and the only way to save the wards is to open the Rose Gate. We need all the help we can get, and I trust him," she added defiantly.
"I agree with Quinn,"
Isaiah said, ignoring Daniel's look of disgust.
"We should not turn away those who would help us. We cannot do this alone."
The fact that none of them would be here if it weren't for Lenora was directly implied. "Drake has requested a meeting," Quinn continued, her eyes never leaving Daniel's face. "He would like to speak with you."
No.
It was final.
"You may decline,"
Isaiah pointed out.
"but you cannot speak for all of us. I, for one, would like to hear what he has to say."
So would I.
Braden's words surprised Quinn more than anything else.
Me too,
Piper announced bravely, and, one by one, the Guardians nodded their agreement. Only the other hunters, Daniel, Liam, and Garrett, remained uncompromising. Quinn took a deep breath. "There is one more thing you should all know. Drake is not like other vampires. Sunlight doesn't affect him. He's a daywalker." In the chaos that followed this revelation, she got to her feet. "It is not my story to tell," she insisted, in answer to the barrage of questions being fired at her. "I will arrange a meeting tomorrow morning. He can tell us himself." Isaiah got to his feet too, silencing everyone with a wave of his hand.
"Never before have we been so vulnerable,"
he began, in his rich, soothing voice.
"Summerfeld has fallen, and many of our precious wards along with it. But at the same time, never before have we been so united. We have forged new friendships and unlikely alliances. But the prophecy speaks of the trials of change, and I believe that time is upon us. This war is coming to an end, and there is no doubt that we will suffer terrible losses. We may not all live to see the Rose Temple opened."
The words were somber.
"But Winter will be released, and all the magic of the Fae along with him. The city is gone, but Summerfeld will live on. We will prevail."
In the silence that followed, Quinn was struck by the fact that there was no victorious outcry, no loud, uproarious agreement, but instead, a sense of silent camaraderie. Lenora took Isaiah's hand, and Braddon clapped Balthazar on the back. Piper wiped away a tear, and a look of grim resolve settled on her sweet face. Isaiah was right. They were united more than ever before. Tristan had betrayed them, but he had unwittingly brought them all closer together, and together they could achieve the impossible. As they slowly dispersed, Quinn headed upstairs, wanting nothing more than to take a shower and sleep. But first, she needed to let Drake know that the others had agreed to hear him out. Pulling her phone from the drawer where she had left it, she saw her battery was about to die. A small envelope flashed on the top left of the screen, signaling a message. She dialed voicemail, expecting to hear an irate message from one of the others for leaving her phone behind. Instead, what she heard sent an icy terror down her spine. The message was short, and the voice was not one she had ever expected to hear again.
"Quinn!
The terror was undeniable.
Quinn!"
A click sounded, signaling the end of the message, and the phone dropped from her hand, landing on the carpet near her feet as her legs collapsed beneath her. There was no mistaking that voice. Avery, Chapter 22. Inside the city of Summerfeld, preparations were being made to leave. Alexei would be staying at Charlotte's home while she and the others did his dirty work. Charlotte was still seething over his blunt and cruel dismissal of her, and the thought of bowing to his every whim had lost a lot of appeal. Charlotte was used to getting her way. She had envisaged Alexei being eternally grateful for everything she had achieved, had deluded herself with aspirations of becoming queen of their race and ruling at his side. It never occurred to her that she would be just another servant in his nameless, faceless army. Charlotte bristled with righteous indignation. After everything she had accomplished, she would have her reward. And, if Alexei would not grant it, she would seek it through other means.
"Sloane,"
she crooned as he opened his door. If he was surprised to see her, he didn't show it. Charlotte had been so convinced she could seduce Alexei that she had made her intentions fairly obvious. The bitter burn of humiliation washed over her, but she cast it aside, smiling up at the councilman. He moved aside so she could enter the house he had occupied since his arrival. There was a small cradle beside the sofa, and Charlotte felt heady as the lingering scent of fairy assaulted her senses.
"Did we find the child?"
she asked, wondering which of her people had experienced the pleasure of feeding on a fairy baby.
"Not to my knowledge."
Charlotte sighed.
"A pity."
She moved across the room to the tiny kitchen. The musky scent of wolf was faintly detectable here.
It appears that their friendships transcend species,
she mused aloud.
They were always close.
Sloane told her.
Before the war, we all lived in harmony with one another.
He noticed how she curled her lip in disdain, a reminder of her youth. She did not know anything, this gorgeous, feckless creature. All she knew was blood and lust.
What do you want?
He asked eventually, when it seemed she would not get to the point of her visit.
Do I need a reason to see you?
She feigned hurt.
That depends.
On what?
On what your true intentions are. Don't.
He held up a hand, silencing her.
I may not be immune to your charms, but do not take me for a fool. You used me to get onto the council, which I had no problem with, seeing as how I was handsomely rewarded.
He dipped his head graciously.
But you have your seat now. So I guess my question, Charlotte, is what else is it that you want?
Charlotte chose her words carefully. If she said too much, she would be committing blatant treason.
I am concerned for your safety,
she said, injecting just a trace of fretful unease into her voice.
Alexei has assigned you a dangerous mission.
He has,
Sloane agreed gravely. Although in truth, the mission to source weapons from mankind was not dangerous at all. It was simply below him, as Charlotte well knew.
I do wonder why he couldn't have sent someone less.
She paused, as if searching for the right word.
Valuable to perform this task. Perhaps he doesn't realize your worth.
She let the question hang in the space between them. To her satisfaction, a resentful frown creased Sloane's brow, making it clear that the same thought had occurred to him.
I am sure he has his reasons,
he replied, sounding far less sure of himself.
Perhaps he simply needed someone he could trust. I have, after all, been in his inner circle for centuries.
Sloane's arrogance had always been his downfall, Charlotte thought wryly, but she saw through his facade. The councilman was furious.
Which is why I thought he would prefer to keep you here at his side,
she pointed out archly.
Instead of sending you out like a common henchman, after all your years of service.
She shook her head indignantly.
I would expect him to treat you with a little more regard. The way he speaks to you is most offensive, given how much we've done for him.
Again she fell silent. Sloane could not know that she was holding her breath, waiting to see if her ploy had worked. His face remained impassive, but she could practically hear the cogs of his mind working.
Forgive me,
Charlotte spoke, before he could fully comprehend her veiled accusation.
I should not question our master's decisions. It was foolish of me to have come. I only wished to see you before you left and wish you safe travels.
Without waiting for an answer, she swept toward the door.
Charlotte,
he called her back as she reached the threshold, and Charlotte's lips curved into a knowing smile. Composing her features, she turned to face him.
Yes?
Close the door.
Once she had complied, he continued.
It is true that Alexei disgraces me in front of the others,
he admitted, drawing her into his self-absorbed sense of pride.
But there is not much I can do about it.
There was an underlying question in his words, and Charlotte seized the invitation willingly.
There is something we could do,
she murmured, stepping closer.
I'm listening.
He would have her speak first, she realized, so that if she was not on the same page, He could feign ignorance or outright disapproval.
Alexei is not the king we envisaged.
Charlotte came clean.
I am starting to think that perhaps he is not the best person to rule us after all.
I tend to agree,
Sloane admitted. And just like that, an alliance was formed, born, not of respect for each other, but of a mutual enmity toward another. As Charlotte picked her way through the cobbled streets toward Tristan's house, she wondered how she could best use Sloane to her advantage. Alexei had spurned her, made it obvious that she would never be treated any differently to the legion of vampires he commanded, let alone ever rule at his side. After everything she had achieved, this was unacceptable. She would do his bidding because she had little choice, but she would make him pay. Tristan was not happy to hear of their plan to leave the city.
We shouldn't leave yet,
he insisted. As much as he wanted out of Summerfeld, he would never be truly free until this war was over, and that would only happen when the wards were destroyed. New guardians stood between the vampires and that goal. Guardians who would report here when they were branded. Charlotte took a seat on the sofa, accepting the glass of red wine she had demanded. She eyed the massive painting of Avery with a look of pure loathing. In truth, it was Avery's twin sister, Quinn, who she hated most, but the resemblance between them was remarkable and, as she gazed upon Avery's portrait, she saw only Quinn, and the triumphant look in her eyes when Drake had chosen her over Charlotte.
Why?
She asked eventually, tearing her eyes from the image.
Lucas and Blair both died in the battle. Their new Guardian replacements will have been branded instantly, and as soon as they have retrieved their crystals, they will report here.
Tristan explained.
We will leave a small contingent here to wait while we search for the others,
Charlotte pointed out.
Any new guardians will be imprisoned, not killed, so that the threat is contained. Besides, Alexei doesn't believe the crystals are of any importance anymore. He is satisfied that as long as we have yours, the guardians cannot open the Rose Gate.
Tristan didn't respond to the mention of the gateway that would open the Rose Temple. Knowing he needed leverage in case Charlotte went back on her word to keep him safe, he had kept its location a secret. A knock at the door distracted them both, and Tristan moved to open it, knowing that Charlotte would never deign to do so. He recognized the vampire at the door as one of her many personal henchmen, and stepped aside, allowing him in.
Miss Charlotte, there's been an incident?
The vampire stammered, and Charlotte narrowed her eyes.
Leave us,
she instructed Tristan, who had to vacate his own home so that she could have her privacy. A minute later, he heard the sound of glass smashing, and he bolted back inside. Charlotte was on her feet, quivering with rage. Across the room, on the floor below Avery's portrait, lay the shattered remains of her glass. Wine dripped from the canvas onto the floor, and Tristan felt his temper flare at the sight of the ruined painting.
What happened?
He asked, as the male vampire beat a hasty retreat.
It would seem your errant wife has escaped,
Charlotte growled.
What?
Forgetting himself, Tristan took a step toward her. Charlotte extended her fangs, and he stopped, only a few feet away.
You promised me my wife would be safe.
He hissed, clenching his fists into balls at his sides.
Your wife murdered one of my oldest servants,
Charlotte retaliated. She was seething. Not only had Avery escaped the dungeon, but she had killed Frederick, Charlotte's oldest, most loyal servant. when she had sent for most of her mansion staff to assist in the attack on Summerfeld. She had left Frederick to watch over the Guardian. Confined to the dungeon prison, weakened, and in no state to defend herself, Charlotte had believed the woman would be of little concern until they returned. But she had underestimated Avery, just as she had underestimated her bitch of a sister who had stolen Drake away from right under her nose. Charlotte vowed she would kill them both, personally.
How could you let this happen?
Tristan was unconcerned with Frederick's demise.
In case you have forgotten, I kept your wife alive, even when you failed to get her to confess the location of her crystal,
she hissed furiously.
We should have just killed her then.
That wasn't part of the deal. Avery was to be kept safe until all this is over.
Well, seeing as she managed to break out of her cell, killing a few of my staff in the process, it would appear that she doesn't appreciate your husbandly concern,
Charlotte taunted.
We made a deal,
Tristan repeated, his brain still trying to process the fact that, after all this time, Avery had escaped.
Yes, I know. You would help me win this war, and when all the wards had been destroyed and the Guardian charm was broken, I would compel your wife to forget everything about it, and you could play happy family with your brats until you both grew old and died.
Charlotte sneered.
I remember.
Taking a seat, she smoothed back her dark hair and lowered her voice.
Might I remind you how much trouble I have gone to for you? Do you think it was easy finding someone so like her for Caleb and Tane to mull that the Guardians would believe her dead? Replicating her tattoo so that they wouldn't question her identity? I would think you might be a little more grateful.
Tristan pulled at his unruly blonde hair.
You have to find her,
he insisted.
She couldn't have got far. Your men can still bring her back.
I will have my people scour the area,
Charlotte relented.
But she's got a head start.
She was infinitely relieved that she had not told Alexei of Avery's confinement. If he had known, his fury on learning of her escape would be terrifying.
You have to find her,
Tristan repeated frantically.
Calm down,
Charlotte warned.
It doesn't matter if we don't find her because she'll come to us, remember? After all, Avery doesn't know the city has fallen.
Her words made sense and went a long way toward calming Tristan. Avery would head straight for Summerfeld. The Guardians changed their phones every year, and she would have no way of contacting any of the others. The only logical course of action would be for her to come here.
I'm not leaving until she gets here,
he murmured.
You will leave when I say so,
Charlotte corrected.
The sentries who remain will take her into custody when she arrives.
She is my wife.
That may be true, but I need you with me. We are hunting the Guardians, and your knowledge will come in handy. Besides,
she smiled cruelly,
I doubt that Avery will be happy to see you.
This was a low blow. Tristan had done everything he could to coerce Avery into telling him where she had hidden her crystal. He had begged and pleaded, but Avery had laughed in his face. Then he had discovered that she had left a note for Quinn, and his determination had turned to desperation. He had even stood by and watched while Charlotte tortured her, in the frantic hope that she would submit, but she had not. He had underestimated her strength, believing her to be the softer of the two sisters, but Avery had proved she was more like Quinn than he had ever thought. She had smiled in the face of intolerable cruelty until she had blacked out from the pain, only to wake up and go through it all again. Tristan had endured it all, watching her suffer and hating himself for it, but knowing that one day she would forget and their love would prevail. When it became evident that Avery would never reveal the location of her crystal, Charlotte had mentioned the children and using them as a means to make Avery talk, and Tristan had known that something had to be done. He had planted false information inside the guardianship, sowing seeds of doubt and fear, knowing they would bring Quinn in and remove the children to a place of safety where Charlotte could not reach them. When Quinn had discovered Avery's hiding place, he had turned his attention to seducing her. Everything Tristan had done had been for his family. He loved Avery more than life itself, but she had not agreed to his plan, and so he had had to remove her from the equation until it was all over. He wanted a normal life, to be with his children and his wife, and he didn't care how many guardians or wards had to die in the process. All that mattered was his family. Chapter 23. Quinn sat amidst the chaos waging around her, completely detached. The guardians were in a state of shock, trying to make sense of it all, but Quinn could feel nothing. She had insulated herself in a cocoon of single-minded purpose. As she watched Piper, working on a laptop a few feet away.
It's not possible.
Quinn heard her father's voice rise above the others. She couldn't blame him for his reaction upon hearing her sister's voice. It was impossible because Avery had been killed over 2 years ago. Avery had died. And yet, it was her voice that had left a voice message on Quinn's cell phone, the same phone which Quinn had kept for years, that at one time only Avery had known about. Quinn had tried calling the number back, but there had been no answer. Piper was working furiously, trying to trace the number back to its source.
Quinn, it's a trap.
Isaiah tried once more to reason with her, but his words fell on deaf ears.
Your sister is gone. You know that. The vampires are trying to lure you out. We know they have your number, thanks to Tristan.
Isaiah might be the guardian she trusted and admired the most, but she could not bring herself to consider his warning. Hitting the speaker on her phone, she replayed the message. The desperation in Avery's voice impossible to miss. It's Avery's voice, she insisted, and this number was known only to the two of us until just recently. It hasn't changed. She would know it. The Guardians changed their phones every year, for security reasons. But Quinn had always kept this number so that she and Avery could communicate privately. When she had destroyed her Guardian phone, she had started using it instead, but Piper had ensured it was as untraceable as her previous one.
We need to burn our phones,
Daniel interrupted, and Quinn snatched hers away as he reached for it. Our phones aren't traceable, she retorted.
We can't take any chances.
My sister called this number, Quinn growled. If you think for 1 second that I'll destroy this phone, you're crazy.
Your sister is dead.
Daniel's voice was harsh.
She didn't call you. This is a diabolical scheme to lure us out, and you're falling for it. Now give me your phone.
He leaned toward her, and Quinn got to her feet, just as Braden came to stand beside her.
You're not touching that phone, Daniel.
Her father's words stunned her. Braden had always been an exemplary guardian, following the rules to the last letter, and always respecting the decision of the group. Now, however, his protective stance and his resolute expression made it clear that he would not back down.
I've got it!
Piper's cry from across the room broke the mounting tension, and Quinn rushed over to her, peering over her shoulder to look at the screen.
The call came from a phone in Glenashley. I have the address.
Hastily, she scrawled it on a piece of paper while Quinn thought fast. Glenashley was not too far from where they were. If she left now and drove through the night, she could make it there by sundown tomorrow. "I'm going," she announced, snatching the paper as Piper raised it over her head.
I'm coming with you,
Braddon agreed, just as the other Guardians started to protest. In the conflict that followed, nobody noticed Lenora pull her own phone from her pocket and raise it to her ear. The Guardians joined forces against Quinn, trying to make her see reason. "Avery's replacement has never come forward," she replied evenly, using logic to her advantage. "We've always believed it was because something had changed, or that something had gone wrong with the charm, but now we know the truth. A new Guardian never came forward because Avery didn't die that day."
Quinn, her body.
Isaiah began gently, but Quinn cut him short. "It's not her body. Avery left me the note, the one that led me to her crystal. Why would she do that?" she asked them at large. "I always thought it was strange that she would leave a clue to her crystal's whereabouts. It was almost as if she knew a replacement wouldn't be coming forward to find it. I think she knew she was in trouble." Nobody said a word after that, but both Daniel and Isaiah followed her to her room as she packed a small bag, shoving Lenora's donated clothes into it with barely a thought.
Quinn, you're putting us all in danger.
Daniel tried once more to get through to her. "I'll dump the phone the second I find her," Quinn replied, throwing a handful of stakes on top of the jumble of clothing inside the bag and zipping it up. "Until then, if they do trace it, at least it won't be anywhere near here."
"Don't do this,"
Isaiah pleaded, his approach far more gentle than Daniel's.
"Your sister is gone. Her body lies in the Cliffdale Cemetery."
It had only been a few weeks since Isaiah had exhumed Avery's body and discovered that the cause of her death had been wolf bites, not those of a vampire, as they had all believed. "I know Avery's voice." Quinn met his gaze levelly. "And if there is even the slightest chance that my sister is still alive, do you really think I could let it go? Would you, Isaiah, if it was someone you loved? Or you, Daniel?"
No one person is worth the lives of the wards,
Daniel replied resolutely. "What if it was Emily?" Quinn persisted, and she watched as the blood drained from his face. Emily had been the love of Daniel's life. "Is there anything you wouldn't have done for her?" Quinn taunted. She had only just learned that Daniel had been the one who had killed Charlotte when she was still human. To be fair, Drake had explained that it hadn't been intentional, but Quinn didn't care. Daniel's rage at Emily's death had blinded him, and he had done things that were inconceivable. There was no doubt in her mind that if their roles were reversed, Daniel would be doing exactly the same thing as she was now. "If it was Emily, you would go," she finished lamely, not wanting him to know how much she knew about the night Charlotte had been killed. They stared at her, neither prepared to argue when they knew she was right. Daniel also sensed that Quinn knew more than she was letting on, but he kept his thoughts to himself.
You burn the phone the second you realize you're wrong,
he instructed. I'll burn the phone the second I find her, Quinn corrected, pushing past him and heading for the door. Downstairs, she found Bedlam. Drake stood in the hall, with Lenora and all of her vampire staff before him, facing the Guardians. Quinn met Drake's eyes, and she hastened down the stairs, forcing her way through the Guardians to stand between the two clearly separate groups. Despite everyone, except Daniel and the other hunters, having agreed to hear Drake out, his sudden and unexpected arrival had the Guardians on high alert. Quinn could sense that one wrong move by either party would result in a full-scale attack.
Enough!
Isaiah roared, coming to stand beside Quinn.
What is going on?
What is he doing here?
Daniel had also found his way to her side, and he eyed Drake with ill-concealed loathing.
Lenora called me,
Drake explained, ignoring Daniel completely and speaking directly to Quinn.
Glenashley is where I first met Charlotte. Her family home is there.
His eyes held hers as his meaning became clear. Charlotte had Avery. Quinn felt her loathing for Charlotte rise like thunder in her chest. She had witnessed Charlotte's capacity for cruelty firsthand, and the thought of her sister in that monster's clutches made her faint with fear.
You'll need me,
Drake continued quietly. Okay, Quinn relented quickly. If Drake knew where Charlotte lived, she would get there that much quicker. Searching for her father's face, she found him at the edge of the group of Guardians. Let's go, she told him.
Wait a minute.
Daniel stopped her by pressing a hand to her shoulder, and Drake stepped forward menacingly at the physical gesture.
We agreed to a meeting with this vampire.
Daniel reminded Quinn.
Nothing more. He cannot go with you until we have all decided that he is trustworthy.
A murmur of assent ran through the Guardian ranks. There's no time for that now, Quinn insisted, shrugging his hand off her. But before she could take another step, he seized her wrist.
Let her go,
Drake growled ominously.
I will explain myself to you when we return. But if you think that you will keep me from protecting her, then you would do well to draw your stake.
Nobody moved as the two men faced each other, their mutual enmity crackling between them like emotional electricity. Eventually, Isaiah placed a hand on Daniel's shoulder, jolting him back into the present.
Let them go.
Isaiah's voice was calm, and Daniel's shoulders relaxed as he forced his emotions under control. Quinn didn't hesitate. Pushing past the others, she ran through the open front door, with Drake and her father right behind her. Chapter 24. Alexei stood alone in the cathedral training room, his eyes roaming freely over the assortment of weaponry the Guardians had been collecting for centuries. Weapons made to destroy him and his people. He was so close, finally, to fulfilling the promise he had made to Eldon all those years ago. But still, his frustration was mounting. Wards had escaped, and now they would have to be hunted down. Tristan's warning that if mankind learned of their existence, they might intervene also discomfited Alexei. He feared no man, but they had weapons that could be used against him. The dragons still needed to be dealt with, but they were scattering, making it harder to eliminate them all. Deep in thought, Alexei had retreated to the training room to be alone. When Sloane interrupted him, it did nothing to improve his foul temper.
What is it?
He snapped, as the councilman bowed low in the doorway.
I am sorry to disturb you, my lord. but there is something you need to see.
Knowing that Sloane would not dare call for him unless it was important, Alexei followed him back to the main hall. To his surprise, a man who appeared to be in his mid-20s sat on one of the council chairs, his wrists and ankles bound. He glared hatefully at all of them, but Alexei noticed with a smug satisfaction there was also fear in his brown eyes.
He arrived a few minutes ago,
Sloane explained.
To replace one of the Guardians who was killed in the fighting.
His crystal?
Alexei asked immediately, as Charlotte and Tristan stepped into the cathedral. The young man watched in dismay as Sloane handed Alexei a thin, jagged amethyst fragment.
What is your name?
Alexei demanded. When the stranger said nothing, he inclined his head at Tristan, who stepped forward, pressing his stake brutally into the young man's cheek.
Your name?
Tristan hissed. The young guardian's eyes widened as they fell on Tristan's white tattoo.
Oliver,
He conceded in obvious confusion.
As you can see, Oliver,
Alexei continued pleasantly, as Tristan lowered the stake.
you have arrived a little too late for the party. Your friends have fled, and I now control your city and your education.
He added ominously. Oliver ignored him, his eyes never leaving Tristan's face. Despite his confusion, he knew without knowing how that he felt an unwavering loyalty to this man, although it was apparent that the feeling was not mutual.
why are you doing this?
Oliver stammered.
I have my reasons.
Tristan replied coldly.
What are we going to do with him?
He added, turning to Alexei.
Well, we want him alive, unfortunately. So long as we have him unharmed, no replacement will come forward. And so, the Guardians are down to 9.
He mused, delighting in the fact. Neither Charlotte nor Tristan corrected him. He and Oliver were both here, and it had long been known throughout the vampire community that a Guardian had fallen and never been replaced, although only the two of them and a handful of Charlotte's loyal servants knew the real reason for this, that Avery was not dead. Neither Tristan nor Charlotte felt much like enlightening Alexei, or telling him that there was a possibility that Avery might find her way back to the other Guardians.
Take him away,
Sloane ordered the hovering vampires, sensing Alexei was finished with Oliver for now. Far from grateful, Alexei rounded on him.
You're still here, Sloane. Didn't I give you a job to do?
I was just leaving, my lord.
Sloane bit out through clenched teeth. His eyes found Charlotte's, and she gave him a knowing look, which he couldn't return, mindful of Alexei's scrutiny. After Sloane had gone and Alexei had returned to the weapons room, Tristan rounded on Charlotte.
What exactly is your plan if Avery does return?
He asked.
Don't you think Alexei will question her and figure out you have held her captive for over 2 years?
Charlotte had been thinking the same thing, and had privately concluded that the simplest solution was to kill Avery before she breathed a word to anybody. But instead, she offered another plan.
I'll have my men surround the valley,
she murmured.
They'll find her before anyone else, and make sure that nobody knows about it. I'll have her taken somewhere else, not back to the manor.
I hope you know what you're doing.
Tristan took a certain amount of pleasure in the fact that for once, Charlotte was not in control, and taking just as big a risk as he had.
Because if he does find out, you're dead.
If I were you, I'd be more concerned about yourself and your precious wife,
she retorted. But Tristan only smiled.
Ah, but you forget, Charlotte. Alexei wants the Guardians alive.
In a foul temper, Charlotte made her way to the small home that was housing their prisoners. It was almost a mirror image of Tristan's quarters, and must have belonged to a guardian. As she entered the living room, the 3 human prisoners stiffened, although the guardian, Oliver, eyed her far less fearfully than the gypsies.
"Get out!"
Charlotte snapped at the vampire watching over them, and he hastened outside. Ignoring Oliver and Zebulon, Charlotte untied the woman sitting between them.
"Kara, my dear,"
she purred.
"It's time for you to prove yourself."
As she straightened up, she caught the enraged eyes of Kara's husband.
"Is there something you want to say, Zebulon?"
she asked, her voice losing some of its sweetness. Leaning closer, the scent of human blood assailed her, and Charlotte realized she hadn't fed since yesterday. Without a second's thought, she nuzzled his neck. Her fangs extended.
"No!"
Kara yelled, seizing Charlotte's shoulders. Straightening up, Charlotte rounded on her.
My, but we are protective,"
she taunted.
"Don't worry yourself, pet. I only wanted a taste."
"Don't you lay your filthy hands on him,"
Kara warned bravely.
"I'm hungry,"
Charlotte pointed out wryly.
"Unless you would like to oblige."
She raised a suggestive eyebrow, and Kara shuddered, her skin crawling. She had always known that vampires existed, but she had never believed she would be standing before one. None of the stories did justice to their evil. Seeing Charlotte's gaze flicker hungrily back to Zebulon, Kara braced herself and slowly tilted her head, exposing her neck. Charlotte was surprised and impressed by the girl's courage, but she would not allow her dignity. Stepping forward, she smiled lasciviously and lifted her finger, pulling down Kara's top and exposing her naked breast. Zebulon yelled in anger, struggling against the ropes that bound him, as Charlotte lowered her head, her fangs piercing the tender flesh. Suckling gently, Charlotte felt a thrill come over her as Kara's tears of shame splashed onto her face. When she had drunk her fill, she straightened up, licking the last vestige of blood from her lips.
"Shall we go?"
she asked pleasantly, and Kara covered herself up, casting one last mournful look at her husband before gathering what little dignity she had left and following Charlotte through the doorway. They made their way to the gypsy clearing deep in the woods where Kara had last seen Rowena and Balthazar. Kara had no idea why the vampires wanted to find the others, but she did know that it wouldn't end well for Rowena if they did find her. She had little choice, however. She had offered to help in exchange for Zebulon's life. She could only hope that she might find a way to warn them, or that perhaps by some miracle, Rowena and Balthazar could save her and Zebulon. Perching on a large boulder, Charlotte waved a hand irritably at her.
"We don't have much time,"
she warned. Dawn was only a few hours away. Kara searched frantically, but the cloud-filled sky blanketed the light of the moon and there were no stars to light her way. She knew that Charlotte would hold true to her word and kill them both if Kara failed to find a sign that might lead them to the others. She could sense the vampire's irritation growing as the night drew on, but Kara kept searching, praying that she would find something, anything that would appease her.
Do you know what I think?
Charlotte's voice sounded right behind her, and Kara swiveled to find her standing only a foot away.
I think you are lying to me,
Charlotte continued ominously.
I don't think that your friends left you any signs.
Rowena would have left something,
Kara insisted, relieved that she sounded convincing. She wasn't lying. She knew Rowena would have left them a sign. She just couldn't find it.
It's too dark,
she continued.
I can't see.
Charlotte narrowed her eyes. Grabbing Kara's bony shoulders, she pulled her forward, holding her gaze.
Tell me the truth,
she instructed, using enough compulsion to elicit the gypsy's honesty.
I can't see,
Kara replied, her eyes fixed on Charlotte's. Satisfied, Charlotte released her.
Let's go,
she ordered.
We will come back in the morning.
Leaving Kara to rest, she made her way over to Tristan's.
There's been a change of plan,
she announced, the second he opened the door.
The girl needs to search during the day. You will accompany her and keep me posted. I will join you every evening until we find them. Oh, and Tristan,
she added as she turned to leave.
Before you concoct any plans to run off and search for your wife, bear in mind that I will find her first, and that without me, she will never forget everything you've done.
Charlotte smiled spitefully.
You will never get your wife back without me.
Chapter 25. Lenora moved diligently from room to room, searching each one for Rowena. Eventually, she found the gypsy woman sitting in the vast kitchen, a cup of coffee steaming in her hands.
I've been looking for you everywhere.
Lenora smiled, taking a seat opposite her.
What for?
I hear you and Balthazar have some happy news.
Oh.
Rowena smiled shyly.
That.
I'm assuming by your age that it's not a shotgun wedding,
Lenora continued gaily, oblivious to her tactlessness.
But rather the fear of imminent death that has made us all take stock and reassess what's important?
Completely taken aback, Rowena could do nothing but nod mutely.
Good!
Lenora clapped her hands happily.
In that case, I've arranged for a minister. How does the day after tomorrow suit you?
Rowena found her tongue.
For what? A wedding?
She gaped.
You can't be serious?
Of course I'm serious. There's been enough catastrophe and heartache around here to last a lifetime, and a wedding would certainly lift the mood. Besides,
Lenora leaned forward conspiratorially.
You aren't getting any younger, my dear.
Rowena ignored the unintentional barb. She couldn't believe the vampire would even suggest such a thing given what they were all facing. The Guardians were in a state. Quinn had yet to return safely, and the wards were only just barely keeping it together in their new environment.
We can't possibly get married in the middle of all this,
she exclaimed.
Of course you can. What else do you have to do?
To Rowena's utter surprise, Balthazar was delighted with the idea. He had wanted to marry her for so many years, and now that he finally had her consent, he didn't see any reason not to go through with it. The only thing he disagreed with was the use of a traditional minister.
That's not how we do it,
he explained politely when Lenora questioned him.
We have our own traditions, and a gypsy will perform the ceremony.
But Balthazar...
Rowena pulled him away from a grinning Lenora.
This isn't really the time to...
He didn't let her finish. Instead, he took her by the shoulders and gazed deep into her eyes.
We may not have much time left,
he murmured. They both knew it was true, but speaking the words out loud only served to emphasize how much they had to lose. They had come this far, and their family was finally happy, finally together and fulfilling their lifelong purpose. It was that much more precious because it could be wrenched away from them any minute. Seeing the tears well up in her eyes, Balthazar tightened his grip on her slim shoulder.
Do you love me?
He asked plainly.
You know I do.
Prove it,
He challenged, an affectionate gleam in his eyes.
Marry me.
And?
Lenora asked the second they returned.
Cosima knows the rituals.
Rowena nodded shyly.
And Jonas can be a witness. We don't need to tell the others. The Guardians have enough on their plates right now,
she continued.
We don't expect them to be there, but we do need a second witness if you would be so kind.
I would be honored.
Lenora smiled.
But I'd prefer not to be burnt to a crisp, so if at all possible, would you mind if we held the ceremony indoors?
Having secured their consent, Lenora threw herself into the wedding preparations. In truth, she was doing this for herself as much as Balthazar and Rowena. She needed something to occupy her mind, given that far too much of her time of late was spent dwelling on Isaiah. She couldn't get that kiss out of her mind, although since then they had not had a moment alone together. The Guardians were so busy planning their next move that she felt she would only be in their way, and planning a wedding was the perfect distraction, as simple as the wedding would be. Isaiah found her in the kitchen, looking remarkably human, wearing a white apron and flower on her cheek. Her brown hair was escaping its pins, damp with the steam that filled the room.
Pass me that silver rack over there, please,
she instructed, gesturing at the far counter.
What on earth are you doing?
He asked, handing it over.
I'm making a cake,
she replied.
A wedding cake. Balthazar and Rowena are getting married tomorrow.
Really?
His astonished surprise was genuine, as was the smile that spread across his face.
Well, that's good news. Can I taste?
He added, gesturing at the cooling cakes.
You can have some of this.
She passed him a spare plate on which stood a cooled circular cake.
It was my first attempt. I used far too much vanilla.
Isaiah broke off a chunk and leaned back against the counter.
Tastes fine to me.
Shows how much you know. It has to be perfect. They don't want any fuss.
Lenora sighed.
But I want it to be special. After all, a girl's wedding day is one of the most important days of her life.
As if you would know,
he teased.
Actually,
she replied haughtily.
I have been married. Twice, if you must know.
Isaiah choked on the cake he had just crammed into his mouth.
Surprised?
She smirked.
Did you think I was waiting around for you to swoop in and apologize?
No.
He shook his head soberly, dropping the remains of his chunk of cake back onto the plate.
I thought you were dead, remember?
At his words, the light atmosphere vanished.
Don't let your guilt ruin this,
Lenora murmured, almost to herself.
I was angry for a long time, but I'm not anymore.
I loved you,
he replied thickly.
What I did to you was unforgivable.
That's my decision to make, not yours. Besides, if you'd met either of my husbands, you would realize that you weren't the worst boyfriend in the world.
The twinkle in her eye relaxed him, and he listened as she regaled him with the stories of the men who had succumbed to her charms, only to be discarded when Lenora's mind had wandered elsewhere. She had always been flighty and impulsive, And secretly, Isaiah sympathized with the poor men who had not known how to handle her.
Any word from Quinn or the others?
She asked, when the conversation ran dry.
Not yet. I doubt she'll contact us until she finds something.
Do you think she will?
No.
He shook his head regrettably.
I saw Avery's body. Quinn is chasing a ghost.
What are you going to do now?
I'm going to do what I have always done. Prepare the Guardians, starting with Austin. We have to be at our absolute best. Which brings me to why I came looking for you.
He added.
Would you mind if I use the library as a temporary training room? It's big enough if I move some furniture around. We've been training outside, but I'd prefer the quiet.
Not at all.
Lenora obliged immediately.
I'll have Dylan clear it out now, but be warned, you can't use it tomorrow. I'm hosting the wedding in there.
Isaiah felt a grim satisfaction as Monique's stake ground to a halt, less than half an inch from Austin's chest. The girl was sweating. Her red hair darkened to a deep ruby color, and the front of her shirt was drenched. But she never wavered in her efforts. Her slim body was transforming too. She was leaner, harder than when she had first arrived in Cliffdale. The lines on her face were more pronounced. Every ounce of her puppy fat had been melted away by the rigorous training she had been subjected to. Now her eyes shone with the delight of winning, something she wasn't accustomed to when training with the other Guardians, all of whom had decades of experience. Austin was becoming increasingly frustrated. When Isaiah had suggested Monique as a sparring partner, he had rolled his eyes, thinking that the older Guardian was being too soft on him. But Monique had bested him 5 for 5 now. He had stopped trying to go easy on her shortly after her first victory, but it didn't matter how hard he tried. The girl seemed to anticipate his every move. He was stronger, of that he was certain, but she was quick, quicker than he could ever have imagined. Every time he lunged at her, she seemed to disappear, materializing an instant later in another spot with a clear shot at his heart. As they prepared to face off once more, Austin made a concerted effort to protect his chest. But barely a minute in, Isaiah called them to a halt.
A vampire will go for your throat, not your chest, Austin.
He spoke in that calm, placating way of his, and Austin fought the urge to scream.
She's aiming for my chest.
He couldn't hide the note of sarcasm in his voice.
She's been trained to fight vampires.
Isaiah shrugged, as if that explained it. Monique sensed that Austin was losing control of his temper, and she quickly offered a solution.
Why don't we put the stakes down and just practice some fighting moves?
At Isaiah's nod, they set their stakes down on a nearby shelf and took up their positions. Without the advantage of a clear goal, Monique's agility was not as advantageous. She darted out of Austin's reach a few times, but she couldn't really land any debilitating blows, and so they parried for a time, neither gaining an edge over the other. Austin was tiring, but Monique had lost her focus. Isaiah saw what was going to happen the instant before Austin's fist connected heavily with Monique's jaw, but he was powerless to stop it. Monique spun almost 180 degrees before landing heavily on her stomach, her outstretched arms only barely taking the brunt of her fall. Austin reached her at the same time as Isaiah, a horrified expression on his face. He had been lashing out more wildly, trying to land at least one blow, but he hadn't expected the timing to be so perfect.
It was an accident,
Isaiah assured him, helping Monique to a sitting position. The entire left side of her jawline was bright red, but already they could see the onset of an ugly bruise. Monique pressed her hand to her jaw gingerly, wincing at even the slightest pressure.
Is it broken?
Austin asked, feeling like the world's biggest prat.
No.
Isaiah reassured him.
It's just badly bruised, but she'll heal quickly, won't you?
He winked at Monique, who nodded, feeling worse for Austin than she did for herself.
Go and put some ice on it.
Isaiah helped her to her feet. Leaving them to continue training, Monique slipped from the room. Bypassing the kitchen, she made her way to Jonas's room and crept inside quietly, so as not to wake him. To her surprise, he was out of bed. Balthazar was helping him into a beige suit jacket.
Hey!
She called, delighted to find him up and about.
What are you doing out of bed?
Dad and Rowena are getting married tomorrow,
he replied, grinning.
Really?
Her voice rose shrilly.
That's wonderful.
Jonas is going to be a witness, so we thought he needed something a bit smarter than what we brought with us,
Balthazar said. He looked younger, as though a weight had been lifted off his shoulders and a blazingly triumphant grin was set firmly on his face. Monique found that for once, she wasn't at all intimidated by him.
Lenora's lent us some clothes,
Balthazar continued, pulling the left sleeve over Jonas's plaster cast and straightening the lapel. After a moment's consideration, he nodded approvingly.
It's a bit big, but you aren't going to get anything smaller over those casts.
You look very handsome,
Monique agreed shyly, and Jonas straightened his shoulders.
You'll be my date?
Of course I wouldn't miss it.
We understand that the Guardians probably won't be able to make it.
Balthazar quickly interjected.
With everything going on, we don't want to make a big fuss.
Monique's happiness vanished as quickly as it had come.
If it's a private ceremony, I could always stay away,
she murmured, trying to keep her voice light.
I really wouldn't want to intrude.
Realizing his error, Balthazar quickly tried to explain himself.
No, you misunderstand me, Monique. I would be honored to have you there. In fact, I would be honored to have every Guardian attend. It's just that I know how busy you all are and that this isn't a good time. I don't expect the Guardians to simply drop everything they are doing to come to a gypsy marriage ceremony.
Monique nodded her understanding.
Well, I'll definitely be there,
she promised. Chapter 26. The atmosphere in the car was tense, and Quinn focused on the road ahead. Braden and Drake had spoken only a handful of times during the past few hours, and only directly to her. They studiously ignored one another, and the strain was taking its toll on Quinn. Despite the lateness of the hour, neither she nor Braden felt tired, and Drake was used to being alert at night.
Take this turn,
Braden murmured, consulting the GPS.
No, stay on this road. It's quicker,
Drake interrupted, and Quinn was reminded painfully that he knew exactly where they were going. She wondered how long he had been in love with Charlotte, how much time they had spent together before he had finally left her. Braden cast Quinn a dark glance as she drove straight on, following Drake's instruction. Another hour passed, and she felt the tension of so many hours at the wheel mounting in her neck and shoulders.
When we get to the next stop, I can drive,
Drake murmured, noticing how she flexed, trying to ease the dull ache.
You are both welcome to sleep.
Thanks, Quinn accepted gratefully. She wasn't tired, but she could use a break. Climbing into the passenger seat a short while later, she leaned back against the plush leather and closed her eyes. She still couldn't believe that Avery was alive. She had no idea how her sister had survived, or where she had been. But one thing she was absolutely certain of was that it was not Avery's body that lay buried in the Cliffdale Cemetery. Quinn shifted in her seat as the thoughts swirled around and around in her head. Somewhere between sleep and wakefulness, she heard Drake speak.
You should get some rest, too. It's a long drive ahead, and you can take the next shift.
I'm fine,
came her father's terse reply.
You don't like me very much,
Drake mused. It wasn't a question, but Braddon's answer surprised Quinn.
I haven't made up my mind about you yet.
Fair enough,
Drake nodded.
But I can assure you that I have only your best interests at heart.
You mean her best interest?
Braddon remarked wryly.
I won't deny that I'm here for her, or that, if it came down to it, I would protect her above anyone else.
Guardians don't work that way,
Braddon reminded him.
No single Guardian's life is worth more than any other.
In the dim light of the car, Quinn noticed a wry smile cross Drake's face.
If you really believed that you wouldn't be here,
he pointed out,
you are risking the lives of the others to find your daughter.
They lapsed into silence after that, and Quinn finally fell asleep, to be woken by the sound of a door slamming. Rubbing her eyes, she felt the warmth of the sunlight on her face as it filtered through the window. She sat up as Braddon took the wheel, trading places with Drake, and wondered if her father had slept at all. They had stopped at a small gas station, complete with creaking metal signpost. A young girl with curly blonde hair waved at Quinn from the adjacent car. Drake was nowhere to be seen. "Where is he?" she asked her father as she waved back.
Inside, getting some food,
Braddon replied. "Did you sleep?"
A little.
Good.
How long have you known?
The question caught her unaware.
About him being a daywalker?
Quinn didn't reply, and her father cursed.
Why are you protecting him? What exactly is going on between you two?
She flushed under the scrutiny of his gaze. Nothing, we're just... He's helping us.
That, I believe,
he said.
It's the nothing part that I'm not convinced by.
She was saved the embarrassment of responding by Drake's return. Opening the Mac door, he took his seat and passed a bag forward to Quinn. The hot fries were not exactly an ideal breakfast, but she crammed a few into her mouth, suddenly starving. Drake passed another bag forward to Braddon, who took it wordlessly. They drove on in silence. Quinn didn't dare ask Drake if he had eaten, not with her father in the car. As she had predicted, they reached Glen Ashley by sundown. It was an obscure little town that showed signs of recent development, as though the 21st century had only just caught up with it. Satellite dishes mounted atop thatched roofs looked bizarrely out of place, but Quinn barely noticed, her heart beating frantically in her chest as they drew closer to their destination. It didn't take long to find the address that Piper had given them, but there was no one near the payphone. Quinn hadn't expected Avery to be waiting around it, but now that they were here, she had to consider their options. Charlotte's house, she began cautiously. Where is it? Drake sighed as if he had been expecting this.
That would be a very bad idea,
he pointed out. Not really, she countered. Charlotte is no doubt still executing Summerfeld's wards, and if Avery was being held prisoner at her house, which I think it's safe to assume, given that her call came from this phone, then she managed to escape, which means that the guards must have left, or, at the very least, be minimal.
That's a lot of assumption.
We don't have much choice, she reasoned. We've come all this way. We can't just turn around and go back.
We'll all go.
Braddon broke his long silence. No, Quinn insisted. You stay here, in case she comes back. She'd know we would come looking for her. She might be checking back here.
She wouldn't stay in the area,
Drake argued.
not with Charlotte's house so close. Either she got away and is on the run, probably far from here, or
she was caught. Quinn finished his sentence, a flare of panic rising in her chest. In which case, she's at Charlotte's.
Yes,
he admitted. Well then, that's where we're going. There was no point in Braddon staying behind, though Quinn doubted he would have consented to even if she'd asked. Charlotte's house wasn't far from the quiet street they had just left, but it still surprised her to see it, nestled within the peaceful, nondescript little town. The house wasn't as big as Lenora's mansion, and Quinn was surprised that someone as narcissistic as Charlotte would live in such an unpretentious residence. The manor house was stately and bigger than any place Quinn had ever lived in, but it didn't seem to fit with what she had heard about Charlotte. She had expected something far more ostentatious.
it was her parents' home.
Drake explained as they approached the house. There would be no guards outside, not with the last of the sun's rays still shining down on them. Is she nostalgic? Quinn asked.
No, she's evil. She killed her parents and took over the manor out of pure spite. It's all part of her sick, twisted sense of humor.
I can't believe you were with this woman, Quinn hissed in disgust, forcing back the memories of him standing beside Charlotte and killing Blair to protect her.
She wasn't always like this,
he replied enigmatically. There wasn't time for any further conversation as Quinn's hunter instinct suddenly alerted her to vampires inside the house. She didn't think there were too many, and she let her instinct guide her. It was harder than she thought, because in channeling her hunter side, Drake's presence affected her far more, and she had to resist the urge to attack him, focusing instead on the enemy within the house. Drake seemed to sense her discomfort, because he moved away from her as they crept to an open window near the back of the house. As soon as she climbed inside, Quinn knew that the vampires were close. She could sense them, and she could hunt them. It didn't take long to find the 3 vampires, closeted together conveniently in the living room, watching TV. As they were caught completely unaware, Quinn didn't even need Drake or her father's assistance. Within seconds, both of her stakes were bloodied, and 3 graying corpses lay at her feet. Braddon stood at the door, unmoved by the gruesome scene, but Drake had made himself scarce, giving her time to recover and get her anger under control. Quinn breathed deeply in and out, calming herself. Only once she was fully in control did she emerge from the living room. Drake was waiting near a door down the hall.
In here,
he murmured. They descended the stairs to the basement, and Quinn's eyes widened as they reached the bottom. The basement had been converted into what looked like a medieval torture chamber. There were dark stains on the floor, and the smell of blood hung heavily in the air. Disgusted, Quinn leaned against the cold stone wall, wondering what horrific acts had been committed in this room. Braddon, showing no hesitation, discovered the cells before Drake could even point them out. Grimly, they surveyed one empty cell after another. Quinn knew, without a doubt, that this was where her sister had been held captive. The smell of human feces and rotten food overwhelmed her, and she gagged, choking back the bile that rose in her throat. Drake had moved further down the dark corridor, lit only by a few flickering bulbs that cast a pale glow through the small cells. Toward the end of the narrow passageway, Drake laid a restraining hand on Quinn's arm, halting her instantly. She swung to face him, a question on her lips, and he nodded, indicating the last cell on the right. Quinn darted forward, her heart pounding. There were 3 women huddled together in the confined space. Frantically, Quinn ran her gaze over each of them. Thin, malnourished, and terrified, none of the pitiful wretches was Avery. The women were covered in their own filth, and, despite her colossal disappointment, Quinn's heart constricted with empathy for their suffering. As Drake stepped forward to break the lock on the cell door, they cowered against the far wall, and he stepped away, the ruined lock in his hand. Quinn was grateful for his thoughtfulness. They wouldn't know what he was, but perhaps Quinn's gentler approach might be easier for them to deal with. Quinn entered the cell, speaking in a low, soothing tone, while Drake watched, his eyes narrowed. He had always known Charlotte could be cruel, but this vile, heinous act was beyond even her usual capacity for evil. Human beings were a food source, not toys to be played with and tortured. He could only imagine what these 3 women had endured at her hand, and his heart hardened against her. Charlotte's sadism knew no bounds. Quinn, on the contrary, was compassionate and kind, and he saw tears reflected in her eyes, shining a dark violet in the dim light as she helped one of the women to her feet.
"You came back?"
the young prisoner gasped as they moved toward the light. Quinn's heart lurched in her chest, but before she could question her any further, the woman collapsed. Quinn caught her as her knees gave way. "We're going to get you out of here," she murmured gently. "My name is Quinn. This is my father, Braddon, and my friend, Drake. We're here to help you."
"Anna?"
the young woman croaked pathetically.
"That's Laura and Jen."
The other 2 women shuffled out behind her. "You're going to be okay," Quinn reassured them. "Everything is going to be okay." The 3 prisoners were too weak to climb the stairs, so Quinn, Braddon, and Drake carried them out. Anna's body was so frail that Quinn walked carefully, terrified of hurting her. The possibility that their ordeal was finally over, however, was too much for the young girl to bear. And, with a choked whimper that sounded suspiciously like, "My sister," she blacked out. Chapter 27. Tristan watched as Kara moved through the woods, searching for any sign that Rowena might have left for her or for the other gypsy women. She moved quickly, the daylight making her task much easier than it had been the night before. It went against every instinct to help these people find Rowena. Kara knew better than to believe that her friend would come to no harm if they did find her, but she had little choice. If she didn't give Charlotte something to go on, she and Zebulon were as good as dead. Zebulon sat nearby, his hands bound behind his back. His eyes never left Tristan. The Guardian was alert but irritated by having been relegated to babysitting. Zebulon knew there was no way he could overpower Tristan, but he harbored the hope that somehow he and Kara might be able to escape if Tristan let his guard down. Tristan, oblivious to Zebulon's dark thoughts, was in a foul mood. His best-laid plans were unraveling, and now Charlotte had him traipsing through the countryside on a fool's errand. He didn't believe for a second that the Guardians would have taken Balthazar's group with them. They had taken them in against their better judgment in the first place. They would no doubt have dumped them the second they escaped the city safely. Unfortunately for Tristan, Charlotte would not be convinced until Balthazar was found. It was imperative that they find the Guardians and take care of the wards that they had managed to spirit away, and Kara was Charlotte's only lead. Avery's disappearance also had Tristan frantic with worry. He was certain that Charlotte would punish her terribly if he wasn't around when she was recaptured. He had last seen Avery just a few short weeks ago, and she had certainly looked in no way capable of defending herself. She had been malnourished and exhausted, with her long hair hanging in a lank curtain over her eyes. But even her weakened state hadn't stopped her from hurling abuse at him. Tristan had been crucified every time he saw the hatred in her beautiful tanzanite eyes. But he comforted himself with the knowledge that one day she would remember none of this.
I found something!
Kara's excited cry roused Tristan from his melancholy, and he got to his feet, moving through the trees in the direction of her voice.
What is it?
He asked dubiously a second later, staring down at what looked like a nondescript pile of pebbles.
It's a sign,
she replied confidently.
You see how the smooth edges are aligned and the formation curves in that direction?
She swept her hand along an imaginary line.
What does it mean?
He grunted, not at all interested in her explanation. A small frown creased Kara's smooth forehead as she deliberated whether or not to tell him the truth.
What does it mean, Kara?
He asked again, his tone holding a clear threat.
North,
she sighed.
We head north.
They couldn't take a car as Kara had to be constantly on the lookout for Rowena's markers, but all three were used to physical toil, so they covered a lot of ground. Every now and again Kara would find something, but she didn't bother to explain it. She simply steered them in a new direction. The further they traveled, the more Tristan's excitement grew, as he realized the path they were taking was off the beaten track, avoiding any human settlements. It made sense that if the Guardians were traveling with the wards, this was a route they would have taken. In the late afternoon, Tristan announced that they were to make camp, and Kara set about making a fire. Tristan watched her idly for a while, then pulled his phone from his pocket and switched it on to make the call to Charlotte. His battery wouldn't last long out here, so as soon as he had given her their location, he switched it back off.
What are you doing?
He asked, as he turned back to find Kara smothering the flames with a heavy blanket.
I'm making sure the fire doesn't catch any of this,
she snapped, grabbing a handful of dry leaves and twigs that littered the ground around them.
Unless, of course, you want this entire area to go up in flames, in which case I doubt I'll be able to find any more of Rowena's signs.
It'll go out if you do that,
Tristan replied.
Oh, really?
She retorted, lifting the blanket and fanning the embers until they blazed once more. As soon as the flames were high enough to be of concern, she smothered the fire again.
How many fires have you made in the middle of nowhere?
She taunted. And when he didn't reply,
That's what I thought. Now, why don't you make yourself useful and go and find me some more wood? Once the blaze is controlled, we'll need something that will burn slowly.
Tristan hesitated, and Kara caught Zebulon's curious glance behind him, but she gave an imperceptible nod of her head. Tristan, deciding not to argue, eventually walked away, and Zebulon opened his mouth to question her, but Kara raised her hand quickly, warning him to stay silent. Charlotte arrived after nightfall, dropping a small bag near the fire, and, much to Tristan's disgust, she fed off Kara immediately. The gypsy woman made no move to stop her, but a cold, distant look came over her face, as though she had detached herself from the situation. Zebulon looked away, unable to bear the sight, and, when Charlotte was finished, she smiled lazily at the back of his head.
Give it a rest,
Tristan muttered, stoking the fire. Despite his reservations, Kara had done an excellent job, and the flames flickered merrily in the black night.
You're right,
she sighed ruefully.
There's a time and place for everything, I guess.
Have you found Avery yet?
He asked, already knowing the answer. If she had, she would have told him.
No, but we will.
What is Alexei doing now?
He leaves for my house this evening. How far are we from your people?
She asked Kara, who glared hatefully at her.
How would I know? Rowena left markers, not a scaled map.
My, we are a feisty little thing, aren't we?
Charlotte raised her brows in mock surprise.
She's done well today,
Tristan pointed out.
You have covered a lot of ground.
Charlotte relented slightly.
Well done.
Kara didn't respond. She had cleared her face of all expression as she gazed up at the starry sky. Charlotte got to her feet, kicking the bag toward the fire.
I must go,
she announced.
I can't sit around here all night making pleasant conversation.
Relieved to see her leaving so soon, Tristan said nothing.
I'll see you again tomorrow.
Charlotte smiled pleasantly, casting a meaningful look at Kara, who turned away, her face flaming.
Remember, if you find them, you wait for me. Do not approach them.
Tristan nodded and, with the faintest rustling of leaves, she left. Tristan bent wearily and retrieved the bag, finding a few tins of food rattling around in the bottom, beneath a small frayed blanket that smelled of old dog. Charlotte's idea of generosity, opening the tins himself with the opener in his own satchel. He passed them across to Kara to heat in the warm coals she was setting aside. In a gesture of uncharacteristic kindness, he handed her the blanket. It couldn't possibly smell any worse than the smoke-infested blanket she was using to warm her legs. To his surprise, instead of throwing it over her legs, she twisted it into a misshapen scarf and wrapped it around her neck, covering the puncture wounds Charlotte had left there.
Thank you,
she murmured, so quietly that he wondered if she had really spoken at all, or if his mind was playing tricks on him.
You're welcome,
he said anyway, but she didn't even look up. They ate in silence, the tepid soup in no way assuaging their hunger. An owl hooted in the woods behind them, and Tristan got up to relieve himself. Through the trees, he heard Zebulon's low voice.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
You're not.
He trailed off, unable to voice his concerns. There was nothing he could say that would make her feel any better about what Charlotte was doing to her. It was a violation of the worst kind. To Tristan's surprise, Kara's voice, when it came, was stronger than he expected.
I told you we should have stayed with Rowena,
she hissed, a direct accusation.
Rowena and Balthazar abandoned the search,
Zebulon replied hotly.
Balthazar would never abandon the search,
Kara scoffed.
And Rowena has always been one step ahead of the rest of us. She has the sight. She's always had it, just like Jasmine and every female child in her bloodline.
Kara trailed off, as though she had said too much.
We should have stayed with them,
she finished lamely. Tristan pondered their words as he stood alone in the dark. It sounded as though they had disagreed about remaining with the gypsies when their friends had separated from the group. Zebulon had insisted they stay, although it seemed as though Kara had argued this fact. She had been right, Tristan mused. If they had done as she suggested, they wouldn't be in this mess. They wouldn't have been with the gypsies when Charlotte tracked them down. He could better understand Zebulon's grief now. The man knew, without a doubt, that he was responsible for the position they were in. It was his fault his wife was in danger, and he was struggling to deal with his guilt. Tristan could understand that feeling only too well. Chapter 28. Freya walked across the property, listening to the wind whistle through the leaves of the trees. Her bow was slung across her shoulder. She had taken to keeping it with her since they had left Summerfeld. She didn't feel safe without it. So many of her people, the Fae she had known her entire life, were gone. Only 16 remained. It might as well be none. She shook her head, trying to shake the dark thoughts from her mind. It was enough. They could rebuild their race if they survived this. She had to believe that. Their infertility was linked to the loss of their magic. She was sure of it. And once the Guardians opened the Rose Temple, their magic would be restored. With any luck, their fertility would return with it. Freya continued her lonely vigil, trying to escape the cloying claustrophobia of the fear that had taken seed deep within her and refused to be silenced. Sage. It all came back to her daughter, the child she had waited so long for, who could be taken from her at any time. Freya would not let the vampires get their hands on her. They had no mercy, and the thought of her precious baby falling prey to their evil filled her heart with a pain so severe she almost doubled over. She wondered whether, if the time came, she would have the courage to do what needed to be done. She would rather end Sage's life herself than allow the vampires near her. Freya would follow Sage to the other world, if it came down to it.
Penny for your thoughts?
A soft voice intruded, and Freya whirled to find Evangeline standing behind her. Her white hair gleamed in the moonlight, and, despite her blindness, her milky eyes were fixed on Freya. Her own bow was slung across her back.
I was just trying to clear my head,
Freya admitted as Evangeline fell into step beside her.
These are trying times,
Evangeline replied. Such a simplified statement, and yet Freya knew that the older woman understood exactly what Freya had been thinking.
They will not harm the child,
Evangeline stated calmly. Freya felt the weight ease slightly off her chest. Magic might be gone, but Evangeline had always been gifted with a sight that nobody could explain. Still, She couldn't bring herself to simply place her faith in an old woman's prophecies.
You can't know that.
Evangeline simply shrugged.
We will rise again,
she said. The words were spoken with such confidence that Freya almost believed them. Then Evangeline stumbled on a gnarled tree root, and Freya caught her as she fell, her spirits plummeting.
Do you think we can...
She trailed off, feeling slightly uncomfortable talking to a woman of Evangeline's age about procreation.
Repopulate?
Evangeline asked, smiling smugly.
No need to be shy, dear. I wasn't always this old.
Freya smiled as she continued.
Of course we can. There are 16 of us, most unrelated, and from what I can tell, there are some very fit young fae amongst us. We will survive.
She reached over and patted Freya's hand.
Besides, if all else fails, we'll do what we did before. We'll call upon our human friends.
Freya couldn't stifle a gasp of surprise. Before Summerfeld was created, taking human lovers had been common among the fae. Humans were enchanted by them, and, in turn, many of the fae had felt a strong fondness for mankind's vulnerability. But that had been over 1,000 years ago.
No need to be shocked.
Evangeline chuckled, sounding years younger.
I lived in man's realm longer than you did, longer even than my time within the city's enchantments. The old ways will return now that we are back where we started. Do not resist it. It is how it should be.
Freya glanced sideways, staring at Evangeline's white hair and the leathery coarseness of her skin. She had never asked the old fae woman why she had aged so quickly. When they had their magic, the fae had been immortal. Once they reached maturity, they remained youthful, forever frozen in time. Without their magic, they aged, but infinitely slowly. Evangeline was the only member of the fae who had aged so quickly.
I am an old woman,
Evangeline murmured, letting Freya know that she sensed where her thoughts lay. She did not, however, offer an explanation. Instead, she mused on a time long past.
I never believed the vampires would sustain their anger. Despite Eldon's preventative measures, I thought the war would simply run its course and that things would return to how they were. It would seem that Eldon knew better.
She smiled then, lost in the memories.
I should have known. He was always right.
You were on his council,
Freya recalled. Her memories of the time before the war were far less clear than Evangeline's must be. But she did remember Eldon's counsel.
Lucian and I were his most trusted advisors.
Evangeline nodded.
What happened to Lucian?
Freya had told Quinn about the vampire who had been so close to King Eldon, but she had never known what had become of him after the war had begun.
Did he join the quest?
No.
Evangeline shook her head with the conviction of someone who has lived long enough to know better than most.
Lucian would never have joined the quest. He didn't want any part in the war. Eldon sent him away to join his brothers. I don't know what became of him after the city was sealed.
The mention of Summerfeld turned them both somber.
I still can't accept that the city is gone,
Freya whispered.
It isn't gone. Summerfeld remains. It is simply waiting for winter to resurrect it.
Do you really believe the Guardians can open that portal?
They have never failed us yet.
Shame washed over Freya in a wave.
I wasn't implying that.
Of course you weren't.
Evangeline soothed.
You fear for your child? It's as simple as that. Now, how about a bit of target practice?
Freya didn't argue. She lifted her bow, sliding an arrow into it and steadying her breath as she took aim. The arrow flew true and hit the center of a slim tree trunk 30 yards away. Satisfied, Freya stepped back, allowing Evangeline to take aim. The older woman knocked her arrow, her breath steaming from her mouth as she exhaled slowly. A moment later, her arrow split Freya's in two. It was an impossible shot, and Freya gazed wide-eyed at the sight of her sheared arrow, two pathetic splinters of wood sagging toward the ground. An idea blossomed in her mind, one that gave her hope, not for herself, but for Sage. It was only as they were walking back to the house that she found the courage to ask the question.
Will you take her away from here?
The words were whispered on a slight breeze, but Evangeline heard them and understood what Freya was asking.
When?
If they come for us, if they find us, will you take her and run? I know you can protect her.
If all hope is lost, what would be the point?
Evangeline asked gently.
She would grow up without her family, without her people.
But she would grow up,
Freya pointed out determinedly. If Kellen sensed something had changed in her, he didn't show it. She walked into the barn where he was tending the unicorns, listening to the soothing sound of his voice as he spoke in a low murmur. The herd were still not settling, and the only time they calmed down was when a member of the Fae was with them.
Where is Sage?
He smiled, spotting her.
Sleeping. Isadora is with her. She seems to bring her some comfort.
Kellen bowed his head in understanding. It was unlikely that Isadora would ever fully recover from Marin's death.
Where have you been?
Walking.
He eyed the bow still slung across her shoulder but didn't say anything. Freya shifted under his gaze and he moved away from Zinnia to come and stand before her.
Everything is going to be all right,
he said, lifting his hand to cup her face. He had loved Freya for hundreds of years, loved her to the depth and breadth of his soul, and not a day went by that she didn't dazzle him.
Let's not talk about it now,
she smiled, but she couldn't stop a single tear tracking its way down her cheek. Kellen wiped it away with his thumb, his aquamarine eyes reading the pain in her own.
I love you,
he whispered, his breath sweet on her face.
I love you too.
Chapter 29. You need to go faster, Quinn murmured, her eyes never leaving the road. Obligingly, Drake pressed his foot down on the gas and the engine growled as it picked up speed. The Audi that Drake had chosen from Lenora's garage was fast, very fast. Even so, Quinn picked at her nails incessantly, the car seeming to move in slow motion despite the fact that they were well over the speed limit. Braden sat in the back, squashed uncomfortably against his door. Spacious as the car was, there was barely enough room in the back for him and the 3 hostages they had rescued from Charlotte's. They needed to protect them. Quinn had insisted when Drake had offered to alter their memories and drop them at the nearest hospital. Braden understood his daughter's need for information. If Avery had indeed been a prisoner of Charlotte's, there was a possibility that Anna and her friends might have seen her. Quinn cast a longing look over her seat at the slumbering women. She had tried to question them before they set off, but Laura and Jen had been too terrified to answer her and had fallen asleep shortly after they had entered the car. Anna, who had seemed stronger down in the dungeon, was still out cold. Drake kept his eyes on the road. Quinn had asked him to drive because his reflexes were that much faster than her own, and he would get them there safely, in less time. Still, she was terrified that they wouldn't make it. She had a pretty good idea of where Avery would go if she had managed to get herself a car, but her sister had a long lead. A few minutes passed in silence until Anna stirred on the seat behind her, and Quinn whipped around, grateful for the distraction. The young woman woke with a start, and her eyes widened as she glanced around the car before settling on Quinn. The sight of the woman who had released them from the cell calmed her slightly, and she cleared her throat.
Where are we?
We're far from that place, Quinn reassured her. You're safe now. Anna said nothing, and Quinn pressed on. You recognized me back in the cell. How? Anna gazed at her in confusion, but then she seemed to notice Quinn's short hair.
She looked just like you.
The words confirmed her suspicion, and Quinn felt dizzy with relief. Braddon let out a gasp of astonished surprise as he too realized that this girl had known Avery. Where did she go? Quinn asked, her heart thundering in her chest.
She escaped. One of the guards went into her cell. I think he wanted to...
She trailed off, and Quinn felt a knot of fury settle in the pit of her stomach.
She fought him off.
Anna continued.
And then she came for us, but she couldn't open the lock.
She blinked, tears welling in her eyes as she recalled her desperation.
The others came looking for the guard, and she fought her way through. She left us.
Quinn didn't share Anna's condemnation. Avery had done the only thing she could do, the same thing Quinn would have done. She had survived. Forcing herself to keep calm in light of this confirmation that Avery was alive, or had been only days ago, Quinn continued. Were there other women in there? With you? Other prisoners?
Oh.
Anna's hand flew to her mouth as she recalled what her mind had tried to block out.
My sister, Riley. She was there, they took her, and...
She sank into silence, unable to continue. Quinn felt bile rise in her throat as the girl's emotional upheaval overwhelmed her. No doubt her sister had been butchered by Charlotte. The bloodstains all over the dungeon were proof that Charlotte's prisoners were not likely to ever see the light of day again. I'm sorry, Quinn murmured gently.
They all died.
Anna whimpered.
She killed them. We could hear the screams. And there was an animal, some kind of animal, like a dog, only worse.
In her mind's eye, Quinn could picture the scene. Charlotte had used the women for feeding, and no doubt to satisfy her pet wolf. You're safe now, she repeated, leaning over and squeezing Anna's knee. She will never hurt you again.
I want to go home,
Anna pleaded. You will soon. We just need to make sure that it's safe. Turning to face the front once more, Quinn met Drake's eye briefly, and an understanding passed between them. He would calm these women down enough to question them, and then he would erase all memories of their captivity before letting them go. He would take away their pain, but not yet. First, they needed to find Avery, Chapter 30. Avery Ormond drove recklessly, one hand gripping the steering wheel and the other pressed to her temple, trying to ward off the dizziness that threatened to overcome her. She couldn't remember the last time she'd eaten, or how long it had been since she had escaped the dungeon prison. An escape which had used up the very last reserve of her strength. The stolen car she was driving veered perilously near the edge of the road, and Avery jerked the steering wheel, skidding back on course. There were no lights to guide her way, and the darkness that engulfed the car frightened her more than she cared to admit. She had been a brave guardian. She had been brave in that dungeon, facing the evil of Charlotte and the betrayal of Tristan with courage and defiance. But now that freedom was within her grasp, now that she was so close to Summerfeld, her safe haven, she no longer felt brave, only desperate and incredibly alone. She had to make it back. She had to warn the others even if it killed her. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was being followed, and the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end as she checked the rearview mirror again. She had been doing this, obsessively, ever since she left Glen Ashley, although she could see nothing now but her own terrified face gazing back at her, swallowed by a black nothingness. If only she hadn't passed out in that alley for God alone knew how many hours. If only it hadn't taken so long to steal a car. If only she hadn't wasted so much time waiting around that call box, praying Quinn would come. Her sister was obviously inside Summerfeld where technology didn't work. Who knew how long it would take for her to listen to her voicemails and hear the frantic call Avery had made? She had broken into a small cafe and stolen just enough change to make one phone call. But before she could leave a full message, headlights had lit up the booth and she had run for it, expecting the worst, expecting Charlotte's henchmen to have discovered her. She could have wept at the kind face of the elderly gentleman who drove innocently past her hiding place a moment later, but it hardly mattered. Piper would trace the call back here, so she had waited. Avery cursed her own foolishness. She would have made it to the city already if she had just left the second she escaped. An owl swooped low across the street, and Avery flinched, expecting it to impact the windshield. The bird soared away, wings outstretched, the white underbelly visible even in the darkness. Her relief was temporary, and she shook her head as her vision clouded. The dizziness was overwhelming her. Automatically, she lifted her other hand from the steering wheel, clapping it to her face, but the involuntary action was her undoing. The wheel spun to the left, and with a terrifying squeal of tires, the car careened off the road and into the trees. Avery grabbed the wheel and slammed on the brakes, but not fast enough. Too late was her last conscious thought, as the car slammed head-on into a tree and everything went black. When she came to, it took a moment for Avery to get her bearings. She groaned, clutching her head, where a warm, sticky trail of blood ran down her forehead and dripped into her right eye. Wiping it away, smearing her face, the metallic scent assailed her senses. Her vision was erratic, and she blinked frantically, trying to clear the dark spots that danced before her eyes. She wasn't sure how far she was from the portal, but she was sure she was close enough to make it on foot if she wasn't caught first. She still felt as though she was being followed, but she couldn't distinguish whether the nausea she was feeling was her guardian alert system warning her that vampires were nearby, or the result of weakness and hunger. Pushing open her door, faint with exertion, she fell out of the car, landing painfully on the ground below. She crawled a few paces toward another tree before using it to pull herself up to a standing position. Using the thick trunk for support, she peered around before looking upward at the stars. She had to find her bearings, or she would become lost in the woods. It took a few minutes for her to find the road, given how far the car had traveled into the thicket of the woods and her delirious state. But, once she did, she used it as a marker and set off on a parallel course toward the city. Her mind and body were exhausted, but she put one foot in front of the other, focusing only on the next step, and the next, and the next. She had only been going a few minutes when the nausea intensified. This time there was no mistaking it. Vampires. There were vampires nearby. Avery crashed through the bracken of the woods, her fear and adrenaline rising with each passing second. She tried to move as silently as possible, but her lightheadedness played havoc with her reflexes, and eventually she gave up, half running, half sobbing as she threw caution to the wind and raced toward the portal, knowing that she would never reach it in time. The trees were sparser now, and Avery pushed forward. The flat plateau which ran from the edge of the woods to the portal was only a few yards away. She was desperate to escape the cloying darkness of the woods and the dangerous shadows that flitted toward her. She stumbled, dropping to her knees, and, with nothing to help her up, she gave a roar of sheer determination as she pushed her muscles to breaking point, tugging her feet beneath her and using every ounce of willpower left to get up again. She breathed a sigh of relief as, despite the burn, her body complied, and she took comfort in knowing that her mind was still strong. Her moment of euphoria, however, was dashed in an instant. She had taken only a step when someone grabbed her from behind, clapping a hand over her mouth to stifle her scream. Avery leaned forward, her fingers reaching desperately for the final gap in the trees. So close. She had been so close. She would never make it now. She was no match for the strength of the vampire who had seized her, but she refused to go down without a fight. Snapping her jaw, she bit down hard on his fingers, tasting the metallic tang of his blood as it flowed into her mouth. He cursed, jerking his hand away, and Avery threw back her head, hearing the satisfying crunch as her skull connected with his nose. To his credit, the vampire didn't let go. He cursed her again, but his hands never faltered at her waist, pinning her against him in a vice-like grip that was as gentle as it was inescapable. Avery's vision clouded over once more, and when she heard what sounded like her sister's voice, she knew that she had finally lost control of her senses. "Avery!" Quinn yelled, grabbing Avery's face and forcing her to look her in the eyes. Avery looked terrible. Her hair was a matted, bloody mess, and she was so pale that Quinn could barely believe she was still conscious. Her lips were bloodless and her eyes rolled wildly before closing again, her body sagging in Drake's arms.
"I've got her,"
he reassured Quinn, meeting her terrified expression over Avery's bony shoulder. Quinn noticed his bleeding fingers.
"I can see she shares your delightful personality,"
he added wryly. Quinn felt only passionate relief that they had caught Avery before she had reached the city. They had traveled through the night, Drake intent on the road, while Quinn bit her nails to the quick in the seat beside him. It was only when they reached the tree-lined road leading toward the portal that Quinn had truly begun to lose hope. They were too close to the city, and if Avery had already made it this far, she would no doubt be in Charlotte's clutches by now. Refusing to give up, Quinn had insisted Drake drive even closer to the portal, but he would not put her life or those of the other women in the car in danger, and eventually, uttering a harsh apology, he had begun to turn around. Quinn had opened her mouth to protest, and that was when she had spotted the dark blue car abandoned off the road, just a short way into the woods illuminated by their headlights. Opening her door, she had lurched out of the still-moving Audi and Drake had skidded to a halt.
"Turn it around,"
he instructed Braden, who was sitting on the back seat with the 3 terrified women.
"I'll get her back."
Drake raced after Quinn, his senses on high alert for any danger. The abandoned sedan was in bad shape, and by the pale moonlight they could see that a bloody handprint marred the glass on the open driver's door. Quinn searched the car in vain, calling Avery's name, but Drake focused only on her scent, the lingering odor of blood permeating his senses.
"Come on,"
he hissed, moving away from the wreck. Quinn obliged, knowing he could track its occupant, and, when he broke into a run, she followed.
"She's not far,"
Drake soothed as they moved. Quinn wouldn't allow herself to believe it was anyone other than her sister who was out in the woods, but she knew this terrain better than he did, and a new concern came over her. "If she reaches the plateau, it's over," she gasped, knowing that if Avery were to emerge from the trees, she would be an easy target for any of Charlotte's scouts. "Go!" Respecting her wishes, he catapulted forward. Drake reached Avery Ormond only moments before Quinn caught up with them, and only a second before she reached the exposed danger of the plateau. Clamping a hand over her mouth to stop her from crying out, he was appalled at how thin and wretched she was. She was bleeding profusely, and he held his breath to block out the sweet scent. His empathy, however, was short-lived, as Avery sank her teeth into his fingers and lashed out at him, fighting with a strength that could only be fueled by pure adrenaline. When she threw her head back, crushing the bones in his nose, Drake's immediate reaction was to slap her, but then Quinn was there, facing them, and the look on her face was worth all the pain in the world. "We better get out of here," she murmured, tearing her eyes from Avery's unconscious form to glance around. "We're far too close to the portal. Charlotte's men could be—" She trailed off as she sensed them.
"Too late,"
Drake hissed, setting Avery down gently on the ground before standing to face the 8 snarling vampires who appeared like shadows out of the gloomy night. Stepping over Avery's body, Quinn drew her stakes and, without hesitating, threw herself at the first vampire, landing a swift kick to his stomach and sending him crashing into the others. The second grabbed her arm before she could use her stake, and Quinn twisted violently, bringing her free hand around and smashing it into his jaw. He released her arm and she grabbed his hair, forcing his head down and bending him over at the waist. Her stake flashed, a dart of silver in the dark, and he slumped to the ground. Drake didn't wait around to witness her ruthless hunter side. Instead, he threw himself at another vampire, grappling savagely with the larger man. Quinn was preoccupied, but not enough to keep from watching over her sister, and, as one of her enemies moved toward Avery, she seized him by the shoulder and whirled him around to face her. Staring hatefully into his eyes, she rammed her stake through his chest, not flinching as his body turned gray. Releasing him, she turned to face the remaining vampires, but her distraction had proven far more dangerous than she had anticipated. As a shadow loomed before her, she was aware of a flash of movement at her side and then a burning agony as a pair of deadly, sharp fangs plunged into her neck. Drake heard Quinn's howl of pain, and the blood rushed to his head as his rage ignited. Ruthlessly, he ripped the head from the vampire he was fighting, but another stood in his way. Acutely conscious of Quinn, who was still fighting, despite her injury, he held nothing back, tearing through his new assailant like a man possessed. Quinn had managed to stake the vampire who had bitten her, but the blood streaming down her neck showed no sign of abating, and it sent the vampires who remained into a frenzy. Unable to resist, the four converged on her, leaving their backs open. Quinn hesitated only a moment before tossing her stakes, over their heads, into Drake's outstretched arms. The silver points blossomed in a crimson explosion through the chests of two of them, and it sobered the remaining two, snapping them out of their single-minded bloodlust as they turned to face the new threat. Quinn backed away slowly, pressing her hand to her neck to staunch the flow of blood until she reached Avery. Drake could take care of two vampires on his own, and, armed with stakes, there was no way they would get past him. Crouching over her sister, Quinn quickly felt for a pulse, but she couldn't tell if Avery had one, or if was simply the blood in her own veins beating in her fingertips. "Avery," she croaked, using her free hand to gently cup Avery's cheek. "Avery."
Quinn.
Drake pulled her face toward his. The woods were oddly silent after the fierce sounds of the fighting. She could sense no immediate danger now that the vampires had been eliminated. "I'm fine," she assured him, her hand still pressed against the wound. "But Avery..." She gestured helplessly at her sister, but Drake soothed her fears without even touching Avery. He could hear her heartbeat from where he sat, faint but steady. His relief was nothing compared to his concern for Quinn. Noticing how his eyes darted immediately back to her neck, Quinn spoke. "It will heal, I promise." Her guardian blood would heal her, and there was no threat other than the blood loss. No bond would form, given that the vampire who had bitten her had been executed, and a guardian could not be turned. Satisfied, Drake looked back in the direction they had come from. They needed to get back to the car.
"Can you walk?"
he asked. They were still too close to the city, and, if another group discovered them here, they would not be able to fight their way out, with Quinn injured and Avery unconscious. "Yes." Quinn nodded grimly, getting unsteadily to her feet. Drake hoisted Avery over his shoulder. Together they made their way slowly back to the car. When Quinn emerged from the gloom, Braddon felt a wave of relief pass over him, but it was nothing compared to the emotion that flooded his senses when Drake appeared a moment later, cradling an unconscious form in his arms. Forcing his legs to move, Braddon took 2 hesitant steps forward and then broke into a run as he recognized Avery, her long hair hanging in a curtain toward the ground.
Avery.
He breathed as he reached them, brushing aside her matted hair to stare into her pale face. A lump formed in his throat and words escaped him. His sweet, kind daughter was alive. After all this time believing her gone, she was here.
How is this possible?
He whispered reverently, turning toward Quinn. Noticing the blood coursing down her throat and staining her shirt, Braddon snapped back to reality.
You're hurt!
I'm fine, Quinn soothed. We were attacked. A group of vampires ambushed us at the edge of the woods. She smiled weakly. Drake saved us both. Her words sunk in slowly, and Braddon felt the warmth of gratitude blossom in his chest.
You have saved the lives of my daughters.
He spoke directly to Drake, who met his gaze levelly.
I owe you everything.
You owe me nothing, Guardian,
Drake corrected.
I did what I had to. There was never any choice.
His eyes found Quinn, and his face softened, as it did every time he gazed upon her. Braddon had known for some time that the vampire cared for his daughter, but he had underestimated the depth of his feelings. Watching them, it was as clear as day that Drake loved Quinn, and, though she hid it well, Braddon would bet his life on the fact that his daughter was very much in love with Drake. Braddon's instincts recoiled against the idea, but now was not the time to discuss it. We should go, Quinn murmured, embarrassed by the silence and her father's thoughtful scrutiny. There could be more of them around here. It was a tight squeeze, but they dropped the back seats of the Audi, allowing more room, and in minutes, they were racing back the way they had come. Chapter 31. Alexei had settled in well at Charlotte's manor home. He seemed particularly impressed with her dungeon prison, although Charlotte had kept from him the fact that 4 prisoners had managed to escape during her absence. It would do no good for him to doubt her competence. Inwardly, Charlotte was seething. She could replace the staff who had been killed, but she knew, without a doubt, that the Guardians had had something to do with the rescue. Avery might have escaped on her own, but the mangled lock that lay on the cold stone floor outside the dungeon cell attested to the fact that a vampire had helped the other 3 human women escape. Drake. It could only be Drake. Which meant that Quinn had discovered that her sister was still alive and had been held captive here. Charlotte's scouts had yet to find Avery, which led Charlotte to believe that the girl might have found her way back to her people. Tristan would not be happy. Alexei didn't need to know any of this, Charlotte mused, as she lifted her skirts and made her way down the dungeon stairs. And once Kara located her friends, leading Charlotte right to the remaining Guardians and their wards, it would hardly matter. Charlotte had built powerful alliances in her years as a vampire, and soon she would put these to the test. Along with those loyal to Sloane, she was building her own army, one which would serve her well when the time came. But would it be enough? How many of her legion would stand against their king when the time came? Charlotte knew she was playing a dangerous game, but she was not content to grovel at the feet of a tyrant who had not earned her respect. First, she would eliminate the Guardians and the last of the wards, and then she would turn her attention to the battle for the throne. The young Guardian who had reported to Cliffdale, Oliver, was confined to the dungeon prison, experiencing the same hospitality as Avery had before him, and his crystal was safely stowed away. As long as they had the crystal, the rose gate could not be opened. Charlotte had already replenished their food supply. A group of young women had taken the place of the others, and Alexei was making a meal out of one particularly striking redhead as she approached.
"My lord,"
Charlotte curtsied, her eyes feasting on the sight of him. Alexei ignored her, leisurely draining the last drop of blood from the young woman's body before wiping his mouth with a white linen handkerchief.
Have you found them yet?
He asked eventually.
"Not yet, but the gypsy woman has discovered clues that were left behind. It is only a matter of time before we find where the Guardians are hiding."
You're going to rendezvous with the gypsy tracker this evening?
"Yes, my lord, I will leave as soon as night falls."
Contact me immediately if there is any development. I leave for Summerfeld this evening.
"You are returning so soon?"
Sloane has secured the weapons we need to destroy the dragons. I will be present when the beasts are destroyed.
An evil smirk settled about his lips. He took great pleasure in the knowledge that everything Eldon had built and held dear would soon be gone. Knowing he had said all he would, Charlotte took her leave. She was relieved that Alexei would be traveling back to New Haven. She didn't want him present when she finally located the Guardians. She had a score to settle with Quinn and with Drake, and she wanted them to suffer. They had made a fool of her, and her sadistic nature demanded vengeance in the cruelest form. She would inflict terrible pain on Quinn, pain so severe it would break the girl's spirit and leave Drake pleading for mercy. It would also further her cause if she were the one to defeat their enemies, a task that Alexei, despite his power, had failed to do.
Charlotte,
Alexei crooned as she reached the stairs.
"Yes, my lord."
She had stopped calling him by his first name since the night he had snubbed her advances.
you are fond of Sloane, it would seem.
Charlotte froze. It wasn't a question. Those black eyes seemed to bore right through her as if he could read the traitorous secrets in her mind. It was a test, Charlotte realized. A goddamn test. Alexei knew. He knew that there was a traitor in his midst.
"Sloane is a member of the council,"
she replied evenly.
"I respect him just as I do every other member of your assembly."
But do you trust him?
Alexei asked. It looked like he was enjoying himself.
"No."
The word rang out between them, and Alexei raised one perfect black brow.
No.
Taking a deep breath, Charlotte stepped forward.
"Forgive me, my lord, but I don't. There have been rumors."
She trailed off, and Alexei crossed his arms over his chest.
Rumors, Charlotte? Rumors of what?
"That someone within the council may be working against you."
And you didn't feel this was something you should share with your king?
His voice was lower now, more menacing, a thinly veiled threat. A silence longer than the day waiting for the night fell between them.
"I had hoped to find out who the traitor was before bringing it to your attention,"
she replied eventually.
"I wanted to please you."
Alexei said nothing, waiting for her to continue.
"I was hoping to coax Sloane into an admission,"
she lied.
By warming his bed?
"Not all men are as impervious to my charms as you are, my lord."
She allowed herself an arrogant smirk, and Alexei rocked back on the balls of his feet, seeming to relax.
And did your efforts lead to any proof of Sloane's betrayal?
"Not yet."
Alexei let out a cruel, hollow laugh.
It would seem you overestimate yourself, Charlotte.
He sneered.
In future, I suggest you report any suspicions to me and let me handle the punishment.
Yes, my lord.
Charlotte nodded meekly, her blood raging. Again he had belittled her, treating her with the same disdain with which he dealt with all of his people. She was certain, however, that she had shifted any suspicion away from herself.
That will be all.
Alexei smirked, waving her away.
Please have your staff prepare a vehicle for my return to Cliffdale.
Nodding, Charlotte flew up the stairs, waiting until she was safely ensconced in her private bedroom before laying waste to the room in a fit of rage. Chapter 32. Isaiah didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he watched Austin preparing to attack for what felt like the 100th time. The new Guardian was highly trained for combat, but his methods, so effective when it came to fighting humans, would not work as well when faced with a vampire opponent. Austin threw himself toward Isaiah, his stake held innocently at his side, his free hand hurtling toward Isaiah's face. But Isaiah dodged his attack easily, and the next second, Austin was once again flat on his back on the floor.
You need to understand that vampires are faster and stronger than you are,
he explained kindly, as he offered Austin a hand up.
You are used to waging war with weapons, guns that can be fired from a distance. Fighting a vampire is altogether different. Your stake is the only thing that stands between life and death, and you need to be in extremely close proximity to use it. You fight vampires up close.
It feels foreign,
Austin admitted, testing the weight of the stake in his hand.
You'll get used to it. You already possess most of the skills of a guardian. You're strong, combat ready. You know how to defend yourself.
He appeased.
Now you just need to master the stake.
You don't use them.
Austin's eyes flicked pointedly to the table in the corner of the room, on which lay Isaiah's sword.
Why can't I have one of those?
Because there is only one.
Isaiah smiled.
And to wield it comes with a high price.
He expected Austin to push for more information, but instead, the young guardian merely shrugged before resuming his position.
Again?
He asked.
No.
Isaiah shook his head.
Lenora wants to set up for the wedding this afternoon. We had better vacate the room before she throws us out.
I was about to do just that.
Lenora's voice called from the doorway. As always, Isaiah's face split into a boyish grin when he saw her. Lenora smiled back.
You need any help setting up?
Isaiah asked.
No, I think I have it all covered. The ceremony starts at 5, so I have a couple of hours.
I'm going to take a shower.
Austin interrupted, moving past Isaiah and toward the doorway. Before he departed, he retrieved his revolver from a nearby chair and slipped it into the back of his jeans.
I've told you that's not much use to you anymore.
Isaiah pointed out wryly. Austin shrugged.
I feel naked without it.
Upstairs, Monique watched as Cosima braided Rowena's dark hair. The gypsy woman looked radiant. She had a glow about her that lit her up from the inside. Monique hadn't seen Jonas all day. He was with Balthazar, no doubt. Preparing for the wedding, too.
You look beautiful,
Monique murmured shyly, when Cosima finally stepped back to admire the end result of her handiwork.
Thank you.
Rowena smiled. Her heavy dark hair, adorned with wildflowers, trailed over one shoulder, and her dress was made of raw silk, golden in color and low cut at the front. As she got to her feet and hitched up the heavy skirt so that she could cross the room to the full-length mirror, Monique giggled at her bare feet. Cosima glanced sharply across at her, but Monique didn't notice.
You're not going to wear any shoes?
She asked incredulously.
Really?
Rowena grinned. A commotion sounded from outside and Monique moved across to the window.
They're back!
She gasped, spying Quinn amid a group gathered on the lawn below.
Quinn, she's back.
Go,
Rowena urged, and Monique bolted, taking the stairs two at a time in her haste to find out what was going on. Outside, it was chaos, as one by one the hostages they had rescued emerged from the car. When Braddon finally helped Avery out, her legs trembling with the exertion, a collective gasp ran through the crowd, and Piper emitted a small shriek of astonishment. Nobody said a word as Braddon led Avery forward. They were too stunned to speak, but over her sister's frail shoulder, Quinn met Isaiah's amber eyes as he dropped his head in a nod of apology and respect. Quinn had been right all along, and he was acknowledging that fact. These women have been through hell, Quinn told Piper, who was nearest, and also the one guardian who Anna and the others wouldn't be afraid of. Please take them inside and get them some decent food and a hot bath. Keep them away from the others until I come. Nodding, Piper ushered the three terrified women inside, casting anxious glances over her shoulder at Avery as she went. Anna, Laura, and Jen followed mutely, too shocked and weary to resist. Slowly, the crowd parted, allowing Braddon and Avery through. Their astonishment at seeing Avery alive was second only to their amazement at watching Drake walking in the sun without any visible signs of discomfort. Quinn followed in Braddon and Avery's wake, terrified to let her sister out of her sight, even for a second. She had already reached the hall when Daniel found his tongue.
Hold up.
He broke the silence as Drake stepped inside after her.
Where do you think you're going?
Quinn opened her mouth to speak, but, to her surprise, her father beat her to it.
Leave him be, Daniel,
Braddon growled, showing more defiance than Quinn would ever have believed him capable of.
Drake saved both Quinn and Avery's lives. He can be trusted.
Tell that to Blair,
Daniel retorted callously, and Quinn noticed Austin's head jerk up at the sound of her name.
Besides,
Daniel continued,
you promised us an explanation.
Which he will no doubt give you.
Lenora's voice called scathingly as she emerged from the library.
But might I remind you, Daniel, that this is my home, and Drake is welcome. If you don't like it, feel free to find alternate accommodation.
Get her upstairs, Quinn murmured, as much as it pained her to watch Avery go. She would not leave Drake and Daniel until she was certain they could resolve their issues amiably. I can handle this. Braddon nodded, guiding Avery up the staircase. Wearily, she turned to the two men facing off beside her. This really isn't the time, she said. To her surprise, it was Drake who acquiesced, sensing her desperate need to go after her sister.
What is it that you would like to know, Daniel?
He sighed, and the crowd gathered around them all turned to gaze at the original Guardian.
How do I know that we can trust you?
The question burst from Daniel's lips with no hesitation.
You can't, obviously,
Drake replied.
And I am sure that nothing I could say would convince you of my sincerity. But surely you trust your fellow Guardians. If they have deemed me trustworthy, Are you not at least prepared to try to do the same?
I have not lived over 1,000 years by being reckless.
That may be true, but you will certainly not live 1,000 more without my help.
What is that supposed to mean?
The wards are outside the city walls. You cannot protect them on your own.
One vampire hardly makes a difference.
You would be surprised,
Drake murmured, so low that even Quinn struggled to catch the words, and Lenora pressed her lips together as if to keep from saying something. Daniel looked set to argue, but then seemed to think better of it and changed tactic.
How is it that you are able to walk in the sun?
That is something I cannot tell you.
Because the taboo was broken?
Daniel snapped, managing to sound as smug as he was accusatory.
I do not live by your laws, Guardian,
Drake warned, cautioning Daniel against going too far. The taboo was a Fae law, and, as such, was obeyed only by the Fae and their allies. Uncharacteristically, Daniel let it go.
Are there others like you?
None that I know of.
A silence ensued, fraught with tension, and Quinn held her breath as she waited for an outcome. Daniel could not banish Drake, not without the majority vote of the other Guardians, and certainly not without Lenora's consent, but his opinion still mattered, to her at least. Eventually he stepped back, indicating that Drake should pass, and Quinn expelled the breath of air she had been holding in. Drake didn't move immediately. Instead, he met Daniel's resigned glare, levelly.
I will not make you regret this,
he murmured, extending his right hand. Daniel eyed it warily, a scowl marring his handsome face. Turning on his heel, he walked away and stormed out of the house, leaving Drake standing with his arm extended. The other Guardians, unsure of what to do, dispersed, leaving Quinn and Drake alone at the foot of the stairs. Only Lenora and Isaiah remained, watching them intently. "I'm sorry," Quinn began, but Drake held up a hand to silence her.
Go and see to your sister, Quinn. We will have time to talk later.
You can use your old room,
Lenora murmured when Quinn had disappeared up the stairs. Drake nodded his thanks and took his leave. Sensing Lenora's agitation, Isaiah tried to explain.
Daniel is only doing what he feels is best for all of us.
If you say so,
she snapped back.
I know it's hard for you to understand.
Don't you dare.
Lenora cut him off abruptly.
Don't you dare say that I don't understand. I was there, remember? I stood by you as a guardian, and I abandoned the ways of my own people to support your cause. I gave up everything for you.
She took a deep, steadying breath and continued more calmly.
Don't say I don't understand.
Lenora.
His deep voice sent long-forgotten feelings coursing through her, and she turned to face him, seeing the emotion etched on his youthful face. It was criminal, she thought, that he was so beautiful, despite the years that had passed. Neither of them had aged in the centuries since they had been together as a couple, but he had always seemed out of her reach. No one had been more surprised than she when he had declared his love for her all those years ago. Trying desperately to control the feelings that were resurfacing, Lenora cast around for a change of topic.
Drake is a good man,
she insisted haughtily.
One of the bravest, kindest people I have ever met.
You and he,
Isaiah pressed.
Do you have a history?
She knew what he was asking, and she answered honestly.
We were lovers once,
she admitted.
A long time ago.
Who ended it?
Isaiah's morbid curiosity demanded to know, but in truth, the fact was torturous.
He did.
The words were simple, but they cut him to the core.
Do you still have feelings for him?
He asked, masochistically, and Lenora's eyes widened in surprise as she realized why he was asking. Isaiah was jealous. The thought of her hankering after Drake crucified him.
No,
she replied gently. Despite her anger, she could not voluntarily cause him pain.
I never loved Drake. I cared very deeply for him, but my heart belongs to someone else.
Her implied meaning was clear, and Isaiah gasped as all pretenses fell away, exposing only the honest truth. Throwing caution to the wind, Isaiah gripped her slender shoulders, pinning her in place and searching her face for answers.
Do you love me, Lenora?
He asked. Her lips curled up in a smile, her eyes alight with mischief and something far more meaningful.
I do,
she replied simply. But before she could ask him the same, his lips claimed hers, silencing her. Chapter 33. Quinn sat beside Avery's bed, holding her sister's hand in both of her own. Avery had fallen asleep before Quinn had even reached her room, and Quinn was loath to wake her, knowing that she needed her rest. For now, she was content just to gaze at Avery while she slept, a constant reassurance that she was really here, and that it hadn't all been a dream. The door creaked, signaling her father's return.
Everything's calmed down,
he murmured, making his way quietly to her side. Gazing down at Avery, he placed a hand on Quinn's shoulder.
I still can't believe it, that she's really here.
She is. Quinn's own disbelief was second only to her elation that Avery was back. She couldn't explain how she felt. The wonder that her sister was alive, safe, after all these years. She didn't know where to put all the emotion bubbling up inside of her.
It's all thanks to you,
Braddon pointed out. But Quinn remained silent. She didn't want any gratitude. Avery being back was all that mattered, and, as she stirred in her sleep, Quinn sat up straighter, and Braddon's hand tightened involuntarily on her shoulder. Avery had slept most of the way here from Summerfeld, waking only toward the end of the journey. She had been slightly out of it, and the car trip had not been conducive to conversation, so they had learned very little of what had happened to her. They held their breaths as Avery's eyes flickered, opening for just a moment before fluttering closed. A moment later, she opened them again and jolted up in bed with a start. Instantly, her eyes were wide and frantic, her body rigid with fear and tension. Quinn clutched Avery's hand, murmuring soothing words as her sister got her bearings. Taking in the warm, friendly room, Avery's tanzanite eyes finally found Quinn's. For a long moment, neither spoke, the bond between them speaking the words that they couldn't voice. Braddon watched as his daughters gazed upon one another, so similar and yet so different, and his heart swelled with pride and love. Avery, sweet and gentle, so much like her mother, and Quinn, compassionate, fearless, reckless, and just as stubborn as he was. Like a damn wall, Quinn's restraint finally burst. Tears sprang to her eyes as she seized Avery in a fierce bear hug, squeezing her frail body so tightly that Avery laughed in protest.
You found me,
she smiled when Quinn finally released her, retaining only her hand. I did, Quinn replied, brushing away a tear. Although I wouldn't even have known to look if you hadn't left me that voicemail.
I was worried you might have burned that phone, seeing as how we were the only two people who knew the number.
That's precisely why I didn't burn it.
How long have I been gone?
Avery asked, after a long moment. Nearly 3 years, Quinn whispered, and the blood drained from Avery's face.
Jack and Ava?
They're safe. I took them when it happened. A few months ago they were returned to Summerfeld, but Isaiah sent them to safety before the city was attacked.
Attacked?
Quinn drew a deep breath. She couldn't protect Avery from the truth. When she spoke of Summerfeld's fall, Avery's hands gripped her own so fiercely that her overgrown nails dug deep grooves into Quinn's palms. She didn't mention Tristan, wanting to get to the end before they dealt with his betrayal. But when she fell silent, it was Avery who brought it up.
Tristan brought them in, didn't he?
Avery hissed, her tanzanite eyes flashing. You know about Tristan? This had been the part that Quinn was dreading, telling her sister that her very own husband had betrayed them. But Avery didn't seem surprised.
Who the hell do you think handed me over in the first place?
She spat. Quinn shuddered, a shock wave coursing through her body, and Braddon visibly recoiled. Tristan had known all along. He'd known all this time that Avery was alive, had offered her up to Charlotte of all people. He had betrayed the Guardians, but to Quinn somehow, this meant nothing in comparison to betraying his wife.
Where is he?
Avery demanded. When neither of them spoke, she raised her voice.
Where is he?
He's still with Charlotte, Quinn admitted. When we fled the city, he got away.
That son of a bitch!
Avery's fists clenched around her blanket, the tendons in her hands clearly visible.
Where is my crystal?
The question was unexpected. I have it. Avery visibly relaxed.
I knew you would figure it out.
She fell silent again, but neither Quinn nor Braddon said a word as they waited for her to continue. It didn't take long, and when Avery finally began speaking, the words poured out of her uncontrollably as though she couldn't stop if she tried.
I don't know how he got involved with them in the first place.
She rasped furiously.
I don't think he ever wanted me to know, but I caught him red-handed. He pleaded with me not to say anything. He said he was making sure that Jack and Ava could stay with us, and that I needed to trust him. He was delusional, acting like a depraved madman, but I managed to convince him I would go along with it. That's when I hid the crystal,
she added, and the note that she had left made more sense to Quinn.
I was worried that I might not get word to you in time, and he was watching my every move. I guess I didn't have him as convinced as I had hoped. Eventually, he realized I wouldn't be swayed, and he completely lost control. That's when Charlotte arrived with a dozen vampires in tow. I tried to fight them off, but I couldn't.
Her voice broke, and Quinn reached again for her hand, squeezing it tightly in silent reassurance.
I don't understand,
Braddon interjected.
If Tristan did all of this in the name of his family and to keep you all together, how did he possibly expect it to work out after you discovered his duplicity?
Mind control,
Avery spat.
He wanted Charlotte to compel me to forget all about Summerfeld, about the wards, the guardianship, everything.
But a guardian can't be compelled, Quinn interrupted.
A guardian can't,
Avery agreed.
But a human can. And if the vampires win, that's exactly what we will be.
In a rush, Isaiah's words came back to Quinn. If all the wards are destroyed, the Guardians will cease to exist. He's insane, Quinn breathed.
Is he inside the city?
Avery's voice dropped to a low snarl. He's with Charlotte and the others, Quinn replied, sensing her sister's intention. You can't get to him, Avery. Don't even think about it. Avery didn't respond, but something flashed in her eyes. A resolute vengeance that terrified Quinn. Something had changed in her twin. There was a darkness in her, a wild, frantic hysteria that Quinn sensed was barely being held in check. You need to rest to get your strength back. Once you're strong enough, we can figure this out together, Quinn said. Avery nodded obediently, but her body language spoke a different story. Disconcerted, Quinn got to her feet. I need to check on Anna and the others, she murmured.
They're alive?
Hope flared in Avery's eyes. They are. We got them out.
Thank God.
Avery sighed, settling back on the pillows.
I had to leave them. It's the worst thing I've ever done.
You did what you had to do, Quinn countered. If you hadn't, all 4 of you would still be locked up in that dungeon. Avery nodded absent-mindedly. Her eyes darted toward the door as though something new had just occurred to her.
What's going on?
She asked, releasing Quinn's hand and struggling to sit back up. Braddon tried to halt her progress, but Avery waved him away, her pale hand looking far too weak for the effort.
Where are we?
She persisted.
And why are there vampires among us?
Quinn doubted that Avery had been in any state to sense Drake in the car. But here in Lenora's house, the presence of vampires was impossible to miss. Knowing her sister would not relent until she heard the full story. Quinn told her the truth about Lenora and Drake, and how they were helping the Guardians.
We're aligning ourselves with those monsters now?
Avery demanded when Quinn was done. She looked revolted. Given what she had been through, Quinn could understand. They're not like the others.
They're all the goddamn same,
Avery growled.
And you're a fool if you believe any different.
Avery,
Braddon interrupted gently.
You've been away a long time. These vampires, without them, we would never have escaped the city. The wards would all have been destroyed. They're good people.
They're not people. They're monsters,
Avery reminded.
And just you wait. They'll turn on you. It's only a matter of time.
Quinn didn't know what disturbed her more, the hatred in her sister's heart, or the fact that she said you instead of us, as though she was no longer a guardian. Chapter 34.
We've come full circle,
Tristan yelled, running his hands through his messy hair.
We spent the whole day walking, and we've barely covered 2 miles.
I must have misread the last sign,
Kara retorted hotly.
It's not an exact science.
Or you're deliberately trying to buy time.
What good would that do?
Kara's cheeks flushed.
The sooner we find them, the sooner Zebulon and I are free of you people.
This is what Charlotte had promised, but Kara didn't believe a word of it. Tristan was right. She was procrastinating, because Rowena was near. The signs were becoming closer and closer together, and she suspected they would soon come across her and the others. Kara dreaded the confrontation, and so today she had taken them on a different course, zigzagging across the countryside until they had ended up very near where they had started.
Charlotte is going to throw a fit,
Tristan warned. The mention of her name reminded Kara of something, and she quickly set about making the fire, fanning the flames before smothering them with the smoke-logged blanket. Tristan didn't even bother questioning her unusual methods. Instead, he moved away, collecting wood so that they would have something to burn all night. The chill in the air was turning icy, and without the fire they would spend all night trying not to freeze. As soon as the fire was blazing, Kara turned her attention to an empty plastic water bottle she had been carrying since this morning.
I need your steak,
she instructed, but Tristan ignored her.
Your steak,
Kara pressed, more insistently.
I don't have one,
Tristan snapped. He was colluding with vampires now, and Charlotte would not allow him to arm himself with a weapon that could destroy her kind. Kara smiled smugly, drawing the same conclusion.
Your knife, then,
she sneered, holding out her hand. Gritting his teeth, Tristan tossed it across to her. A moment later, he gave a roar of surprise.
What the hell are you doing?
Kara had pressed the point of the blade hard into her flesh, cutting a deep gash in her wrist. Ignoring him, she cast the knife aside, turning her arm so that the blood ran down her hand and ran off her finger into the plastic bottle.
She will not lay a finger on me again,
Kara hissed. And despite himself, Tristan was impressed. The girl had guts, although knowing Charlotte, she would not be so easily swayed.
You're only making things harder for yourself,
he warned, but Kara ignored him. Picking up the knife, Tristan wiped the bloodied blade on the grass. The plastic bottle was half filled by the time the trickle of blood began to slow to a steady dripping. Satisfied, Kara ripped a small length of cloth from her skirt and wrapped it tightly around the wound, applying pressure with her right hand. Tristan got up to make his daily call to Charlotte, and Kara watched him head further out into the woods than normal. Glancing across at her husband, she found him eyeing the blood-filled bottle with revulsion. As his eyes lifted to meet hers, a pained expression crossed his face.
Are you okay?
He whispered. Kara nodded, but they both knew that nothing would ever be okay again.
What are you up to?
Zebulon asked. He knew Kara well enough to know that she would not get lost. She was up to something. Rather than tell him the truth, which he could be compelled to reveal, Kara simply shook her head. Tristan returned quickly, a frown marring his handsome face. His eyes were blue and his blonde hair thick, but Kara thought his features were too refined, too weak to be attractive.
There's a stream back there,
Tristan muttered, jerking his thumb in the direction he had just come from.
I thought you might want to wash.
Kara hadn't bathed in days. Her hair stuck to her face in a filthy mass, and she could smell her own perspiration with every move she made. When she adjusted her skirts, the stench was foul. As desperate as she was to be clean, his unexpected kindness unnerved her. So instead, she simply fixed him with a hateful glare. Let him deal with the stench. If it made him uncomfortable, all the better. Chapter 35. The sounds of fighting reached her before Quinn even opened the front door. Outside on the front lawn, she found Liam, Garrett, Austin, and Monique training, while Isaiah and the Eroshian watched over them. The dragon looked unimpressed with the human frivolity, but Isaiah's eyes were narrowed in concentration. He gave her a small nod by way of greeting, before turning his attention back to the others, and Quinn moved around the sparring partners, keeping out of their way until she came to stand beside him. On the opposite end of the vast lawn, a group of Fae were practicing shooting, the sound of their arrows whistling through the air audible, even over the grunts of the training guardians.
Thanks for coming,
Isaiah murmured, as Austin dropped to the ground at Monique's feet.
How's Avery?
Isaiah continued calmly, signaling to the pair to take a break. She's okay. Weak, but alive. She emphasized that last word, and Isaiah smiled, registering the barb.
I am sorry I doubted you, Quinn.
I didn't mean it like that. Quinn felt ashamed. Isn't the wedding starting soon? Piper had told her all about it when she had popped in to visit Avery earlier.
It's almost time,
Isaiah confirmed.
But I thought I'd get in one last session before we stop for the day, which is actually why I asked you to join us.
I'm not really in the mood for training.
I know, and I'm sorry to ask, but Liam and Garrett have such similar styles that Austin's not really learning anything new.
Do you think he could even defend himself yet?
He has the basic skills, but his military training is too ingrained, and I can't get him to forget about that gun.
What do you want me to do? Quinn sighed. Isaiah stepped forward, and immediately Liam and Garrett stopped sparring, turning to face him.
Garrett, why don't you head on inside?
Isaiah suggested, and Garrett trotted off, wiping the sweat from the back of his neck.
Quinn!
He gestured her forward, and Liam grinned. Their relationship had improved since she had joined the hunters' ranks, but he had been a hunter for a very long time, and was no doubt looking forward to dropping her on her ass. Monique and Austin sat on the grass nearby, watching, and Isaiah beckoned them over. Without waiting for Isaiah's signal, Quinn and Liam faced off. Quinn brought her arms up to protect her face, and Liam sauntered forward insolently. Quinn wasn't fooled. She had seen Liam fight, and he was quick, almost as quick as she was, and stronger too. He had one weakness, however. He was overconfident. Liam had grown lazy over the years and hardly spent any time training, whereas Quinn trained harder than any other guardian. 10 minutes later, Liam's smile had been wiped off his face. Despite his best efforts, he hadn't managed to land a single blow. Quinn seemed to anticipate his every move and moved like a ghost, so fast that he barely had time to correct himself.
She's tiring him out,
Isaiah murmured to Austin, who seemed highly amused by Quinn's antics.
So, you're saying I should just dodge my opponents until they exhaust themselves?
He asked incredulously.
No,
Isaiah laughed.
I'm saying you should read your opponent and play to his weakness.
Austin stiffened suddenly, and Isaiah didn't have to turn around to know why. He sensed the vampire behind them, watching Quinn. Quinn also sensed Drake's presence, and the distraction was her undoing. Liam's fist connected with her jaw, sending her reeling backward, and a moment later he pinned her to the ground. The look of triumph on his face was infuriating.
That's another lesson,
Isaiah chuckled as Quinn shoved Liam off her in a temper.
Don't get distracted.
What's the deal between the two of them?
Liam asked, as Quinn made her way over to where Drake was standing. His tone suggested he didn't approve.
Lesson number 3.
Isaiah replied firmly.
Don't assume anything until you know all the facts.
Sorry.
Drake grinned as Quinn rubbed her jaw. You don't look it.
It's nice to know I can still rattle you. How's your sister?
He changed the subject before she could respond. She's okay. Angry, obviously. I can't believe Tristan sold her out to them, that he let her endure all of that. The news that Tristan had faked Avery's death had spread through the household like wildfire. I had better get back to her, Quinn added, and Drake gave her a nod of understanding. Quinn mentally prepared herself as she made her way up the stairs. She had thought it through, and there was no way she could keep Avery in the dark about what had happened between her and Tristan. It made her sick to the stomach to think that she had let herself get so close to him now that she knew what he had done. But Avery would find out sooner or later, and Quinn would far rather she hear it from her directly. Opening Avery's door, she expected to find Avery in bed, but, to her surprise, her sister was nowhere to be seen. Quinn suppressed a surge of panic. "Avery!" she called.
I'll be out in a sec.
She slumped with relief at the sound of her sister's voice coming from the adjoining bathroom. "What have you done?" Quinn gasped when Avery finally opened the door. She was dressed in a pair of black pants which hung off her hips and a pale blue top. Loosely fitted as it was, it couldn't disguise the protrusion of her ribs through the thin fabric. But it wasn't the clothing that held Quinn's gaze. Avery had hacked off her long hair just below her jawline. It was now shorter than Quinn's, and jagged, as though Avery had taken all her frustration and rage out in the act. It made her look harder, which Quinn supposed was fitting. She was struck once more by how changed Avery was. Avery met her questioning look defiantly.
I needed a change.
Okay, Quinn nodded. But maybe you should let me neaten it up for you? Avery shrugged, as though she couldn't care less, but she did turn around and head back into the bathroom. Quinn followed, still not quite sure how to address what she had to say. She worked in silence for a few minutes, the soft snick of the scissors the only sound. Avery's hair littered the white tiles of the bathroom. "There's something I need to tell you," she said eventually, not meeting Avery's eyes in the mirror. "It's about Tristan." At the mention of his name, Avery's shoulders tensed.
What about him?
You have to understand, Avery, I didn't know. I didn't know what he had done to you. When they took Jack and Ava from me, I was frantic, and I did everything I could to find them.
Find them? What do you mean, find them?
I left. After you died, I left Summerfeld to care for the twins. I was with them for 2 years, and then they insisted I return.
But why would you do that? Kellen and Freya were supposed to...
I didn't know. I didn't know you wanted them raised in the city. I thought. She tried desperately to keep the accusation out of her voice, but Avery heard it.
You thought you knew what was best for my children?
No, I didn't. Avery, we hated growing up in Summerfeld. I thought you wouldn't want that for Jack and Ava.
No, Quinn. You hated growing up in Summerfeld.
The words were harsh, raw.
I only went along with you because you were too damn selfish to see what I wanted. I liked living inside the city. I loved Kellen and Freya, and I didn't want to leave.
You never said anything. Quinn paused. That wasn't entirely true. It had taken some convincing to get Avery to leave the city.
Just get back to the point.
Avery snapped. If Quinn had had reservations before, she was now dreading telling Avery the truth. When I came back, Tristan, he was different. He was kind and there for me. She didn't finish the sentence. Avery spun around to face her, an expression of disgusted understanding blazing across her face.
Tell me you didn't sleep with him?
The truth was etched on Quinn's face, the scissors hanging limply at her side. In the silence that followed, Quinn focused on the sound of Avery's breathing, too ashamed to look her in the eye, which is why she didn't see it coming. Avery slapped her hard, across her left cheek, leaving a ringing sound echoing through the tiled room. Quinn's face flamed as her sister stalked out of the room, slamming the door shut behind her. Unable to tear her eyes away from the sight of Avery's hair on the floor, Quinn stood that way for the longest time. It was Lenora who found her.
There you are. You do know the wedding is about to start?
Catching sight of Quinn's face, she lowered her voice, only marginally.
I don't know what it is, but it can wait. I've outdone myself with preparing this ceremony, and you need to wash your face and get your pretty little self downstairs. You can deal with your issues later.
When Quinn didn't move, Lenora heaved a dramatic sigh and swept from the room. A moment later, a low voice sounded from the doorway.
Quinn.
Drake's voice. I should have known she'd send you. Quinn sighed.
Are you all right?
I'm fine.
I'm assuming you and Avery had a fight.
You could call it that.
Was it about Tristan?
Hearing him say it only embarrassed her more. I deserved it. I slept with the man who kidnapped her, took her away from her children and had her tortured. Never mind that. He's responsible for the death of hundreds of the wards that I swore to protect. She gave a gasping sob and Drake moved, putting his arms around her.
It's not your fault.
Whose fault is it then? She gazed up at him hollowly. Her body trembled, waves of shame and despair crashing over her, but she was dry-eyed.
Not yours,
he murmured again, pulling her against him and letting the warmth of his body melt the icy fear in her bones. Chapter 36. Rowena descended the stairs, her fingers gripping Jonas's arm. He had removed his cast himself, much to Rowena's dismay, but he had insisted he would walk her down the aisle properly. At least he had left the cast on his right arm. The plush carpet was soft beneath her bare feet, and Jonas gazed down at her proudly.
You look beautiful,
he smiled as they came to a halt outside the library door.
Thank you. Should we do this?
Yes, let's.
He nodded, straightening up and stepping forward. When they entered the room, Rowena caught her breath. Every single inhabitant of the house was present, save for the 3 women who had been rescued by Quinn and her father. Every guardian had made it, even Quinn's sister, so recently returned to them, as well as all the wolves and members of the Fae. Rowena felt tears prick at her eyes. She couldn't believe they would set aside time amid everything they were going through to be there for her and Balthazar. She spotted Monique near the front, waving happily, and noticed how Jonas's face softened as he caught sight of her. It struck Rowena that in the short space of time they had been together, their group had become like a family, looking out for one another, sharing their trials and their joys, Swallowing the lump in her throat, she focused on the tall, dark-haired man at the front of the room. Balthazar. He looked so handsome, tall and straight-backed, but his right leg twitched as she approached, and it melted her heart that he was so nervous. When they reached the makeshift altar, Jonas kissed her cheek and placed her hand in Balthazar's. Rowena noticed sunlight dancing on his face and realized that Lenora had left the curtains slightly open, allowing the last light of day inside. The vampires present were seated just out of range of the light. Lenora had truly thought of everything. Cosima cleared her throat, her voice trembling as she began speaking, but growing in confidence with each passing second. The ceremony was a simple one, and Rowena knew the words by heart, but they held new meaning now that they applied to her. Cosima stumbled over a particularly sentimental bit, and Rowena turned to smile reassuringly at her. As she did so, something caught her eye through the window, and her breath caught in her throat. Cosima's voice faded away as she focused on the gray smoke rising high above the trees far in the distance. Without realizing it, she dropped Balthazar's hand, stepping forward as she recognized what it meant. When her hand touched the glass, so cold in comparison to Balthazar's warm hand, she felt an icy dread run through her. Cosima had stopped speaking, and an unearthly hush fell across the room. At the same moment, Evangeline stood, her milky eyes fixed on something no one else in the room could see. Weaving discreetly through the chairs, she came to stand next to Drake, who was sitting on the edge of the row, beside Lenora. Drake gazed up at her as she reached forward, laying a rough hand on his cheek.
"The time is coming,"
she rasped.
"You need to prepare yourself."
Only a few people heard her. Few witnessed Drake's shoulders stiffen at her words. The rest of the congregation were focused on Rowena, her hand still resting on the glass, her eyes watching the smoke rings in the distance.
"Rowena."
Balthazar's low voice was trembling with uncertainty. Turning on the spot, her eyes found Quinn's, and their gazes locked. A silent question crossed Quinn's face, and Rowena nodded.
"They're coming?"
she announced, the words stark and sharp in the absolute silence of the vast room. In the melee that followed, Quinn and the other Guardians darted forward, listening intently as Rowena explained. The smoke was a sign, she said. It meant danger was coming.
"But it's a gypsy signal,"
Lenora interrupted, her fangs slightly extended.
"Surely the gypsies aren't dangerous?"
"It's a warning. Something is wrong."
I can't believe you would be so foolish as to leave clues how to find us,
Braddon yelled, his fear for Quinn's safety making him harsh.
"Those women looked to me for protection. I couldn't let them go without offering them a way back to me if they needed it."
Rowena was distraught, but she would not apologize for considering her own people's safety.
"Well, it looks like they found you,"
Daniel snapped.
"Only an army of vampires may well have found you too, and the last of Summerfeld's wards in the process."
It's still light out,
Avery interjected, appearing at Quinn's side.
"There aren't any vampires out there. Not yet, anyway."
"There's not much time,"
Daniel said. Avery was right, but it didn't mean that the vampires weren't holed up nearby waiting for the sun to set.
"We're leaving in 5.
He instructed the hunters, and Liam and Garrett immediately left the library. Quinn, however, stayed where she was.
"Isaiah,"
Daniel turned to the taller guardian.
I'll stay.
Isaiah nodded, knowing what he was about to say. If things went wrong, Isaiah would need to protect the others and get them away to safety.
I want to come with you,
Braden insisted, but Daniel shook his head, just as Quinn did.
This is a job for the hunters.
Daniel insisted.
We need to search the area. We aren't going to confront them, not if there are too many, but we need to know what's out there. You'll only slow us down.
Guardians, while exceptionally fast and strong, were rated low when compared to the hunter's abilities.
I'll take care of her,
Drake murmured soothingly, and Braden calmed down.
You're not...
Really?
Drake interrupted Daniel before he could finish his sentence.
You're really going to try to tell me what I can and cannot do?
Rolling his eyes, he jabbed his finger at Daniel's chest.
Guardian,
he pointed out, and then jabbing his own chest.
Vampire, I don't answer to you, remember?
I want him with us, Quinn added, defying Daniel to contradict her. He's the best weapon we have.
Fine,
Daniel hissed, as Piper and Monique rushed back into the room, their arms laden.
Liam and Garrett have already suited up.
Monique gasped breathlessly as she passed Quinn a heavy stake belt, laden with a variety of stakes. Piper handed another to Daniel, and the two quickly belted the heavy leather around their waists. The weight was uncomfortable but reassuring.
I want 4 flare guns,
Daniel barked, without so much as a thank you, and Piper bustled off again.
What about the Orokian?
Monique asked, her youthful face hard.
He could help.
No.
Daniel shook his head.
We don't know what's out there yet. I don't want to risk the beast being seen if we encounter nothing but a group of weary gypsies. Keep him quiet, and for Eldon's sake, keep him earthbound. If you see a flare...
He turned back to Isaiah, who simply nodded his understanding. As they turned to leave, Rowena grabbed Quinn's arm. Her dark hair was already escaping its heavy braid, and her face was flushed. The wedding was all but forgotten.
My friends wouldn't have brought them here unless their lives depended on it. Please look after them.
They did send a warning, Quinn acknowledged. I'll do my best to protect them. She cast around for Avery, wanting to say goodbye. Their earlier dispute suddenly seemed trivial, but her sister had merged with the crowd leaving the library, and there was no time left. The 4 hunters raced across the vast expanse of Lenora's property, Quinn's legs warming quickly at the fast pace. The smoke was still barely visible over the trees to the north, but it was dissipating quickly. It didn't matter now, though. They knew where they were headed. Only when they reached the tree line of the woods did they slow down ever so slightly. They moved like ghosts through the trees, the epitome of stealth. But it was impossible to be completely silent. Drake stayed close to Quinn, a shadow at her side, determined to protect her. He listened intently for any sound that would alert them to danger, but the woods were still. Only when they were half a mile out from their destination did they slow down, taking extra care where they placed their feet and making sure not to snap any dry twigs, making no sound at all. Quinn's heart raced in her chest, her fear not for herself, but for those they had left behind. The wards, the gypsies, the women they had saved from Charlotte's dungeon, and most of all, for Avery, so recently returned to her, so changed and yet still so fragile. Quinn gritted her teeth, vowing that no vampire would get near her sister. She would not allow it, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. Their shadows lengthened, the sun dipping low in the sky, and Quinn realized with a sickening dread that they probably wouldn't make it back to Lenora's before nightfall.
If we hurry, we'll make it back,
Drake murmured, sensing her thoughts. If we're going to search the area, that's highly doubtful, she replied, unable to hide her growing concern for the others. Isaiah would protect them. There was nothing to be done, and now was not the time to hesitate. Chapter 37. Back at Lenora's, Isaiah was preparing for the worst. Every guardian who remained was fully armed. Isaiah spotted Austin's handgun slotted into one of the pouches on his stake belt, but he refrained from commenting. If the gun gave him a sense of security, however false, so be it. The new guardian was hiding his nerves well.
Isaiah.
It was Channon's voice at his side. She had partially shifted, her eyes gleaming yellow and her claws out as the imminence of attack loomed over them all. The pack found that this half-wolf, half-human form was best suited to fighting, because they could use their wolf strength while still being able to communicate with the others. The wolves would fight. There was no point asking them not to. Not that Isaiah would. He needed them.
We've sent all the civilians inside,
Channon continued,
and most of the Fey women with them.
Her tone indicated she wasn't happy about something, and as he glanced over his shoulder, he found the reason. Freya and Evangeline had joined the ranks of the Fey men congregated on the lawn. Both carried their bows.
It goes against everything I believe, too,
Isaiah murmured.
But we have no choice. If a fight is coming, we'll meet it with everything we have.
Channon nodded, acknowledging his decision, and then turned to walk back to Rafe and the other 4 wolves. Balthazar loitered at the edge of their group. Earlier, Isaiah had sent Rowena and Cosima upstairs, but Balthazar had refused his request to join them. Instead, he surprised Isaiah by requesting something in return: a stake. Isaiah doubted Balthazar would be able to use a stake effectively, let alone get close enough to a vampire to try, but wordlessly he handed over a light wooden stake. It wasn't as effective as the metal variety, but it would be easier for Balthazar to maneuver. He also handed over several small bottles of Cliffdale water.
This will hurt them,
Isaiah had advised solemnly.
It won't completely incapacitate them, but it might give you a fighting chance.
Balthazar had nodded, his dark eyes flashing. They were ready, Isaiah told himself now. Ready as they would ever be. His gaze flickered to the darkened window on the 2nd story, and his excellent hearing picked up the soft sounds of sobbing.
Lenora,
he called, beckoning her over. It was surreal to see her tightening a stake belt around her waist, but she came at his call, fastening the buckle as she moved.
I need you to stay with the others upstairs to keep them calm. I can't afford a panic.
No way!
Lenora shook her dark head vehemently.
This is my house. Those bastards aren't getting in here without a fight.
That posed another problem. Lenora was the rightful owner of the house, and, as a vampire, the typical rules of ownership didn't apply. Vampires didn't need to be invited in.
Please.
Isaiah sighed, cursing her fiery nature.
If they get in, the fight will come to you regardless, but I'd prefer to know that you are out of harm's way.
Well then, I suggest you sharpen that sword.
She grinned, showing her fangs.
Rowena is more than capable of managing them upstairs.
Without another word, she turned on her heel and began instructing her vampire staff to arm themselves. She had sent the human staff upstairs with the others.
It's not going to burn you, you fool!
She shrieked, as one of her stablemen eyed the pile of stakes warily.
But it'll hurt like hell if I shove it up your ass, which I'll definitely do if you don't pick it up.
Isaiah wondered how wise it was to force the vampires to fight their own kind, but he didn't argue. A shrill whinny rent the air.
They're going to kick down those doors.
Kellen groaned. The dull thudding had been growing consistently louder for the past half hour. The herd had picked up on the tension in the air and were becoming a danger to themselves.
Velkin?
Kellen murmured, a low apology. A flicker of dismay crossed the young fairy's face, but obediently, he shouldered his bow and loped toward the stables.
Freya.
Kellen continued.
He could use your help.
Freya didn't argue, and Isaiah saw Kellen breathe a small sigh of relief as she disappeared into the dark building. Sage was upstairs with Anais and Isadora, and Isaiah knew that Freya would rather stand between the danger and her daughter than wait for it to come for her. He watched Freya go, his thoughts on the herd. It would be difficult to defend both the house and the stables. Making a lightning decision, he rushed up the stairs, taking them two at a time.
I'm sorry,
he announced, entering Lenora's bedroom, where all the members of the Fae had taken refuge, along with the women they had saved from Charlotte's and most of Lenora's human staff.
I need you to head down to the stables.
It would be easier to protect them if they were all together, and there was no way they could bring the herd up here. Besides, the presence of the Fae would calm the herd drastically. Anais didn't hesitate, cradling baby Sage as she rushed past him, and the others followed suit, their eyes wide with fear. As they fled, Isaiah scanned the room.
Where's Avery?
He asked, as Rowena reached his side. She had her arm around Anna's shoulders. The young human girl was terrified and still weakened from her extended ordeal.
I haven't seen her since we left the library,
Rowena replied.
She must still be in her room. I can go and check.
No.
Isaiah shook his head.
You stay with them.
Laura and Jen were right behind her, huddled together.
I'll get her.
The three women were terrified, and Rowena was the person who calmed them the most. Following in their wake, he paused outside Avery's door, rapping firmly on the dark wood.
Avery?
He called, but no answer was forthcoming. There wasn't any time to waste. Opening the door, Isaiah stepped into the room.
I'm sorry, but...
The words died on his lips as he scanned the empty room. Avery wasn't there. He darted to the small adjoining bathroom, but it was empty. Cursing, Isaiah tried to recall the last time he had seen Avery. She had attended the wedding, and she had definitely been there when Daniel called the hunters to action. But he hadn't seen her since. Back downstairs, he reached the stables at the same time as the others. Velkin had emerged. Confusion etched on his brow as he looked to Isaiah for answers.
I think it's better that all of our wards stay together,
Isaiah explained. Velkin frowned even more deeply, and Isaiah understood. While it would make it easier to protect them if they were together, it would also create a slaughterhouse if the vampires did manage to break through their defenses. Still, Isaiah was certain this was the best course for now. He would wait for word from the hunters. If they had to flee, at least this way it would be quicker.
Where do you want us?
Channon asked. The 6 wolves had gathered around the doorway, ready to protect the Fae. Rafe stood beside Channon, his expression grim.
Right here,
Isaiah replied. The other guardians made their way toward them, fanning out to surround the stables, as did the Fae archers. Across the lawn, Monique was having a hard time settling the Orochian. Like the unicorns, the dragon seemed to sense that the guardians were unsettled, and Monique pulled frantically at his hideous bat-like ears, trying to soothe him. Jonas was doing his best to help, although his presence did nothing to calm the beast.
I need you to go to the kitchens,
Monique murmured, keeping her voice low and calm.
Bring me as much meat as you can. The bloodier the better.
From their position on the lawn, she could just see the stables around the side of the house, and the guardians surrounding them. Further along was the reinforced barn housing the baby Chumana dragons, Lucky among them. So many lives were at stake. Monique's heart was pounding in her chest, a frantic beat that seemed to fill her ears, muffling out the sound of everything else. Her thoughts kept drifting toward her mother. She had not seen Camille for weeks, and suddenly she feared that she might never see her again. The thought brought tears to Monique's eyes. The Orochian lumbered to his feet once more, and Monique grabbed the tip of his left wing, pulling it down toward the ground. She had discovered that this sometimes worked, unbalancing him and forcing him to lie down. Fortunately, with so many people staying in the house, the refrigerator was full. Jonas grabbed a couple of steaks, tearing the packaging as he raced back toward the front lawn. Monique took them from him the second he reached her, worried that the dragon might take Jonas's hand off in an attempt to grab the dripping meat. The smell was pungent, and Monique tossed a steak over his head. The Orochian snatched it out of the air, swallowing it whole, and making a screeching noise deep in its chest.
It's working,
Monique sighed as she tossed another hunk of meat, and the dragon settled back onto his haunches before lowering his belly to the ground. She threw the balance of the steaks over, one by one, knowing it was nowhere near enough to sate his enormous appetite, but hoping it would be enough to keep him from flying off until the others arrived. Rubbing her blood-streaked hands on her jeans, she started pulling at his ears again.
What else can I do?
Jonas asked, taking her free hand in his.
Could you ask Helen to check on Lucky?
She pleaded. The baby dragon was always fractious without her, but Monique could not leave the Orochian, at least until Daniel returned or sent word.
Sure.
Jonas smiled, turning toward the stables, but Monique called hastily after him.
Once you've asked him, I want you to stay in there with the others.
What?
The thought of taking shelter with the others and leaving her out here all alone was incomprehensible.
No.
Yes, Jonas. I'm a guardian. This is where I'm supposed to be. You are supposed to be in there with your...
The word father died on her lips as she spotted Balthazar standing near Isaiah, a stake gripped firmly in his hand. Jonas followed the direction of her gaze and almost smirked.
You were saying?
He asked. Knowing she would get no joy out of him now that his father had joined the guardian ranks to defend the wards, she shook her head in defeat. At least if things went bad, she could send him away on the dragon. she thought wryly. Chapter 38. Alexei stood near the base of Dragon's Peak, his eyes searching for signs of life. The mountain was silent, as though its inhabitants sensed the danger awaiting them. In the dark, it was difficult to locate any of the dragons that occupied the peaks. But his exceptional eyesight soon spotted movement.
There.
He raised a thin, pale finger in the direction of the beast, clawing its way silently up the broad side of the mountain until it came to rest on a rocky outcrop. Alexei could just make out the dried branches, thicker than his arms, hanging over the ledge. He grinned malevolently. That would explain why the dragon had dared move. She was protecting her eggs. Sloane nodded, calling forward the man behind him. The man, a trained soldier, held a cylindrical weapon in his hands, and he nodded curtly as he took up position. His eyes were glazed, having been under Sloane's compulsion for days.
I can see it,
the soldier intoned without emotion, and Sloane narrowed his eyes in confusion. No human could see that far.
Heat-seeking,
the man explained, and Sloane took that to mean that the weapon he wielded could detect the dragon, even if he couldn't. Alexei smirked. He had been right about the humans' weapons being formidable. They were exactly what he needed. Even so, he had not thanked or acknowledged Sloane's accomplishment in securing them. The councilmen had betrayed him, and he would not live to see the balance of their enemies destroyed.
Be prepared,
Sloane warned the rest of the men standing further along the shores of the lake. Each of the compelled soldiers held the same weapon. As one, they nodded, their eyes fixed on the peak above them. Alexei watched the beast for a moment longer, relishing its inevitable death. Without taking his eyes off it, he issued the kill instruction.
Fire.
Instantly, a booming noise reverberated around them. The soldier staggered under the force of the discharge, but Alexei didn't notice. He watched as the missile flew straight and true, hissing through the air, a small jet of smoke marking its trajectory as it homed in on its target. An instant later, a ball of fire erupted where the dragon had been only moments before, and a high-pitched squeal reached them as the burning body fell down the side of the mountain. The sound was amplified, as one by one, the remaining dragons took flight, screeching as they rose into the air, revealing themselves. Alexei kept his eyes fixed on the mountain as, in unison, the rest of the missiles were fired, bringing down his enemies. His satisfaction was short-lived, however. It was soon apparent that his men had underestimated the number of dragons dwelling in Summerfeld, and half a dozen dark forms escaped, unscathed, and rocketed toward where they stood. Helpless, Alexei watched as the beasts streaked over their heads, fleeing the sanctuary of the mountain. In a blind fury, he turned on Sloane, his fangs fully extended. The incandescent rage on his face was plain to see, and Sloane stumbled backward, offering an apology that he knew would not appease his master. Ruthlessly, Alexei plunged his hand through the vampire's flesh, ripping his heart from his chest without any hesitation. In the seconds that followed, he laid waste to the soldiers that Sloane had recruited, tearing through flesh and bone as he sated his uncontrollable desire to maim and kill. Vampires fled in every direction, escaping his wrath, and watching from a safe distance. When he was done and not a single man lived, Alexei rose. the powerful muscles in his back and shoulders bulging under the dark fabric of his sweater.
Cowards,
he roared, blood and spittle spraying from his lips as he clenched his hands into fists. Dmitri returned first.
My lord.
He bowed low.
Sloane.
He gazed down at the lighter patch of soil, coated in a fine gray ash.
Sloane was a traitor.
Alexei was unapologetic. Tuning on his heel, he walked away, traversing the water's edge. Silently, the others followed. Alexei was so blinded by rage that at first he didn't notice the strange marks in the muddy earth. He had walked a full 5 steps further before he swiveled on the spot, his dark eyes tracking the ground.
No,
he hissed, moving faster now, following the smooth trail. It ended at the long grass surrounding the lake, but even here, the grass was flattened slightly. Only a few yards in Alexei found what he was looking for. A merman lay gasping on the dry grass, his breathing shallow as he clung to life. His golden hair covered his face as he lifted himself up weakly onto his arms and pulled himself forward, leaving another inch of grass flattened before he collapsed to his chest once more. He must have been at this for hours. Alexei feasted on the pitiful sight even as his mind demanded answers. The merman's tail, silver in the water, had begun to atrophy, a colorless, flaking rot, and the stench of decay was heavy in the air. For a few moments he lay perfectly still, face down, and Alexei feared he might have died. But then he spoke.
You cannot win.
His voice was hoarse and gravelly, a combination of his origin and the pain he had endured. Alexei did not respond as the merman rolled over to face him. His onyx eyes were enormous, dominating most of his hideous face. His skin was furrowed, like newspaper that had been wet and left to dry in the baking sun, and a deep hollow had formed in the center of his chest. The merfolk could breathe out of the water, but their bodies needed to be hydrated frequently, and they couldn't withstand the fierce heat of the sun for extended periods. From the look of him, this merman had spent most of the day exposed. The poison that Alexei's minions had dumped into the lake had no doubt weakened him too quickly.
I poisoned that lake days ago.
Alexei spoke without a trace of contrition.
How is it that you survived so long?
To his surprise, the merman smiled, revealing a row of pointed teeth.
We all survived, Vampire King.
It was an insult, a slur against his name and his family, and Alexei's lip curled at the blatant disrespect.
That is impossible.
A wheezing intake of breath before the merman responded.
You will never reach the caves,
he rasped, and Alexei felt the blood run cold in his veins. A cry of rage built up in his chest, growing by the second. The merman seemed to sense it, and he laughed, a dry, rasping rattle in his chest.
Where were you going?
Alexei demanded. If what he said was true, the merfolk had survived the poison. So why had he risked crossing the contaminated lake to get here?
We all survived,
the merman echoed, ignoring the question. And Alexei knew that he would never answer the question, that he would never surrender.
Not all of you,
Alexei growled, stepping forward. Chapter 39. The small group had slowed to almost a crawl as they approached the place from which the smoke had risen. Drake cocked his head to one side and held up a hand to halt the others. They were close now. Very close. He could smell the smoke from the fire and hear the crackling of the kindling as it burned. He could also detect the steady rhythm of heartbeats. What he couldn't sense were any vampires, which was unsurprising, given that the fading sunlight still filtered through the trees. Peering through a small copse ahead, he spotted a flash of color against the canopy of green.
There,
he mouthed, pointing to the place where Kara sat. Quinn nodded, moving forward, and the other hunters followed suit, taking cover behind the tree trunks as they got closer and closer to the threat. Finally, when they were only a few yards away, a familiar voice rang out, echoing through the trees around them, louder than expected.
I know you're there. Show yourself.
Quinn's blood boiled at the sound of Tristan's voice. He didn't sound frightened, only startled, and Quinn could understand why. He had sensed Drake, sensed a vampire nearby, as any guardian could. Inwardly, she cursed their foolishness. She should have insisted Drake stay back until they had investigated properly. Tristan waited, hearing nothing in return. He was not afraid. Vampires were his allies, but it was impossible for a vampire to be waltzing around in the woods before sundown.
Who's there?
He yelled again, louder this time. In the silence that followed, his suspicion grew. Whoever was out there had definitely heard him, and yet they remained silent. Signaling Kara and Zebulon to stay quiet, he slowly scanned the trees around them. The crunch of a twig behind him alerted him only a second before a cold, furious voice announced, "Why? Hello, Tristan. Fancy meeting you here." Tristan whirled to face Quinn as she approached, his face falling slightly at the sight of the 3 hunters behind her. Quinn didn't hunt with this pack, had not done so previously anyway, but Tristan had watched Blair die and he knew that a replacement would have come forward. Glancing down at Quinn's wrist, his suspicions were confirmed by the black tattoo. Funnily enough, he wasn't surprised that it was Quinn who had been chosen. In fact, given her skills, he had often wondered why she hadn't been branded a hunter right from the beginning.
Quinn.
He smiled brazenly.
Always a pleasure, love.
Quinn wasn't fooled as his eyes flickered heavenward, gauging the time before the sun set. "Not soon enough," she taunted. "By the time your friends arrive, you will be long gone." Tristan was distracted then by the arrival of the vampire, Drake. The sight of him, standing out in the open, in the cold light of day, shocked Tristan to his core.
How?
Forgetting his nonchalance, his mouth hung open as his mind tried to process what he knew was impossible. "Never mind that," Quinn snapped, drawing herself up to her full height. She felt a thrill of pride, knowing that the mere sight of Drake terrified Tristan. "What are you doing here?"
Isn't it obvious? I'm looking for you.
She's coming.
Kara finally broke her long silence, realizing that salvation was close by.
Shut up!
Tristan roared, but Kara spat at him before continuing, in a rush.
Charlotte will be here soon after sunset. She wanted me to bring them to you.
As if realizing what she had just said, she added,
I'm sorry, I tried to delay them. I tried to send a warning.
"Rowena got your warning," Quinn interrupted. "That's why we're here."
Warning?
Tristan murmured, his eyes scanning the small clearing where they had settled. As his eyes found the fire and then the heavy blanket nearby, they narrowed furiously.
You stupid bitch.
He hissed, taking a step toward Kara. In an instant, Drake appeared between them, a low growl emanating from deep in his chest. You will never hurt anyone again, Quinn announced, drawing his attention back to her.
Are you going to kill me, Quinn?
He asked, and then, answering his own question,
Of course you're not. You could never hurt me. I'm your weakness.
Not anymore, you're not, Quinn countered. Now you're just the asshole who kidnapped my sister and murdered my friends. There was something in her eyes, a glacial, unforgiving glint that sent a shiver down Tristan's spine. He glanced back at the tattoo on her wrist, before his eyes found hers again, unyielding, brutal, determined. And finally he realized that she would kill him. The others stood around her, not saying a word, but Tristan saw the anger reflected on all of their faces, a cold fury at what he had done. Dropping all traces of arrogance, Tristan tried to explain himself.
You don't understand,
he stammered.
I had to do it. Charlotte threatened me. She forced me to help her. I never meant to hurt Avery. I love her. I do.
He added defiantly as Quinn barked out a scornful laugh.
She means everything to me. I did all of this for her. And Jack and Ava.
He added, appealing to Quinn's love for the children.
So that we could be together. So that we could be a family. I know you would have wanted the same.
He insisted. You are insane, Quinn murmured, her voice fatally gentle. Do you honestly believe that there is anything you can say that will excuse the slaughter of hundreds of innocents? The extinction of entire species? Tristan's eyes darted frantically back and forth as he finally accepted that no help was coming, that he would not be able to talk his way out of this, and he would probably die, right here in this clearing.
Avery's alive.
He yelled, snatching at the one thing that might save him. His stomach dropped as, instead of relief, something close to satisfaction pulled at the corner of Quinn's lips. She knew, he realized. And if she knew, that meant...
You have her,
he whispered. Quinn opened her mouth to retort, but instead, a different person answered his question, one who sounded just like her.
Disappointed, darling?
All eyes turned to watch as Avery stepped out from behind a gnarled, dying elm tree. She was pale, and dark shadows hung beneath her eyes, but a quiet strength radiated from her. She looked part angel, part demon, and Quinn was terrified. Avery's hacked hair hung in a matte, limp curtain, and she had lost so much weight that her cheekbones were angular in her face, making her look almost inhuman. Quinn was so stunned that her sister had managed to make it all this way on her own, that for a moment she was too shocked to speak. Tristan, however, had no such reserve.
Avery,
he pleaded, taking a hesitant step toward her, and that's when Quinn saw it, the desperate, frantic adoration in his eyes. Tristan did love Avery, in his own sick way, an obsessive, insane, deeply disturbing way. Quinn almost pitied him as she watched the pathetic way he gazed upon her sister.
You have to understand,
Tristan continued, his voice breaking.
Everything I did. Everything that's happened. It was all.
For me?
Avery crooned, walking slowly toward him. Her collarbones jutted out through the thin cotton of her shirt, and she had one hand in the pocket of her jeans, the other behind her back. Quinn narrowed her eyes, knowing she was missing something but not able to put her finger on it.
Yes.
Tristan breathed earnestly, stumbling toward Avery, desperate for her forgiveness.
For you, and Jack and Ava.
With each passing second, they drew closer together, and Quinn recoiled as she finally spotted the flash of silver clasped in her sister's hand. "Avery, don't!" Quinn yelled, and Avery turned to her in surprise. "Don't!" Quinn shook her head, wondering how far gone her sister really was. "If you kill him, a new guardian will emerge to take his place." She spoke in a soft, soothing tone, as though she was explaining to a child. "That guardian will report to Summerfeld. The city is swarming with vampires. I know you want revenge for everything that was done to you, but this is not the way." Tristan's eyes widened as he realized what Quinn was saying, and he stumbled backward, his eyes wide as Avery slowly withdrew the stake she had hidden behind her back.
You wouldn't.
He shook his head in denial. Daniel stepped quickly between him and Avery as Quinn shook her head sadly. "She would," she told Tristan, with no compassion in her voice. "This is what you have done, in the name of love of your family." Chapter 40. Isaiah heard them approaching before anyone else, and he jogged over to meet them as they approached. His eyes widened at the sight of Tristan, but there was no time for explanations. The sun had set a few minutes before.
"They'll be here soon. Charlotte will track their scent."
Drake gestured at the two weary gypsies. Kara's arm was still bleeding through the strip of cloth she had bound tightly around it, but even without the scent of blood, the gypsies had not bathed in days. It wouldn't take long for Charlotte to track their scent, given how fresh it was.
Take them into the stables,
Isaiah instructed.
The others are all in there.
Liam and Garrett hesitated. They were holding a pale-faced Tristan between them. He didn't resist. His face was blank, as though he had completely withdrawn into himself.
"Tie him up,"
Daniel barked, and the two guardians led Tristan toward the stables just as Rowena emerged. Giving a cry of relief, she flew to Kara's side, embracing the woman tightly. Balthazar followed closely behind her.
"I'm sorry,"
Kara murmured, over and over again. Her face glistened with tears of shame, but Rowena brushed them away, chiding softly.
"It's not your fault."
"Actually, it is her fault," Quinn interrupted. "She led them here." Rowena bristled but stood her ground. She and Quinn had always enjoyed a mutual respect for one another, but she would not allow Quinn to make Kara feel any worse about herself than she so obviously already did.
"Well, if she did, she had no choice,"
Rowena retorted, adding as Quinn opened her mouth to argue.
"And besides, I see your guardian friend is here too. So before we start allocating blame, let's keep in mind that we have all made mistakes."
In case you haven't noticed, Tristan is being restrained, not comforted, Quinn snapped, stepping forward. Isaiah grabbed her arm as Balthazar waved Rowena inside, both trying to defuse the situation.
Let it go, Quinn,
Isaiah instructed, slowly increasing the pressure on her arm until she snapped out of her rage.
I know you're worried,
he continued, dropping her arm.
We all are. But we can't change what's done. How they found us isn't important. What matters is what we are going to do about it.
Quinn nodded. He was right, as always. She felt a moment of guilt for losing her temper with Rowena, but was distracted by the sight of her sister beside them. Avery had not uttered a word since they had left the campsite, but now Quinn grabbed her shoulders. "You're in no state to fight," she told her. "Go and join the others inside." Avery didn't argue.
She's not done yet,
Drake warned, watching her go. "She'll be fine," Quinn insisted, and a second later Braddon joined them. "Balthazar, I need you to go back inside and watch Avery," Quinn said. "Make sure she doesn't harm Tristan."
I want to help,
Balthazar insisted. "This is helping. If Tristan dies, his replacement will walk right into a trap. You want to help the Guardians? This is how you can do it." Grimly, Balthazar nodded.
What about Jonas?
I'll fetch him,
Isaiah offered. A moment later, he had crossed the lawn.
Jonas, I need you inside now. Monique, give that beast what he wants. I need you in the air.
The Orokian was one of their best defensive weapons. Monique squeezed Jonas's hand quickly before vaulting onto the Orokian's back, and, needing no further invitation, he shot skywards. Kara said that Charlotte was checking in every night alone, Quinn explained when Isaiah returned. With any luck, she won't have reinforcements.
Don't be fooled,
Drake cautioned.
Charlotte isn't stupid. She'll have people standing by.
It's going to be a long night,
Isaiah murmured, drawing his sword, as together they stood and waited, staring out into the night. For almost 2 hours nothing moved, save for the leaves of the trees as a slight breeze blew through the grounds. Shadows darted across the ground, taunting them, but nobody spoke a word. And then suddenly, one of the shadows separated from the others, growing longer and more defined as a figure stepped onto the grass ahead of them, and Quinn's stomach contracted. More vampires followed Charlotte as she moved gracefully toward them. Quinn tried to count but soon lost track and gave up. There were nowhere near as many as had attacked the city, but it was a formidable number nonetheless. "Here." Quinn handed Drake 2 of the stakes from her belt and then withdrew another 2 for herself. Meeting his eye, she gave him a ghost of a smile. "I'm glad you're on our side," she murmured.
Remember that tomorrow when we're finished here,
He teased, but his answering smile didn't reach his eyes. He had a sickening fear that something terrible was about to happen. The vampires were only a few yards away when they stopped, facing the Guardians. Charlotte's evil smirk was ever present as she ran her eyes along their ranks, reserving a particularly nasty look for Drake and Quinn.
"I believe you found my mole,"
she said eventually, breaking the silence. Nobody answered her, and Charlotte lifted her head, inhaling deeply as the breeze blew her hair off her shoulders. She sighed.
Something smells delicious.
Quinn's hands clenched involuntarily at the implied threat in her words. "You will not touch them," she snarled, lifting her stakes.
"Such brave words,"
Charlotte remarked, unperturbed.
"You forget, Guardian, that I have met your sister. Any relative of someone so pathetic is hardly cause for concern."
Further along the line, Quinn sensed her father stiffen.
Easy.
Daniel cautioned.
She's just trying to bait you.
Charlotte waited a few seconds, but Quinn didn't react.
So,
Charlotte quipped eventually, glancing around with idle curiosity.
who wants to go first?
Anyone ever told you talk too much?
Austin sneered, lifting his arm. Before anyone could stop him, he fired 3 shots, straight into Charlotte's chest.
How many times do I need to tell you that doesn't work?
Isaiah yelled, as Charlotte drew back her lips, exposing her fangs, and the horde of vampires stampeded toward them. The Guardians surged forward as one, Daniel's battle cry resounding through them as they dived into the fray. Quinn once again dropped all her defenses, allowing her hunter instinct to guide her. She heard the crack of another gunshot, and then nothing but the snarls and hisses of the vampires all around her. She fought fiercely, her stakes flashing as she took down one vampire after another. Through a gap in the crowd, she spotted Isaiah, and her heart sank as she watched a vampire sink his fangs into the Slayer's neck. Before she could make a move toward him, another vampire had grabbed her by the throat, his long nails gouging deep into her flesh. She lifted her right arm, positioning her stake, but before she could drive it into his chest, his neck was severed, his head ripped clean off his body, and Drake appeared before her.
You're welcome,
He grinned, his mouth stained crimson with blood, before he turned and jumped back into the battle. Quinn dodged another incoming attack, dropping low to the ground, and emerged closer to Isaiah, staying clear of the range of his sword, which was raining blows down on any vampire who ventured near him. His neck was still bleeding, but it barely seemed to slow him down. "You were bitten," Quinn yelled, recalling the searing agony of the bite she had endured in the woods. To her surprise, Isaiah nodded, unconcerned, before pointing to a graying corpse at his feet.
Slayer blood, remember?
He yelled, and Quinn recoiled. She had all but forgotten that the blood of the Slayer was lethal to vampires. Their bites didn't affect him either, as they did the other Guardians, and now Quinn realized he was allowing them to bite him. A surefire suicide. Out of the corner of her eye, Quinn noticed a slim form weaving through the throng, leading a small group toward the stables. Charlotte had managed to get through their defenses. Swatting yet another vampire aside, Quinn gave chase. Drake watched as Quinn pummeled her way through a group of vampires with single-minded purpose. Following the direction of her gaze, he saw Charlotte reach the stable door, and he made a lightning decision. He reached the stable before Quinn, the scream of a woman from inside making his hair stand on end, before he was knocked aside by a massive white form bursting through the door. Quinn saw Freya, Sage strapped tightly to her chest, galloping away from the stables on one of the mares, and felt nothing but passionate relief that Kellen had sent his wife to safety. She knew that Freya would have wanted to fight, but her fear for her child's safety had overridden that desire. A second later, Anais and Isadora followed suit, on another mare, and then, in a stampede, the last 4 unicorns burst through the open doors, carrying another 8 members of the Fae to safety. Quinn didn't hesitate. Drake had been distracted by a group of vampires, but he held them at bay as she slipped through the stable doors. Inside the stables was carnage. The wolves were grappling fiercely with the vampires who had snuck inside, standing between them and Velkin and Kellen, who had stayed behind. Quinn couldn't see any other members of the Fae, but as an arrow impaled the chest of a vampire only a few feet from where she stood, she glanced up to find Evangeline balanced on one of the rafters, another arrow already knocked in her bow. Another blood-curdling scream drew Quinn's attention, and she watched in horror as Charlotte snapped the neck of Anna's friend, Jen. Anna's broken body lay on the ground beside them. Of all the terrible things that Charlotte had done, this heinous act enraged Quinn most of all. She had made Anna a promise that she would be safe, that Charlotte would never hurt her again. A roar escaped Quinn, and Charlotte turned in her direction, smiling spitefully as she reached for the gypsy woman they had found in the woods. Her hand had just closed around Kara's shirt when Balthazar struck, lashing out at her with the wooden stake Isaiah had given him. It was a pitiful attack, the wood only just piercing Charlotte's shoulder, but it hurt enough to force her to release Kara as Drake finally entered the building. Forcing her legs to move, Quinn bolted toward Charlotte. Drake couldn't allow Quinn to take on Charlotte on her own, but, as he was about to follow, he heard a cry that cut him to the very core. It was Quinn's voice. Turning, he spotted Avery on the other side of the stable, shielding her face as she stood, weaponless, between Jonas and two snarling vampires. He could hear Tristan, tied to a pole nearby, screaming at them to leave her alone, but Drake knew better. Charlotte would honor no deal made with a guardian. Jonas was on the ground at Balthazar's feet, unconscious but breathing, and Avery had no chance against two vampires. Casting a last glance over his shoulder at Quinn's departing figure, Drake cursed, feeling as though a part of him was physically torn in two as he headed toward Avery instead. Avery kicked out as the vampire on her left feinted toward her, catching his shin, but it was a feeble effort, and he laughed in her face, toying with her. Lifting her arms, she fought the dizziness that overwhelmed her, preparing to attack again, when the two vampires were suddenly hauled backward so fast that she couldn't register their retreat. Only when they were a safe distance from the girl did Drake bring the stakes up and through their chests. Chapter 41. Monique watched in despair at the chaos below. She couldn't risk bringing the Orochian down there. He would just as likely incinerate her own people. She spotted a small figure on the outskirts of the fighting and recognized Piper's blonde plait. The Guardian was surrounded by vampires, and her movements were uncoordinated as though she was injured. Monique swore as a thuggish vampire swatted Piper aside, playing with her. A thought occurred to Monique, and she wondered just how much of what she communicated to the Orochian could be interpreted. Praying that her plan would work, she closed her eyes and leaned forward, murmuring instructions. The Orochian's black wings beat the air fiercely for a moment, and then he swooped into a dive, Monique clinging to his scaly back as they streaked toward the ground. Piper felt the blood running down her back, pooling at the base of her spine. She had been bitten on her back, the vampire's fangs tearing through her shoulder blade, and her left arm hung limply at her side. She had managed to fight her way to the very edge of the mob, giving her some breathing room, but she didn't know how much longer she could stay conscious.
Where are you going, beautiful?
A syrupy voice crooned, and Piper felt her heart drop into her stomach. Turning, she faced the short, thick-set vampire who had followed her. The smell of her blood reached him and his nostrils flared as he licked his lips. Piper stumbled forward, trying to stake him, but he slapped her hand away, the blow spinning her on her feet. She had nothing left, no strength to fight him off or even to flee. Not that she would. Glancing back toward the others, Piper knew that no help was coming. Everyone was surrounded, fighting their own battles. Determined, she lifted her right hand, stake held high, blinking away the spots that flickered at the edge of her vision. Her ears were filled with a high-pitched sound which she assumed was another symptom of the blood loss. But as the sound increased in volume, she shook her head, trying to find the source. Her adversary located it only an instant before she did, his head jerking back as he gazed upward, only to be encased in the jaws of the Orochian, who soared upward again, missing Piper by mere millimeters. Monique yelled in triumph, fist-pumping the air as the Orochian shook his head, crushing bone and severing flesh before he dumped the vampire's body unceremoniously hundreds of feet back to the ground.
Good boy.
Monique pulled at the dragon's bat ears, steering him in a circle before heading back to the crowd. It wasn't long before the vampires realized that they were being picked off one by one, and they kept a vigilant eye on the sky as they fought, giving the Guardians a new advantage. Inside the stables, where the Orochian couldn't help them, Shannon was tiring. She was bleeding badly from where the vampires had managed to snap at her, and bite marks trailed all up her left arm. The rest of the pack was in no better condition, but still they fought, creating a line of defense for the Fae who had remained behind. Rafe stood beside her fighting just as ferociously.
Shannon!
Kellen called from behind her as she dispatched yet another vampire.
You have done enough. I cannot let you do this. Please, go.
No.
Shannon shook her head and met Rafe's gaze. He nodded. He wouldn't leave them unprotected either. They would save Kellen and the others, or die trying.
Shannon, the others got out.
Kellen tried one more time to dissuade her.
The Fae will survive this battle. If you 6 die, the wolves won't.
Finally turning back to face him, Shannon saw the resolve on his pale face, the reasoning behind his words. He was right. They were the last 6 remaining werewolves, and, if the vampires overpowered them, their entire species would die out.
Nice try.
She smiled, before turning her back on him once more.
But that baby isn't going to grow up without a father.
Quinn couldn't believe just how fast Charlotte was. Over and over she stabbed at her, but no matter how fast she acted, Charlotte seemed to anticipate her every move and managed to avoid it. Quinn was tiring, and Charlotte's gay laughter rang in her ears. The next second, Charlotte landed a brutal blow to the left side of Quinn's face, and pain exploded in her head, stars bursting in her vision. Blinking, Quinn spun on the spot, but the second she located her target, Charlotte hit her again, and Quinn was forced to her knees by the impact. Charlotte snaked out her hand, snatching Quinn's stake. As Charlotte loomed over her, Quinn felt the black hatred rise in her chest. Realizing that the game was over, that Charlotte had won, was the bitterest pill of all, and Quinn prayed that one of the others would succeed where she had failed. that they would make Charlotte pay for the atrocities she had committed against them all. Charlotte lifted the stake in both hands, her eyes never leaving Quinn's face. She would have preferred to drag it out, but at least she would have the satisfaction of knowing that the girl had died by her hand. Quinn heard Avery's scream of despair as, with all the force of a moving freight train, Charlotte threw her arms forward, the silver stake streaking through the air. And then suddenly Drake was there, throwing himself in front of Quinn without any regard for the consequences. Quinn heard the scream ripped from her mouth as time seemed to stand still. Daniel and Garrett, finally reaching them, tackled Charlotte, and she fought them off as wildly as she had done Quinn. But all Quinn was aware of was Drake, as he dropped to his knees, the silver hilt of her stake protruding from his chest. "No!" Quinn's screams echoed through the building, reverberating in her ears as her mind refused to acknowledge what her eyes were seeing. Drake tried to get to his feet, blood seeping ominously down his chest. His fingers scrabbled weakly at the stake, but it was buried so deeply that the hilt was covered in warm, slippery blood, and he could not get a firm grip on it. Quinn crouched beside him, not caring a damn about everything else going on around them. Avery skidded to a halt beside them, her face ashen.
"Oh my God,"
she murmured, taking in the damage. Only a moment ago, Drake had saved her life for the second time. A hiss sounded behind them, and, without hesitation, Quinn twisted, snatching up the stake in Drake's hand and forcing it brutally upward into the chest of the vampire who had snuck up behind them. She couldn't see Charlotte, and the crowd in the stables was dwindling as the fighting moved outside once more. "Help me," Quinn begged, as she got her hands under Drake's arms and tried to drag him away from the main room and into one of the empty stalls. Avery nodded, moving to his legs and lifting them slightly. Drake groaned as they shifted him, but as they dragged him across the floor, he bit down on his tongue to keep from crying out.
"Quinn,"
Avery whispered, as Quinn pulled the door closed behind them when they were finally inside the stall.
"We have to get out of here. The others. We need to help."
"Go if you want to," Quinn bit out, her emotions spinning wildly out of control. She bent over Drake's chest, examining the stake, trying to evaluate the damage.
"It's nicked my heart,"
Drake grunted, his face paler than she'd ever seen it.
"I can feel it."
"You are not going to die. Do you understand me?" Quinn ordered.
"I don't think I can help it,"
he whispered weakly, his eyes closing. "Drake!" Quinn yelled, the blood rushing to her head and pounding in her ears.
"Quinn, we have to go."
Avery tried again, but Quinn ignored her. "Drake, I'm going